strange in me, to digging deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me.
Because we built a podcast room at Sticker John.
I've come to meet the stranger in me, come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. Come to find an untamed love, come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love, and I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. I've come to tear my old house down, come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. Tear my old house down, come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. In me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me, the stranger in me, the stranger in me. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind, going back to where I came from, going back where I belong, going back to where I came from, until the harvest comes. soil, spread my brothers round. I'll be a happy bean in the cool ground. Going back to where I came from, going where the season's long. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. Survive the hail in July and the storms in spring. You know, when the winter comes, keep my leaves toward the sun and my roots deep. And if I make it through, I'll be blooming next to you, and we'll be humming with the birds this time next year. But if I'm lost and can't be found, sow my memories in the ground. Going back to where I came from, going where the corn grows tall. Going back to where I came from, feels like I never left it all. To where I came from, going back where I belong. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind. Tumbling in the wind, tumbling in the wind. Sun rising through the trees, winter found her end. I'm just a springtime seed tumbling in the wind. Going back to where I came from, going back where I belong. Going back to where I came from until the harvest comes.
Good morning, everybody. It is so wonderful to be kicking off Longmont Startup Week this morning, and we have a mindful morning with me each morning to start us out, and just such an amazing lineup of panelists and speakers. So let's go ahead and get started with our mindful morning. And I'd like to just give you an opportunity to, right now, just start to shift from whatever your morning was like. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my morning this morning, which will fit really nicely into what we're talking about. But just go ahead and take an opportunity to sort of locate yourself, if you will. If it's helpful, you can close your eyes. I like to do that. And if you don't like to close your eyes, you can just drop your gaze for a moment. And if you would, just notice your body breathing. No need to do anything special. Just witnessing the breath as it comes and goes from your body. Just giving yourself this opportunity to be in this moment. The simple activity of following your breath. the utterly amazing quality of your body, how it knows how to breathe without any help. And I'd like you to ask yourself this question: how am I right now? In this moment. Just find your body breathing again. Now I'll ask you the question 2 more times. How are you right now? And you may have already had an active morning, or maybe you're just waking up. Connecting with this question to start your day. And one last time. How are you right now? We're gonna start to transition from this mindful practice, and if you would, just notice what your answer was. Did it stay the same, or did it change? This question about how are you right now? And as you're ready, and as we drop the practice together, you can open your eyes if they're closed. Sort of give yourself a moment also to sort of reorient to the room that you're in. And I'll talk here for a bit, and I'll keep talking about transition moments. So these are really important moments in our everyday life that are happening all the time. And oftentimes we miss those moments that are small pauses in the day where we can come back to ourselves and check in and get grounded. So we're going to transition to me talking here a bit, and we've got a little bit more practice. And then at the end of our time, I'll offer a few things for you to consider in everyday practice. So I'd like to just talk a minute about what is mindfulness, what is mindful awareness, and how are we engaging with this idea of mindful practice. So these practices that we're going to be using this week they're ancient practices. They are more than 25,000 years old. And over time, and more particular in the last 10 and 20 years, there have been many folks that have contributed to taking these ancient practices and making them more accessible to us in our everyday life. So we are practicing something that people have been practicing for so long. And you'll notice I'll keep saying practice, because everything we do, we need to be able to repeat over and over to deepen the practice. So you'll get some tastes of that this morning and throughout the rest of the week. But as you practice, you'll start to notice that things are revealed in the way that you start to pay more attention to yourself. So there's 2 qualities here that we're working with. The mindful part is this focus and attention piece. But we're doing that in a really particular way. We're bringing also compassion and kindness. There's a tenderness to that attention. So I'm sure you've had those experiences like I have of having really precise attention, right? And really focused. And that may be for a work task you're doing, or some sort of project that you're on. But oftentimes when we're really focused, we lose connectivity with how to be kind, even to ourselves. So we're cultivating this whole idea of being able to be aware and focused on what's going on, and then also bringing a certain kind of attention that's kind and tender, with interest, right? This compassion. So what you'll notice is that these practices will help you quiet your mind. If you're anything like me too, I know I have a really active mind. And one of the myths of mindful practice, in particular meditation, is people have the thought, right, that becoming a mindful practitioner or practicing meditation means that you're not going to have any thoughts. But that's actually a myth, because the mind is doing what the mind does well. It's thinking, and trying to get it to not do what it likes to do and what it does really well, can get pretty tricky because your mind will start to think even more as you try to tell it not to do that. So what we're talking about here about quieting our mind is actually potentially having fewer thoughts, but putting space in between thoughts. So as we practice, just notice when you have a lot of mind activity, really the practice is just to start to have a little bit of space in between those thoughts. And then over time, stretching that space out some. When our mind is really active, our heart goes offline, right? The mind just takes over everything. So the reason we're interested in quieting the mind some and putting space in between those thoughts is so our heart will actually show up and trust that it can come into some of those spaces that we're creating with information that the heart might have, right? How we're feeling in that framework. So we're quieting the mind and opening the heart. What this also does is it takes us out of the trance we live in our everyday life, right? So many of us are quite active in our lives, and we get up in the morning and sort of the day happens, and the next thing we know, we're going to bed at night. So we live in this really amplified activity. And really the promise that these practices hold is that we don't need to not be active. We actually can just be in a different relationship to that activity. So this isn't about, slowing your life down or doing less in particular. It's about paying attention to what's going on in any moment and then engaging from perhaps a different place. So I'm going to give you just this morning anecdote. So I was up early this morning, and I was kind of going over my notes. And I live in Boulder, and I drove to Longmont. I get to Longmont, I get out of my car, and I start to look for my notes in my backpack. And there are no notes in my backpack. So I had that moment. It's like, okay, here I am going to offer this talk this morning, and I have a moment to practice. So I started looking more in my backpack and started going back in my mind, where could my notes be? And then I had the thought, well, okay, I can probably do the talk without my notes. And I was noticing oof, that feels a little hard. And then my phone rang, and it was my wife. And she was at home, and she said, your notes are here on the kitchen counter. And I was like, oh, so I'm thinking about doing the talk without my notes. And I'm, working with my experience, and she says, well, I can take a picture of them for you, and you could use them that way. And I was like, yes, what a grand idea, I love that. And then she said, you must be a little nervous. And I wanted to say so badly, no, I'm not nervous. No, not nervous at all. I just ran out without my notes. I couldn't possibly be nervous. And then I said, yeah, I'm probably a little nervous. So it just really shifted my whole morning, right? And then I walked back to my truck just a little bit ago because I have a clock I like to use. And as I was walking up to my truck, I was just listening to the sounds of a small town, feeling the air moving across my face, and then walking back. So all was actually just fine. Now, I'm not trying to say that that's always what happens in my experience. There are certainly times when I'm not that put together. Certainly in my early life, I probably would have freaked out if I didn't have my notes. But I'm sharing that as a way for you to see meeting each moment. And when you have a way to do that, somehow your life starts to shift in the way that things aren't happening to you as much as you're a part of what's going on. So that's how we build this home base that we talk about, right? So the body is our home base. The reason we practice with our breath is because the breath is always present. So it can be very helpful. Later in the week, we'll practice with sensations in the body because not everyone relates the same to the breath, so I'll give you some options to be able to do that. Now, throughout the week, we're going to be using an acronym called RAIN, and that will shape how we're talking about mindful awareness throughout the week. You can come to all of these meetings, talks, you can attend one of them. RAIN doesn't need to be practiced in order, like the acronym RAIN. So those are offered in individual sessions that you can attend. So let me just tell you what RAIN is. The first R is recognize, and then A is allow. So you want to let something that you're aware of, you recognize something, and then you want to allow that to hang out for a minute so you can kind of get to know and see what's going on. And that is the part of the mindful part of the practice, recognize and allow. And then where compassion comes in is in this inquiry, the I of RAIN. That's where we really start to, with a lot of tenderness and gentleness, we start to make an inquiry about what's happening for us. And then lastly, the compassion of N is nourish, where we really take a moment as we practice in our life to ask ourselves what we most need in any given moment. So that's kind of the shape of the next 4 mornings if you're able to attend those. So I'm gonna invite you again to have a transition moment here, and we're gonna practice just for a few more minutes together. And what I'd like you to do is find an upright yet relaxed posture if you're sitting. If you're lying down, the same, just allow your body to feel relaxed yet upright. One way to work with the body in this way is about 75% upright. So if you go all the way up and then allow the body to be about 75% upright. So a little bit relaxed. We're going to go back to the question that we started with. How are you right now? Just let that question be entertained for a moment. Are you the same or different than just a little bit ago when we used this question? How are you right now as a way to bring you into the moment that you're experiencing, as opposed to the meeting you may need to go off to or some other details you might need to attend in your life? Just in this moment, how are you right now? And then take a moment to check in. How are you in your mind? What's going on with your thoughts right now? How are you in your heart, your emotions, your feelings? And then how are you in your body? Just seeing what you notice. Did you consider how you are in your thoughts, your feelings and emotions, and in your body? There may be something that connects those experiences, or they could be really quite different. And then one last time. How are you right now? And as you're ready, you can drop that practice. If your eyes are closed, you can open them. And just take a moment to, as your eyes are now open, consider that experience of checking in with yourself, having a home base, coming back to yourself over and over throughout the day. That's available to you. So as we head into our days, what I'd love to offer for practice for today is to actually look for those transition moments. And it's the when you reach for your phone, or you take a drink of water, or you walk through a door, or you greet a person, or you have a moment of, I don't have my notes, whatever those moments are, to just see that you're transitioning constantly throughout the day, so that we have all these opportunities to wake up in a moment We come back to ourselves and check in. How am I doing? What's going on for me here? And then go right back into your life, into the next task to do, the next meeting, the next challenge, the next happy, wonderful thing. And see what happens, see what comes up. So appreciate you joining us today. So appreciate your time and your attention. There's just so much to offer and to know about mindful awareness. So if your schedule allows, I hope you'll join us for 4 more times of being together. And tomorrow we will look at the R of rain, recognize. And that's really starting to work in a place we're all most familiar, which is in our mind, right? Helping the mind wake up to what's going on. And then we'll be practicing with our body as well, recognizing what's going on in our bodies, and then also recognize what's going on in our emotions. So I hope you have a beautiful day. I hope it is easeful in some surprising way. And I'll look forward to hopefully seeing you again tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Be well, friends.
Individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like my son Kennedy, have one of the highest unemployment rates in our state. Please make employment of people with disabilities a priority.
What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? Supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers waiting through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? Supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers waiting through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? Just one thing we're looking for, in a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going, we just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? supposed to know what the future holds. Sunshine above and roots below. Flowers waiting through the snow. What if we're just here to grow? What if we're just here to grow? What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment...
Individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, like my son Kennedy, have one of the highest unemployment rates in our state. Please make employment of people with disabilities a priority.
What if the end is a beginning? What if flowers never bloomed? What if the cure to all this heartache is inside of you? We're all so full of questions. Where are we gonna go when this life ends? What if every moment matters? Or this is all pretend? What if we're not supposed to know what the future holds? Sunshine above and roots below. What if we're just here to grow? There's just one thing we're looking for. In a world so big with hearts so small. What if we loved like we were children, not afraid to fall? We don't know where we're going. We just don't wanna go alone. What if the road is all that matters, and we never find a home?
Good morning and welcome to Longmont Startup Week. If you've joined us today for day one and for the very first session of Longmont Startup Week, welcome. I hope you're excited as I am. We've got an amazing lineup of presenters, speakers, entrepreneurs, and business leaders from the local community. So we are in our 7th year, and every year we focus on one thing: providing those entrepreneurs and innovators, investors, and business leaders of this community a forum to learn, to share, and to grow. This year is no different. I'm Dave Smith from Avocet Communications, and we are the producers of this year's Startup Week. Together with our team and local community leaders, we are incredibly proud to bring you this lineup of speakers and innovators. The challenge for the last year has been an inspiration for the focus of this year's theme. We chose it because it acknowledged what was challenging in 2020 and hope for 2021 and what's around the corner. There is a different track every day, and we want to make sure that when you tune in, you're aware of the speakers that you'll hear and the message that they have. So today is Refresh. It's focusing on innovation. Tuesday is Recalibrate, and that's focusing on operations. Wednesday is Reimagine, and that's focusing on leadership. Thursday is Redesign, and that's focusing on creativity. Friday, we wrap up with Revitalize, and that's focusing on capital. So we hope you can join for some or all of the amazing content and lineup that we have. This morning, we have 3 amazing sessions for you. We have Maggie Civic from ARC Thrift Stores, who's going to talk about creating big impact without a big budget. And we have Lori Jones and Jimmy Beretta talking to us about bold and brave marketing strategies. But let's start off Longmont Startup Week with our very first session, and that's going to be a fireside chat with Brandon Knudsen, founder of one of our favorite coffee shops here in Longmont, Ziggy's, and one of Longmont's most successful entrepreneurs. So Brandon is going to join us today and share some challenges, some wins, and some lessons learned through on-the-job innovation as he and his wife have grown a very successful business, who also believes that exceptional customer service will always outlast the memory of a delicious drink. So a quick bio on Brandon. In 2004, he and Cameron opened the first Ziggy's coffee location on the corner of 4th and Main Street, which is just about 2.5 blocks from us and 1 block from where I work. And I visit that place 3 days a week religiously. For them, coffee has always been more than just a beverage. Brandon and Cameron associate coffee with fellowship, and they see it as a way to connect with customers. The belief is that the basis for Ziggy's commitment to providing excellent service and support for the communities are part of an everyday lifestyle. As of today, Ziggy's has expanded across Colorado and the US, and I learned this morning opening up shortly in Connecticut, and they have locations that are staples for their communities. These coffee shop industry veterans will thrive as a part of a bigger day-to-day commitment that we all make to be better at what we do and to be committed to be the best we can be. And they find joy in mentoring their franchisees, their managers, and the staff that they have to become great business leaders for tomorrow. So Brandon, thank you very much for joining this week. We really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
So you and Cameron started this business a while ago. In 2004, you opened up the first shop here on the corner. I would love for you to tell me a little bit about what inspired you to move from being an employee to an entrepreneur and the really interesting road that followed.
Yeah, so that kind of started back in college. My wife and I both we have parents that are entrepreneurs. And I don't think we really thought about it consciously going into school. We were really focused on sports and just being a young married couple. But as we went through school and my wife got a job as a CNA, just seeing what it was like to work for someone else. And then on my way through school, I worked graveyards at an ice cream plant. Worked really, really hard and just didn't feel like that hard work was really appreciated. I feel like I just sat there and I did a really good job. I was making them money. And I think I knew at that point that I needed to do that for me. And when I worked really hard, I wanted to see the benefits of that and not just in a paycheck. I wanted to grow it. So, she got a job at a drive-through coffee shop and was making killer money, $100 a day in tips. And this was 20-something years ago. So it was really good money. And I think just the light went off and said, we could do this. And we pretty much shut down everything. We dropped out of school after my last basketball game. Like, we were going to open a drive-through coffee shop. That was it. And kind of started the wheels in motion.
And you met Cameron while you were in school?
Yeah, so I was on the 5-year junior college plan, which I'm pretty proud of, actually. Had I not done that, I would have met her because she's about 4 years younger than I am. And we were both on the basketball team. I was on the men's team, she was on the women's team. And not a lot of beautiful basketball players come through Eureka, California. So it was definitely meant to be.
And did that commitment to sports and the drive that you had to have as an athlete, do you think that contributed to the success that you both had as entrepreneurs working together?
There's no question. I think, especially basketball is such a team sport, and I was always the point guard, which is the leader of the team, and I think, and she was the point guard of the women's team. So I both think we had that in us, and we knew that if you didn't lift up your teammates, you were never going to win. And I think that was really not something we went into business saying, okay, this is going to be just like sports, but certainly was ingrained in us from that.
You told me in our visit earlier that you're really a hands-on leader. When I asked you to describe your kind of leadership style, you described, being hands-on, boots on the ground, that kind of guy that will walk in and kind of assess all the different personalities of the staff that you have and finding the best fit. Tell the audience a little bit more about that philosophy and how you think that's grown to be so successful with the teams that you have across the country now.
Yeah, I think it started with doing it ourselves first. Right? So we opened, we were the only employees. We had to clean the bathroom, we had to pay the bills, we had to make the coffee, we had to get there early, stay late, those sort of things. So I think having done it, the employees can see through that. if you're just barking orders or if you really know what you're talking about. So in order to really lead, you gotta kind of know that space. And so I think that's really important today, where even now we have a new store opening with a different drive-through model, for example, like a Y-lane drive-through. I'll go and hang out because I want to see how it works. I want to see how it functions. I want to see how the team does, and anything new I want to be really involved with. So I'm not sitting behind a desk just barking orders.
As you've grown the business and you found the perfect employee profile, I'm sure that there are things that you look for, both for the front of store as well as kind of behind the scenes. If you are able to describe like the perfect employee, because I'm going to ask you a little bit about your franchisee model in a moment, but what does the perfect employee look like for Ziggy's?
Yeah, the perfect employee. This person has to care, right? There has to be buy-in. I think the employees that really do well with us seem to really care about what they're doing. They want to do it for them, you know, and also, you know, eventually we establish a relationship, and then they want to do it for us. If they're just doing it for a paycheck, I think that's going to be a short-lived relationship.
Right. So that's the why. I love the history of the brand. I think it's important for local community to recognize that you guys started from ground zero and have grown it tremendously along the way. And we'll talk about this more later. You've joined forces with a lot of mentors and local leaders that have helped you along the way, which is a great story in and of itself. Yeah. But now things are on. The stores are growing. I mean, you've got multiple franchises. You've got new businesses coming, you know, to fruition every single day. We talked a little bit about Connecticut earlier, but tell me about the first franchise that you and Cameron decided was the next best phase of the business and how that's grown since then.
Well, you know, our first franchise, you know, when we started this franchise company, we actually go back. We actually did a license deal before we got into franchise. We wanted to see what this was like, right? We'd spent a lot of time really teaching our managers, treating them like franchisees. And so we knew we weren't just going to jump into franchising because just being a leader for another business owner is just not something I had done. And so we're like, what's the closest thing we can do to that? So what we did is said, okay, managers, you're doing your own hiring, you're doing your own firing, you're going to create your schedule, you're going to do deposits, you're going to be like a franchisee. We did it for years trying to sort this out. Then we brought on someone that we did a license agreement with. We learned a lot from that. And so, okay, they kind of helped us identify what's that franchisee that we're looking for and how can we make sure we're providing enough resources to be a great franchisor. And so we found a young couple that was just raring and ready to go, the Andersons out of Loveland, young family, and they've just been incredible. They were our first franchisee, and they put in the hours. They're great stewards of the brand. Believe it or not, they were actually signed deal number 100 with us as well. They have 4 locations open. They're working on a 5th right now.
All in northern Colorado?
They actually have one in Castle Pines with a sister, and then the rest up north. But yeah.
So if I am a new franchisee candidate and I get a chance to come to you and give you my story and why I think it's a great idea for us to partner, and you ask me, hey Dave, what's the first thing that you do if you're going to open up a store, you know, in West Greeley, and I give you 3 ideas that are completely outside the box? Are you going to look at me and say, Dave, I love the fact that you are just, you know, you're looking outside the box and you're creative, or are you going to say, that's not what we built the business on?
No, so I would tell that person that you should definitely go start your own company and go get it in a very positive way, not a negative way. As a franchisee, we need someone that's going to be a system follower. I hate to say rule follower, but I mean, in order to protect everyone else, we have to be very particular on how our processes are implemented. And
there's a system in place for a reason.
There's a system in place for a reason. So we're not looking for, I want to say entrepreneurial, but we're looking for people that are going to work really hard, that are going to treat their employees really, really, really well. And but those that have great ideas and want to innovate, we would kind of push them in a little bit different direction.
Understood. Understood. So as you build the business and you expand your footprint, you obviously have to think of what's around the corner. You know, innovation is the theme of today, and one of the reasons that we wanted you to be part of this, because you've innovated all along the way. Drink recipes, store models, locations, different business models. Tell us about one of the most recent innovations in your business model that kind of is new to 2021 and is a byproduct of the last year that we've experienced?
Yeah, one of the ones I'm really excited about is, obviously we're a drive-through company, you know, and fitting drive-throughs on small properties has been a challenge. I think, you know, we've really been watching Chick-fil-A and how they've fit, you know, 3,000 cars on 2 acres is pretty impressive what they can do. So we've come up with some interesting ways of taking orders ahead with iPads, things like that. One of the things we're really excited about is we're in Tempe, Arizona. We're an open store really close to the ASU campus. And we're gonna do there's no drive-through available there. The students live above it. It's kind of their walk to school. So we're gonna put a walk-up window on an inline space, which is challenging in itself in creating the counters and the things inside so that the baristas are close, you know, that sort of thing, to that walk-up window. That should launch here in the next probably 5 months. We should be open, and just one of those things that we're just trying to evolve and keep up with. You know, people are much more comfortable with drive-throughs and walk-ups, I think, at this moment, still. And so we want to be prepared for that.
When you come up with an idea like that, say it's at your quarterly meetings, I'm sure there's a few other things I'd love to chat about as far as ideas that are outcomes from those meetings, but is that a committee type of experience? Is that bringing in a camera and saying, I think we should try this and go to market with the 80% solution and adjust along the way? Or is it carefully vetted? Are you looking at numbers and data? And how does, because that's a big, you know, expense in, you know, floor space, in, you know, and construction, marketing. How does that all come to fruition when you finally say, this is what we should do?
We've got a great team. We've got about a dozen people that work out of kind of our home office at the moment, and from marketing to operations. Our operations team, you know, we have 2 people, Nikki Rivera and Danny Warner. Nikki's been with us for 16 years. She was 6 months after we opened, she started working for us, and so she's in the field every day. And then Danny's been working for about 12 years. And so anything that we think about implementing, we bounce it off them first, right? Say, how would this work in the store? Then we have my wife works very closely with an architecture firm, and we say, can we lay this out and this actually fits? Then we go to our marketing team, can you sell this for us? That's just our process on each one. And then we go to franchisee and say, hey, this is a little bit new. Are you comfortable with us, you know, trying something new with you? And then we always, you know, if it's something outside of what we've done, I usually put up a little extra money to help it. I'll buy that window. I'll do some things to say, look, we're in this together. Right. And that's been pretty successful so far.
That's great to hear. I love how open you are to new ideas, and I'm sure that your franchisees appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So the logistics are increasing on the daily with all the new stores that are opening up. You're working from your home office, which is literally your home office, right?
Literally my home office.
And in Meade now, there's a big, beautiful building that is taking shape. How did you arrive at the point where you knew that you needed a corporate office? And why did you decide that Meade was the place to do it?
So the cool thing about franchising is you got a year and a half lead time before a store opens, and the real work begins, right? So you sell a store, and now that the process is finding the location, the operations team, the trainers, all those things doesn't happen for a year and a half. So we sold 40 units last year, I think. And once we started selling at that pace, we knew we were going to get to the point where we were going to need more support for these guys to get them open. So it was pretty easy to decide, like, we need space. As far as the space itself, you know, we were going to rent some spaces out. We actually looked in Longmont at some different rental spaces, but I'm a big, and Longmont's my home too. Don't get me wrong. I think Meade isn't just an extension of Longmont, honestly. But Meade has been so good. Meade Elementary, Meade Middle, the high school has been so good to my son and my family. We just felt like, hey, we can build this building that we need, and we can also make a huge impact on the town of Meade. And we're going in the heart of the 4-way stop right by the school. And I think by us going there, not only can we, you know, create some revenues for the town, but we can create jobs for a lot of people in this town. We'll probably hire 25 baristas for that store. But I think other businesses will come and see a Ziggy's there, I hope, and then they'll follow suit and start building out and creating the amenities that I think everybody in Meade needs.
So for the audience that's listening, and maybe there's entrepreneurs, you know, to be in the making, maybe there's some mature businesses that are looking for ideas and insights from people who have been there and done that. When you think about making capital investments like you have in that building, walk us through that process where you're looking at what could be as a result of the money spent today, because I know that has to weigh heavily on your mind with things popping up all over the rest of the country, right?
Yeah, I think we've been doing this a long time this way. I think probably opening on 66 would have been a better place for the business per se, maybe even more convenient, even for some of the employees that are commuting. But what we found is that if our heart is in the right place with the investment and we truly are trying to make an impact in the community, you're creating kind of some grace with your customers as well. Like they're all in on you, right? When we were in downtown Longmont, and we had some math. We had one year, I think it had a snowstorm every Friday for like a month and a half. And that's when we do all of our business back. I could afford to miss $200 in sales, right? When it snowed, our customers would walk 3 blocks, 4 blocks from their house downtown. No, they didn't need the coffee. They wanted to make sure that we were okay. And so I think something similar is going to happen here in Mead, because I think we're doing the right thing for the town. I think there's going to be a lot of grace if we blow it sometimes, if we don't give, the drink right or the service isn't perfect. I think that we're in it together. So I think if you take that approach with business and you try to affect the community first, the long term is it may be a long-term play, but I think you'll see the benefits.
Love that. So you said a moment ago, when we talked a few weeks ago, you mentioned it less than 5 times, which was inspiring to me. But you said all in. When I asked you, like, hey, when we ended up talking, on the 26th, I want to kind of center around a theme to your success, as well as kind of the way that you give advice and inspiration to your kids, your employees, people who come to you with questions or concerns about their own business. And you said, Dave, when we decide to do something, we do it all in. And you gave me an analogy about your oldest son's, training and positioning, and you can give a little love to the commitment that he has and what's happening next in his world. But being all in, it means something to you, right? Tell me about how that type of commitment has helped bridge those tough periods, being a business owner and an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I mean, I think if tapping out is an option, you're always going to tap out because it's hard. We went through stretches where, not really embarrassed to admit. I mean, there's times that I had to sit down with City Longmont sales tax, be like, I can't afford it. I could close, but like, will you work with me? Like, can I pay you $20 a month for sales tax? This is the first couple of years, and they're like, of course. Like, people will work with you if you're willing to keep moving forward. I can remember multiple times you finally make a little bit of progress, and then the espresso machine would break. So I'd go borrow 20 grand at 24% interest, and we'd go in again because we were all in. We were going to do this no matter what the debt racked up, those sort of things. We had a vision, and we were going to get there. Now the sales were trending in the right direction, which helped. I think if you're in a business, the sales are going down. I don't know if I keep chasing it with more money, but at the end of the day, quitting was not an option. And I talked about my son, and he said, like, I want to be a basketball player. I want to play college basketball. Well, you're at the time a 5'4", not very athletic kid. Are you sure you want to do this? Like, well, here's what it's going to take. I even hired him at one of our stores, and he tells everybody to stay that his dad fired him. But he's working. He's making good cash at the Firestone store, but he wasn't putting time into basketball. I'm like, you're not all in right now. I know you want to go to this, but you're going to put your 6 to 8 hours of basketball in and weights, things like that. And I'm excited to see his dad proud. He got a full ride scholarship to Colorado Mesa, so it paid off for him. But at the end of the day, it was what he was going to do, and he's going to do whatever it took to get there.
Well, that mindset, I think, is probably part of my interest in this next part of the conversation, which is beginning of COVID. You are doing great. Stores are performing. Profits are looking great. Your employees are happy. Franchisees are coming to the door, and then everybody knows what's next. And that all-in mindset, I think, helped bridge a lot of new challenges for you and the community. So I mentioned earlier that you're very involved in the community. You've leaned on a lot of mentors over time. And a lot of those individuals came back to you with some questions. I would love, and I think the rest of the audience would as well, love to hear about some of the advice that you gave your constituents that helped bridge, a couple of rough months.
Yeah, so it started with a conversation with the LDDA. When this started, going south, and we realized there were some big challenges. So we created a group, that we would jump on of downtown business owners, and everyone really. There are a lot of people brought a lot of really amazing knowledge to the table. I had a great banking relationship. Actually, they're on your the startup week. Chris over at High Plains and John, they were amazing. So because we're doing so many deals and finance at the point, I had a really strong relationship with those guys. And so we kind of leveraged that relationship and the knowledge that they had with the SBA and to get it out ahead of the PPP, which was incredible for everybody, and also the EIDL loans. And so I was able to share the information of how to go fill it out, what time of day to fill it out, because the systems were all bogged down. And then also just trying to bring some positive to it, you know, that again, all in, it doesn't matter. Like, all right, we just got here's our next challenge. You know, we're going to attack it. We're going to fix it. And the other thing was just to take it day by day, you know, moment by moment. Honestly, you know, things changed. You get a call from a store, and you know, everyone that's a business owner, you know, we have a case of COVID. You know, what are we going to do now? And you just got to be prepared. You got to be ready to problem solve and stay positive, and we'll all come through it.
I imagine as an athlete, you have some views on running a business that are akin to like our playbook, right? And how has your playbook changed going into 2021 as a result of the last year? What are some of the things that you and Cameron have penciled in, things that you have penned in, and others that you've carved into the business model? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think with the you know, we always have been focused on our employees, but I think we've gotten sharper with it, because with the pandemic, it was so tough for the staff, right? We always, you know, feel sorry for ourselves as owners, but at the end of the day, those are the ones in there with early on, we didn't really know what this was. And so I think it just took us to another level with being in tune with our staff and what they needed. Hey, you don't feel good? Just we'll pay for it. Just go home and do your thing. And so I think we've implemented a lot of new things of really paying closer attention to them, even more than we were before.
When that period happened, there was probably some reflection on, did we plan correctly? What happens next? And when we come out of all this, what are we going to do differently? Have there been new approaches to different types of drink recipes or service models like that have been completely driven by the past few months? And if so, how did that unfold at I assume this happens at quarterly meetings where the meetings of the minds come together and you talk about what's next?
Yeah, I mean, we meet every Monday, 9 to 10. I'm actually missing it today. We're going to move it a little bit later.
He'll be a little late.
I'll be a little late. Yeah, I'm sure they're having fun with this today in the office. But no, we meet and we're always discussing. Anybody that has anything, we throw it on the table. Kind of your stand-up meeting every Monday. You know, really expedited some things that we wanted to do. You know, we have a punch card system for loyalty right now, which is a little outdated, but it's been popular for us. But the contactless payment thing was something we wanted to do, but it was expensive, and you just kind of get in a groove and things are working the way that they're working. So we're getting ready to launch our app here in the next probably 2 months. Okay. It's all contactless payment, it's order ahead, it's all these really cool features that I think this poured kind of gasoline on that and got our team really moving.
And when you come up with ideas like that with the team, and pick your favorite new recipe in the last 12 months, what could that be?
Oh my gosh. The Red Bulls have been, you know, I don't know if I can pick a single one, but the Red Bull infusions have been, you know, it's Red Bull and you know, with flavored syrup, and it's not super complicated, but those have been my afternoon go-to. And with the pandemic, you know, the afternoons that you didn't used to be that busy, you couldn't go anywhere else. So we really picked it up. So we were kind of forced and able to really develop that afternoon cold drink menu. So I don't know if there's one particular that I fell in love with, but just those drinks have been a lot of fun for us.
So 4th of July just happened, and you had a firecracker taste.
That's true. That was pretty awesome. I think
So
I'm giving credit.
Who came up with that, and how long did it take for that to end up being in the store?
Yeah, so Danny Waters, you know, I mentioned her earlier. She's been with us over 12 years. She's, you know, amongst a million other things, she's in charge of product development.
Okay.
So, you know, we'll kind of look at it. We'll look at a time frame. Okay, fall's coming. You know, obviously the 4th of July was coming. What we want to. How can we really use the ingredients we have, but come up with still a fun drink? So that's her goal, is always either highlight a drink that we already have, or come up with something with as many ingredients we already have that would be kind of fun, kind of an LTO limited time. And she had the idea to order some Pop Rocks. Like, it just seemed like a perfect one. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, but I'm gonna order some food coloring, some Pop Rocks. So she just had a blast with it. And it was probably 4 months in planning. And so she came up with the idea, went to my wife, who has to sign up and everything, because she's the big boss, and loved it. And the marketing team, of course, like, come on, you know, it's just easy ammunition for them.
Right.
And it was a huge hit. We sold thousands and thousands. We had, I think maybe 750,000 impressions on social media between influencers, things like that. So it was a huge hit.
Tell us about social media and how that has helped you locally and nationally. And is there a particular strategy that you've crafted and then perfected over the last few years?
Yeah, so it's fun. I love that you asked that because I was an anti-marketing guy about 6 years ago, and I was cheap. I didn't feel like any. I said, we're right here on the corner, and people drive by, and they're going to see my building.
You were very efficient.
It was very efficient. Thank you for that. I was really cheap. And one of my former basketball players actually talked me into hiring his wife as just very part-time, a couple hours a week in marketing, and she's our director of marketing to this day. She does an incredible job. So, social media is so easy. And it's so cost-effective way to just get your brand out there, just to remind folks that you're there. And as far as LTOs go, limited time offers, things like that, for a few $100 a market, you can really get the word out there. And so our whole team's done a great job with that. And then we're really moving towards, and we're still figuring this out, but it went really well in the last campaign, is influencers.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a hard time. I'm old school. I struggle that people get paid to do that, but they do, and it really matters.
They do.
And that's how we got to almost that 250,000 impressions was through influencers and going out to take a picture. So you're going to see a lot of our external marketing going in that direction.
Well, I love that you mentioned that because our next speaker, Maggie Civic, who's the VP of Marketing at Arc Thrift Stores, is going to talk about making a big impact without a big budget. And social is a big part of that. And being that you were so efficient at what you spent money on, and the way that you did it is very inspiring, I think, to a lot of our local entrepreneurs to be, as well as business owners. I think it's important that they recognize there are other ways to reach a large audience in a short period of time and being very impactful along the way. So if there are 3 takeaways that you could share with the audience out there today around being smart about your marketing dollars, I'll give you one, which is embrace social media.
Embrace social media.
2 other things that you've learned along the way, and maybe a 4th where you never want to do this.
So on social, I think having people that understand or taking courses on how it works. Mm-hmm. It's really easy to go and put up a post and put $100 behind it and maybe get a lot of likes, but it's fake likes, right? It doesn't help you, right? Really understanding how to target and how to use that money wisely and how you spread. Our team, and I'll be honest, I don't completely understand how it works, and I don't need to because they're really good at it. Just understanding how to spread it over 3 or 4 hours or the hours in the day that you think people are really going to see it. You can get so micro in social, but you have to understand. So either you hire someone really good to do it or take the courses and learn how to do that. And then I think from a social standpoint, something I learned really early is as the owner of the business, I take my brand very seriously. My company, I have a lot of passion there. I can't comment on things on social media. I need a buffer mm-hmm. because I get offended when people say stuff about my employees or about the events, things like that. How would you not? We put 17 years of our life into this. So having somebody else respond for you that's not emotional about it, it is a huge factor, and we've made a lot of progress because we've done that.
That's great advice. That's great advice. The next thing I'd love to talk to you about is around pivoting, and there have been, again, probably in the realm of athletic conversation and positioning with how you run the business, how you run your life, how you run a game. Are there points within your recent past where you pivoted on the direction the business is going in order to maintain a great trajectory? Is that on the number of franchisees you're interviewing? Because I saw your board and you had big numbers up there. You told me when I asked about the plan, you said, Dave, I had a direction that I was going, but I never set a certain number of how many stores we wanted or different states we were going to be in. Was there a point in time where you pivoted and said, this is the direction that we need to go because we want to be the best for our future?
Well, I think, going from corporate owned or owned stores and owned to franchising was a huge pivot for us because we knew we wanted to grow it, but it's very capital intensive. And And again, to really have that culture in the store, it's hard to have 100 stores that you own and then still get to know your employees and do a great job.
Does that freak you out to think that 17 years later, you've got potentially hundreds of different locations across multiple states with families that rely on you for their business success, the future of their children? I mean, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders. How to manage that?
Until just now, it was fine. No one's really brought it up like that. It's happened so organic. It's happened so slow and so organically. And we started with one, and we spent 7 months getting that store ready, and then and all of a sudden 2 and 3, and we've scaled really nicely. Not intentionally. It's just the way that it's worked out.
Smoother than you thought?
It's been really smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know what. I mean, if you had asked me 3 years ago, and we had 20 stores open total right now, I'd be thrilled. Even 15, I'd be thrilled. So. Until you sit there and really reflect on it like that, you think about that, that's pretty intense. But on the day-to-day, we have such an amazing team. And as we add stores, we add more. We have, coaches, basically we call them. They have direct contact with managers and stores, and they're amazing. And so we just have a good team. And every time we sell another, 10 or 15 deals, we hire another team member that comes in. So it doesn't feel in the moment that overwhelming.
That's great to hear.
And
And I teed that up because when I asked you, your answer was, it was just incredibly humble. You're like, to me, it's incredible to think that we've grown this large, have come this far, and along the way, we've been surrounded by you and Cameron, by great people, people that you trusted, your circle of friends. I mean, you have employees that have been with you, almost 20 years. That speaks volumes of the leadership that you two provide. But along the way, I'll bet there were people that tried to pressure you, because you mentioned, Dave, I don't like to make choices when I'm pressed because sometimes they're not the best. Can you tell me about those?
yeah, I mean, I think, happens. You gotta be really careful, and people ask me, what is your goal for the number of stores when I open? What do you want what's your goal for 5 years, 10 years? I don't have any, and I don't want to sound like I'm not preparing myself and being a good business owner, and some people may say that's crazy, but I think as soon as you set a number for yourself, say I want to open 40 stores next year, now you're pushing and pressing, as you said, to get those stores open. I think that's when you make mistakes. I think, our whole business model is surrounded by, if we can bring up awesome people that share similar traits to us, that will treat their employees like gold, and follow our process, then that's going to dictate our growth. And like we talked about earlier, the cool thing about franchising on this side of it is you have this year lead time of bringing in more support as you sell. So if we sell another 50 stores this year, I'm not worried about it. So I think that's the number one way to approach that is just be prepared. Don't overset goals so you're pressing, you're making bad choices, you're reaching, and I think you'll be good.
So you mentioned franchisees to be as you build the business. If there are 15 potential franchisees watching right now, if you looked into that camera and said, here's the one thing that I would share with you that would make you successful, regardless if it's with Ziggy's or with someone else, what would that advice be?
Whew, that's a really good question. Well, first of all, if you're gonna do it, you gotta go all in, like we talked about, right? You need to take the time to understand the full scope of the business, right? You need to understand important benchmarks. You need to understand that you are gonna be working 60, 70 hours a week on this business. And you need to make sure that you are capitalized, in a way that you can, when things go south, and they do go south, and when things cost 50% more than they're supposed to, and they do, are you prepared for that? Where's the well that you're gonna go to when things get tough?
Sure.
So just being prepared on those things. So it doesn't have to be coffee, whatever industry it is, do your homework. There's the cool thing about now is, and it wasn't when I first started, the podcasts are incredible. Like, go find your industry and listen to 10 people that talk about their story,
Absolutely.
where they had challenges, and understand how they overcame them. The blueprint's already there. So
Absolutely. As you build the business and bring new employees, new franchisees in, you form new partnerships. You're working with Coda Coffee for the last many years, right?
since the beginning,
Others that come as part of different packages in different states, you tend to reward great service with great commitment. business leaders to be and those that are out there today that are suddenly faced with new opportunities to extend their employee numbers locally, nationally, to consider, like, how do you treat people who are dedicated and committed to you? So what are some of the things that you encountered and learned over the years as far as recognizing great service, and how do you do that?
Yeah, when it comes to, kind of your employees or even your vendors, it's understanding. So if you stay with employees, understanding what's important to them, I think that's easily the most important thing for me is, I have employees that work on our corporate team on the leadership side that could care less about a raise. They just want a long weekend, right? Or they just want to get off early to go watch their kid play sports or, a concert or something like that. So if you're in tuned, then you're going to get incredible loyalty from them. Some people do. They're young and they're trying to buy a house and they'll work all weekend, but they want extra money. So I think recognizing that early on, and again, if you have that personal connection, that personal buy-in from them, they will go to the end. And they may not be as talented. You may look at a resume. I don't hire up resumes. Like, they have to be able to work on a computer and do some things. I want to meet them. I want to see if they're going to fit in with our family, and I can trust the person they're going to care about us. I haven't lost a corporate person since we started this 6 years ago, and then obviously we've lost other baristas, things like that. But on the corporate team, because I think we really care about them. We take them to Mexico. We go hang out. We do make it personal with them, and I think that's been really successful for us.
When you have the opportunity, you're sitting on a plane, you're on your way to Mexico, and somebody says, "Hey, what do you do? How do you tell somebody what you do for work?"
I don't like to talk about it, so I don't. I just say I'm in the coffee business, honestly.
Yeah.
And people press a little bit and say, but I.
So what if the person behind them says, "That's the Ziggy's guy," and they say, "All right, Brandon, tell me something about you as an individual that would help me be a better leader." What is it that you might tell that person?
Yeah, it's, super cliche, but, I think, your actions are everything. And the first thing that it's important, most important thing to me in business, and anybody that works with me or works for me knows that I put family first. I've never missed a practice, a game. We're opening, I think, 20 more stores this year, and I traveled every weekend for basketball to see my son and getting buried in work. But at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. And recognizing if you want a day off from me, an employee, just come to me and say it's something for your kid or something for your family, and you just go. So I think that has been why we get so much buy-in from everybody, and same with the franchisees. If they call and they need me, I'm there for them. I'll talk to them through the hard, whatever they're going through. It's very personal for me, and so the numbers. I always look at the numbers last. But you'll make money if you'll do this, this, and this. But don't focus on that. Focus on your relationships. Focus on being true to your staff, and I try to do that every day. And I think, again, it's a long-term approach. You maybe look at my books and say, you could make so much more money if you cut this, this, and this. Right. I don't really care, right? Because we're doing fine, and I love what we do every day.
You care, but you have a perspective, and that is, life is short. The kids will grow up.
Yeah.
They'll have memories of what dad and mom did or didn't do, and if their choices influenced individuals that they are. And I think part of your mantra you're saying is the best part of your day, right? Mm-hmm. And if you make every experience the best part of your day, well, you've got great days to look forward to.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's kind of how we talk about, it's a trickle down kind of effect, if you will, because if we treat our employees that way, the goal is, all right, now when that customer pulls up, drives through whatever, try to read them, right? Try to read, and this could be in any business. You get on the phone with somebody trying to sell something, like, what is it they need today to feel good, to be kind of the best part of their day, whether it's talking about, their dog or whatever it is, or, like we always say, like, Grumpy Joe shows up, just shut up and make the coffee. Like, you don't need to bother that. You can tell that guy doesn't want to talk. Sure. He just wants his coffee. The next person may want to talk for, 12 minutes about, their trip. So we want to be the best part of their day, and that's been pretty successful for us, but hard to teach young people how to do. And you can only teach it by showing them, with your actions.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you one more question, but before I do, we have Q&A open. So if you're interested in asking a question of Brandon and the business, let her rip, and we'll do our best to answer those. So with all these stores and all these employees, there has to be one or two amazing stories about those individuals helping your customers make it the best part of their day. Does anything bubble up over the past many years about somebody that either shared with you directly or one of your employees, how that type of interaction with the people that you've hired had just made a difference for them?
Yeah, I don't know if anything one stands out. I think one of the fun things, even when I was a barista, is finding somebody that you can tell is just having a rough time. And I won't say fix it, but like typically people, I know you said you come 3 days a week, we're pushing for 5, I think we can get you there. Typically people come 5 days a week and you can see it on their face, they're just struggling. And over the years, we've been able to just create these incredible relationships, and people have come back and said, look, we've been this rough period, and coming into Ziggy's and just spending time with you, even in a drive-thru, just saying hi and checking on you, you can have a massive impact on people. So I think that's probably, I can't think of a particular story.
Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
I'll work on the Tuesdays.
Where are you on Tuesdays and Thursdays?
I don't.
We'll work on that.
I know you work on it. I'm here for it. No, that's great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap it up and talk a little bit about what the rest of the week looks like. We have Q&A that's opened. If anybody has any questions, please ask. We're happy to either answer here or follow up. But is there one thing that you'd like to leave us with, Brandon, as far as this local business, your commitment to the community, and things that you'd like to see moving forward with people who are just starting their business?
Well, first of all, I think Longmont has been so good to us, better than we deserved. We go back and some folks at the Chamber of Commerce really put their arms around me early on, when we were really struggling. Rick Sampson, one that comes to mind. And, opening business in Longmont, if you'll get plugged in, like I said, the Chamber's always been good. I know there's other groups, but it's very supportive. And so I think leaning on those resources is really, really huge. You need, even to this day, I still, Cameron Grant is a huge part of my life as far as someone that I go to when I don't know the answer, and it happens a lot. And I'm humble enough to say, look, I don't know what to do here, and you got to walk me through this. And he may say, I don't know either, but I'm going to find out from somebody. So this town is really, really special in that way, that it is a true community. And so if you will get involved, you'll ask people, and you'll get outside of yourself a little bit and be okay with having somebody help you, I think you'll have a lot more success.
I think those are wise words. Recognizing that you're a humble guy and obviously a very successful leader, putting those two together, I think helps you be more approachable and share those type of life lessons with others that are aspiring to learn more about running their own business, improving the business that they have, or being a mentor to others. So thank you again for all the time and the great conversation.
Appreciate you.
We in this Longmont community appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Well, I am going to wrap this session up. I want to give you a little preview of what we have coming up. Maggie Civic, the VP of Marketing at Art Thrift Stores, is going to be up next, talking to us about hot chicken, pizza, and police citations. And if it sounds interesting, it really is, so you'll have to tune in there. I need to give a big shout out to our sponsors, Art Thrift Stores, Avocet Communications, Ward Electric, Biz West, Left Hand Brewery, Dockedly, Downtown Longmont, High Plains Bank, Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Chop 5. We appreciate you all so very much in helping to make this possible. So every night after our full day lineup, we have some amazing events throughout Longmont. And tonight is no different. We have a kickoff event at Wibby Brewery with live music. They're at 209 Emory Street here in Longmont, and starting at 4 o'clock up through about 8 o'clock, we've got 3 bands. So 4 to 5:15, Aaron Wardle, he's with Francis and the Wolf. They're playing. 5:30 to 6, St. James de Lesser, and 6:15 to 7, Band from Flight. So if you like great brews, great music, and an opportunity to hang out with great friends, you come on down and join us. So thanks for the first session, joining us on Monday. Again, Monday through Friday, we have these lined up from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, and we're really excited to share a day with you. So thank you very much, and we'll see you at the top of the hour.
You've heard the saying, dance like no one's watching. It's easy to blend in and go unnoticed. But what if you let go? What if you march to your own beat? It takes guts. It's uncomfortable at first. But for those who have done it, they'll tell you it's freeing. And it can take you to places you've never been before. Isn't that why you do what you do in the first place? The time has come to dance like no one's watching. To lead, not follow. To ignore the status quo. The time has come to go boldly.
Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love. To push and shove when the road gets rough. Find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down. To break into the graveyard of this ghost town. To pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down. To break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart. Unmask my scars. Turn pain into art. To rip up my heart.
Oh, okay.
But it shouldn't be.
Then it should, I mean, you should see the.
Do you want to stand here at the podium?
Yes.
Come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. The stranger in me. The stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love. To push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Come to tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart. The strange in me. I've come to meet the strange in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the strange in me, the strange in me, the strange in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. Come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. Come to rip up my heart.
You've heard the saying, dance like no one's watching. It's easy to blend in and go unnoticed. But what if you let go? What if you march to your own beat? It takes guts. It's uncomfortable at first. But for those who have done it, they'll tell you it's freeing. And it can take you to places you've never been before. Isn't that why you do what you do in the first place? The time has come to dance like no one's watching. To lead, not follow. To ignore the status quo. The time has come to go boldly.
I've come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me. To dig in deep, whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love. To push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down. To break into the graveyard of this ghost town. To pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. Come to tear my old house down. Come to tear my old house down. To break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down. I've come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart. Unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart.
Yeah, on cue. And cue the jackhammer. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for session 2 of day 1 of Longmont Startup Week 2021. I am really excited to introduce our next speaker because she was teed up quite appropriately by the CEO of Ziggy's during our morning session as we talked about making big impacts with small budgets. It wasn't planned, it wasn't rehearsed, it was just a natural evolution, and it's a perfect segue to talk with Maggie Civic, the VP of Marketing at ARC Thrift Stores. So she is going to share her stories from the trenches of how she crafted marketing campaigns throughout her career and had limited budgets to do so, but all along the way made huge impacts. It's all about thinking differently, thinking creatively, and being willing to take risks and staying true to who you are. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on Maggie. She joined ARC Thrift Stores as the marketing director in 2012 from Papa John's Pizza of Colorado and Minnesota. As the vice president of marketing for ARC Thrift Stores, she is responsible for the marketing efforts that help drive the success of this nonprofit. She and her team manage the social media, coordinate the television buys, and conceive and deploy the creative that supports 31 ARC Thrift Stores and 15 donation stations across the Front Range and the western slope of Colorado. She is a strategic thinker, devoted to driving customer traffic to all stores and to increasing the transactions and sales that financially support this noble mission of ARC Thrift Stores. Maggie is also co-host of Get Thrifty, a fun and informative podcast that was named in the top 20 of the thrift podcasts in the US. She's dedicated to the ARC mission, brings infectious energy and enthusiasm to the work she does, and is a pretty cool lady. And we're very excited to have her here today. Maggie?
Thanks, Dave. You just made my day with that introduction. I wasn't expecting that. I'm so excited and enthusiastic about this topic. And when Avocet reached out and said, let's talk about big impact with a small budget, I thought, yes, that's my wheelhouse. I have a rich history of having no money and trying to support a business. So I'm excited to kind of share my story with you and talk about impact on a whole different level. I did want to start with this quote. I firmly believe that your biggest marketing asset is your ability to get excited about your product. If you can share that love with your customers, they'll be back. I'm a huge proponent of this. I will talk about ARC thrift stores anywhere and everywhere. I truly believe that that is one of the most important things you can do, is care enough about your brand to share it with the world, right? Share your love, that's contagious, just like Dave mentioned. And it just goes from there and spreads out and blooms. So let's get started. As Dave said, I'm Maggie Civic, the VP of Marketing for ARC Thrift Stores. And I'm gonna share my screen with you guys so you can see my presentation. Here we go. Give me the heads up that you can see it. Dave, all good?
All good.
Excellent. Okay, so well, this is our first slide. Big impact, small budget. Let's go to the next one here. If we can, maybe not. I might be stuck. Let's try it again. Share my screen. Well, I can't change. You can see it, Dave?
I can see it.
I can't seem to change slides.
Does the clicker work?
No. Technical difficulty. 1 sec here. See if we can get a hand. Can you give me a hand? Okay, we did share screen. Click on the PowerPoint. Perfect. Okay. Sorry, small technical error. So what is big impact? Let's start with kind of defining it and talking about what it means to everyone, right? If it means sales to your business, that's great. And brand impact, we're all searching for it. That's another impact that may be important to you. For ARC Thrift Stores, it's about making a difference in Colorado. It's about making ARC Thrift Stores a household name, and then it's about sales. So I'm so lucky that every day I get to wake up and I feel like I'm having this positive impact on the community. Making a big difference in people's lives is what I consider impact. So I really encourage you to ask that question to yourself and your team. What does impact mean to my company? What is the most important thing? And with this whole new, cause marketing thing, even with ARC during COVID, we've really made this change where we've started focusing on relief efforts in Colorado. That's our important impact. Yes, of course, we're excited about the sales. People are coming back in droves, but I think people are shopping with a different purpose in mind these days. They truly care in a different way than I think they did pre-COVID, which is exciting. And I encourage all of you to take advantage of that. And I'm going to give you a couple ways you can do it. Wrong way here. So again, let's go back to getting excited. We have this great medium of Twitter, Pinterest, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. It's so amazing that I'm thinking about 20 years ago when we didn't have these and I had to spend this giant budget on media and press releases and news articles and penny savers and Advo ads. Remember those back in the day? We don't have to do that anymore. We have this vast social media network and it works. And I would say it's the cheapest way to get things moving in the right direction. As long as you're telling a compelling story with authenticity and you're truly sharing your brand, again, with that excitement, it's contagious, it will stick, people will remember, they'll come back, they'll join you, they'll follow you across all platforms. We're seeing an interesting trend right now. Facebook, we feel like we've got it mastered, right? We're moving into Instagram. We're on our way to having it mastered, fingers crossed. And then we've just started TikTok. Who knew? I mean, come on. who knew that this was going to be a thing, right? But it's so important. And for us, we're finding this new generation of young people who love thrift shopping on a whole new level than their parents did. So we're trying to take advantage of that, and TikTok has really been essential in allowing us to do this. And again, cheapest way to get your name out there. And I'm going to give you some examples of that as we go here. But before we go into that, I want to talk about ARC Thrift Stores. I'm going to give you my plug because that's what we do here, right? We share our businesses. So ARC Thrift Stores, for those of you who didn't know, is a Colorado-based social enterprise dedicated to providing a thrift store experience like no other. So we're the fundraising arm of the 15 ARC chapters across Colorado. We provide advocacy and support to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So when you shop or donate to our stores, the proceeds go to those 15 ARC chapters so they can provide the services that people, families, and individuals with IDD need so desperately. So we're very happy about that. It makes it easier to shop and donate when you've got a reason to do so, right? Makes you feel good. So I want to talk about our ambassadors. This is our CEO, Lloyd Lewis. Some of you may know him. He's on TV a lot. And this is Heather Pyle. She's one of our ambassadors. She works at the Westminster store. The only thing missing from this picture is her favorite hand puppet that she's usually carrying around. She's a greeter at our Westminster store. If you ever go in, go say hi to Heather. When we opened after COVID and she finally got her second vaccine and came back to work, she had a line out the door of regulars who wanted to hug her and say, "Welcome back, Heather." So that just, clutched my pearls, blew my mind. I mean, stories like that come out every single day about our ambassadors. So since 2015, ARC Thrift Stores has employed over 300 people with IDD and other disabilities. We're talking autism, CP, neurological disorders, even some traumatic brain injuries that have happened to people later in life. It's really powerful to think about the lives that we're changing in that way. When I first started here, I got a call from a parent who told me her son had been aged out of high school and was refusing to get out of bed. He was desperately depressed, didn't feel like he had a purpose. And then he started working at ARC on Alameda. Ryan Malley, I'll never forget this. He still works with us. It chokes me up just to think about it. And he goes to work every single day with a purpose. It's changed his life. He now has a social group, probably a girlfriend out there, you never know. It's a big party at ARC Thrift Stores. But we all go to the movies, we do karaoke, we do ARC University. It's changed his whole world. Plus, he brings home a paycheck, which is amazing. People with disabilities have great value, and I do want to continue to share that with you. This is a great picture of Bobby. He works at our Arvada store. And hiring people with disabilities, I didn't realize this. If you had asked me when I was with Papa John's 20 years ago, do you think you could hire someone with intellectual and developmental disabilities? I would have been like, wow, what if they got hurt? What if something happened? I don't know if we'd be able to coach them. That's all out the window. I have learned so much with ARC about the value of people with disabilities to your organization. So I kind of want to highlight that here. First of all, we've found that it improves morale in the workplace. It is really tough to have a bad day when you're working next to someone with Down syndrome who thinks that they have the best job ever. It's impossible. And let's talk about productivity. It's also really hard. Someone with autism who is kicking butt at those numbers and doing the production numbers, it's hard not to work harder, right? So that's been incredible. Now, some nonprofits make the mistake of paying under wages. ARC Thrift Stores, I want to make it very clear, we take it very seriously. Every single person with IDD that is hired by ARC Thrift Stores is paid at or above minimum wage. Most of the time above because they've been there for so long. The most dedicated employees you could ever want. So much fun, always a smile. This is one of my favorites down here at the bottom, Emily Waldo. She's at our Green Mountain store. If you're in Lakewood, go by and say hi to Emily. She typically has her AirPods in and she's listening to One Direction, which cracks me up because she can sing every single song. But let me tell you, she's never late. She never complained. She never asked to go home early. She's a great employee. So I did want to throw that out there. For me, changing those lives, it speaks to your brand's character. It can be really, really powerful. And it impacts you as a CEO, as a marketing person, as a frontline worker. These things are really great for morale. And encourage you to look into it and allow me to be a resource. If anyone has any questions about hiring people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, give me a shout. I'll share all my info with you. I love to tell you how to do it. Shoot, I can hook you up with somebody. So it's really a fun thing to do. So that was my past life, ARC Thrift Stores. Let's go, or my present life. This is my past life. I'm really excited to share with you the stories of Papa John's. So I am from California originally, don't hold it against me. The San Diego franchise opened their first store west of the Rockies in 1999. I started with them in my early 20s, and this was prior to the social media phenomenon. It hadn't really taken hold yet, right? So we were opening our first downtown location in San Diego. No money. We had a few stores at that time. I think we were close to 15 by the time we opened downtown. But downtown San Diego is a unique place. It's just has a really eclectic lifestyle, and we really had to make an impact. And how do you do that today or back then without a hashtag? I don't even know, right? But I have this great story. I want to share it with you because I think this particular campaign could have been even bigger if we did have a hashtag. So what we did was we printed about 500 "Who's Your Papa" bumper stickers, and I'll show you these when we. Can they see me on camera? Oh, okay. So this is one of them. I found it actually with the address, or not this one, yes, but the address. We also did these. I love pizza with the logo and put the addresses at the bottom. So cute, right? And I saw this like roaming band of skaters, these skater guys, right? And I'm like, oh, they go everywhere in this city, right? They're young, they're fun, they know the ins and outs, they know all those funny underbelly parts of the city that I would never have access to, and they know them. So I took 20 pizzas and a stack of those bumper stickers, and I said, here's some pizza, here's the bumper stickers. I'm gonna leave. When I come back tomorrow, I wanna see these stickers everywhere. Don't put them on a car, don't do anything too crazy, but on the back of stop signs, under bridges, wherever you want. I came back the next day, and they were certainly everywhere. It got the city talking. Surprised we didn't make the news. It did cost me about $500 in citations from the authorities in the city, worth every penny. Worth every penny. And I'm still telling the story 20 years later, and I'm really proud of it. I feel like today with a hashtag, that could be really amazing. So go ahead, use the idea. I encourage you, if you're starting a new business, make a cool bumper sticker that means something with a fun hashtag. Share it all over social media. Do something out of the box that feels uncomfortable, and I promise the rewards are worth it. I do suggest you use really clean adhesive though. Don't buy the cheap stickers. Pay a little more for the stickers that are easy to remove, because you could be out there on your weekend with the scraper getting those off of the back of signs. But again, big impact, small budget. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Everyone in the room right now is looking at me like, oh my gosh, Maggie's way too jazzed about Dave's Hot Chicken. So a friend of mine, actually who I knew from Papa John's, is opening a Dave's Hot Chicken franchise. If anybody's interested after this, there is one in Denver on Broadway, east of I-25. It's epic. It really is great chicken, and I'm not a huge chicken person. I really didn't know that I needed a dry rub chicken tender in my life, but apparently I do, because now I can't stop thinking about it. But I want to talk about Dave's Hot Chicken because it started in Los Angeles in 2018 in a parking lot. They've done 0 TV ads, no TV assets whatsoever. I don't even think they have video assets, to be honest. This franchisee that I spoke to said they take their pictures in their parking lot. And I'm going to pull up their Instagram page so you can see it, because it's fascinating what they've done with the Instagram filters. Today, they've got 20 stores as of today. I think another one's opening this weekend somewhere in Illinois. But they're slowly opening around the country. And the franchisees are going nuts for this. Regular franchisees are so used to having to dump a bunch of money into marketing. And with this, they don't have to. They're taking advantage of that Instagram asset and really honing in on this unique and fun and simple, no frills menu. It's all about the chicken. So the stores right now, this is mind blowing. They're averaging 5 million per year. Your average Papa John's is lucky to do half that. This is pretty epic numbers. Again, big impact, small budget. And I'm going to go here before we go to that. I'm going to show you Dave's Hot Chicken. Can I share this screen? Let's try it. I'm going to stop sharing this one. Share screen. Thank you for your patience with me. Dave's Hot Chicken Instagram page. Look at this page. I mean, this is like, first of all, they've used the filters to curate this page. And if you scroll down, every picture, like this is the hand of a customer holding the product. It's pretty amazing. And they're using these filters, obviously some deep red tones in these Instagram filters. I gotta say, I called my team at Avocet Communications when I saw this and said, gosh, should we have curated our Instagram page to be, more like color similar? So I gotta tell you, it gave me pause. This is what they're doing to get the word out. It's all about their product. It's these close-ups with the reds and this filter. I had to share it with you because literally every single picture, they have a couple news articles, but these are news articles that they didn't solicit. The news came to them. Also amazing concept. So I'm very jazzed about Dave's Hot Chicken. Thank you for indulging me with that. I want to share. If anyone's interested though, again, east of I-25 on 6th, Dave's Hot Chicken. Amazing. Super, super delicious. All right, let me go back to sharing my screen here. All right. Okay, so the other brand I wanted to talk about is Airbnb. First of all, they're a brand that took a big hit during COVID, right? Because no one was traveling. They're on this new surge again where people are traveling. I was trying to book something for a trip with my family over fall break. It's impossible, FYI. $4,000 for 3 people to travel to Orlando, and Airbnb just as high. So travel is definitely back, right? At least for the moment. But Airbnb is this cool company. They started in San Francisco in 2007. And it all started because, first of all, it's impossible to find a place to stay in SF. And they do all these giant conferences. So people were finding that they could make money renting out a room in their apartment, right? Just one room, a tiny space. And that's kind of how Airbnb was born and then grew from there. Before I talk about their Obama O's, which is an interesting campaign, the other thing I want to talk about is this concept of micro entrepreneurship. And I think this plays into any business nowadays. What they did back then in 07 was they said, create a personality for yourself, your place, and really sell it that way. So people get to know your personality. And think about it. Now, everyone's been stayed at an Airbnb or a VRBO. And what do? They roll out the red carpet. They leave you a special coffee from their town, Danish, they leave you a map of the area, coupons for your local restaurant. They've created this concept of micro entrepreneurship, which I think literally translates to every brand. If you look at your small business as a small microcosm and you create not only your brand for your company, but your own personal brand, those things work together and are very important. If your authenticity online is strong, your integrity is strong, your personal brand is strong, that can get you really far. And I think that Airbnb is a great example of this. Back to these Obama O's, I thought this was great. I was looking into Airbnb because again, I find the business model just very interesting. They did this marketing campaign, again, big impact, small budget. They created cereal boxes during the election and they were called Obama O's, okay? And they left Obama O's for every guest at Airbnbs across the state, mostly in California. Well, the slogan was breakfast of change, hope in every bowl, right? These things that really caught on. The slogans became so popular, the Obama O's were so sought after, they became collector's items and it turned into a revenue stream. You can go online and get a box of those for about $350 today. They're collector's items, this small budget that they used to create this thing that became now, I had to go online and look on eBay and see if I could find a box. It's pretty cool. So I love this concept of micro entrepreneurship and then, small budget to do something that can be really powerful like those Obama O's. This is my favorite slide. Not so shameless plugs. I want to normalize plugs. I don't want us to be ashamed of talking about our business. Oh, shameless plug. I want to eliminate that from our vocabulary and just be proud of the fact that we're running small businesses that are having big impacts in our communities. We should be proud of that. We should be screaming it from the rooftop. So without further ado, please visit me on social media at ARC Thrift Stores on all platforms. And then definitely, like Dave said, come check out the Get Thrifty podcast. This is such a fun podcast. We talk about all things thrift store, how to shop thrift stores, how to find the best vintage things, how to make DIY items from nothing, and especially my favorite topic of all, vintage queen herself, Dolly Parton, makes a debut at every single podcast episode. So definitely do that. I think we should normalize it, and it shouldn't be something we're ashamed of. We should be happy about it. I do have 2 challenges for you today as well. Do something uncomfortable today to promote your business. Give something away that you normally wouldn't. Maybe it's higher than you typically would. Talk to a random person in line at the grocery store. We can do that now. It's so cool, the chat in the grocery store. I didn't know I missed that until I took my mask off and stood in line at King Soopers and was like, do you shop at ARC? I mean, those kinds of things were lost, and maybe they're back. Let's cross our fingers we can hold on to them. And, put a bumper sticker in a public park. Why the heck not? Be willing to pay the citation, but definitely worth it. And again, I want to stress the importance of hiring people with IDD. It can be hugely impactful. You're changing someone's life. You're changing your brand identity by hiring someone with IDD. And I truly believe it makes me happier to go to work. I get a call every day from Marlene, who's one of our ambassadors. She works in North Glen now, and she calls me every day just to say hey. And let me tell you, sometimes she calls me when I'm having a rough day, and I think, what do I have to complain about, right? It's really not that bad. So thanks so much for listening today. Let's go to our next challenge. I want to reiterate, though, here's my personal email address. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to answer any questions you might have or connect about a podcast. If you love thrifting and you want to be on the podcast, please reach out. If you love thrifting and you want some vouchers, please reach out. And again, get excited about your business, because I truly believe that enthusiasm carries on. And this is how we'll end. Please join our Hey Girl Hey challenge. Hey. So my son is like addicted to TikTok. Probably shouldn't be. He's only 12. And I think he got Hey Girl Hey from that. One morning I woke up, he's eating cereal, and I go, hey Reed, hey girl, hey. And I just laughed my butt off. I mean, it was pretty hilarious. Must be something TikTok related, but I thought it was super cute for this. We want to encourage you to visit other presentations throughout this week. And we're going to kind of pass it on. We're calling it the Hey Girl Hey Challenge. Boys and gals are all welcome to join. And all you need to do is log on tomorrow to Curating the Right Sales Team. Lori Raymond is hosting that. And she's going to be talking about, really building up a strong sales team in this really strange environment that we're in. And all you need to do is type in the chat box, hey girl, hey, and leave us your email address, and you're automatically going to win $20 gift card to ARC Thrift Stores. I'm very excited about that. So please just log on tomorrow, hey girl, hey, in the chat box with Lori. And I have it on good authority that she's willing to double down. And if you do this tomorrow, she may be offering a $50 gift card to Specialty Appliance. So totally worth it. We're going to have a series of gift cards throughout the week. Every day you log in and you just say, hey girl, hey, for a chance to win some gift cards for fun. So exciting. Thanks for listening. Any questions?
We do have a few questions. So
I'll stop sharing my thing. Is that okay?
Somebody gave you a hey girl, hey already. That's perfect.
Yay!
That is awesome. So Philip has a question about the process that led up to these campaigns. And I think it's alluding to how to be smarter with your time and your resources to make a big impact. So you talked a little bit about the pizza and the stickers, and the idea was, hey, let's use a little guerrilla marketing to get the word out as quick as we can with a group that speaks to where your audience is. Mm-hmm. Are there any other periods within your life at Papa John's and now at ARC that have led up to, hey, I think this idea could turn into a campaign?
Sure. I think the most important thing, I always say that marketing is like closing your eyes and throwing darts at a dartboard. You never know what's going to work and what's going to stick, and it's ever changing. And the dartboard's like moving in a circle or all around, because it's just craziness, right? So I always like to say to my team that I want us to be students of whatever's new. Mm-hmm. So I'm constantly online trying to understand TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. How do I get to know these platforms better? And I think that those fun ideas come from being a student, being open to learning, asking a lot of questions, talking to as many people as possible, and getting to know my customer, right? At Papa John's, I was so young. I was living in that demographic that ate pizza, right? So I would talk to college friends. How do you want to be told about pizza? How do you get excited about it? What makes you interested in it? Why would you pick this over this? So I think that's my answer to that, Philip, is be a student, learn, be open to the learning. We know nothing. Every day I know nothing. I'm constantly learning and evolving and changing. And I think that's what good marketing and PR looks like today, especially in today's environment.
That's a great answer. So again, Philip, being curious, not putting on a blindfold and throwing sharp things, right? Perfect. All
Well
right.
said, Dave.
So another question. So Philip was in our chat. We have a Q&A section. And this question asks, what are some of the baby steps that a no-name retail brand can deploy to get started?
You know, I'm going to go back to it in today's environment. So important to work on your personal brand. I think that people that find and discover new brands, they want to know who owns it. They care about that on a different scale than they ever did before. The random, big brother ownership didn't bother people. Today it bothers people. Today they want to know that they are part of something that's making a difference, and that means something. So I'd say a baby step would be, work on curating your personal brand, so your own social platforms, so that you as an owner have integrity and authenticity. You're telling a good story. People get to know you. They know your family. It's about being an open book in this environment. I really believe that. Being willing to share your story. I mean, I dropped my son today chatting on this, and I have to be an open book because that makes me more real. You guys know I'm a human being, and they want to know their brands are humans too. So start with your own brand and then your company brand as well. Tell a compelling story on social media, and have a cause. I think in today's environment, a cause, shoot, it means so much. Even with Papa John's, that was kind of in its infancy. We did a lot with MS where we'd do 2 pizzas for $22 and $2 would go back to MS. Now it's the socks and Tom's and all these companies that you buy something, you are giving something to someone in need as well.
But
I
if I
think
may,
that's powerful.
you have to be authentic about the cause that you're representing,
Yeah.
because your audience will quickly
Know if
identify
it's-
those areas
Good point.
of inauthenticity that could backfire, right?
Dave, that's a really great point. It has to be personal to you. And that comes again to telling your own personal story,
Yeah.
what means something to
So
you.
speaking of personal story and being shameless, you have a podcast. What's it called again?
Yes, the Get Thrifty
you go.
podcast.
Awesome.
Please tune in everywhere you find your podcasts. Leave us a 5-star review as well about how amazing, funny, and smart we are, and we'll love you forever. Like us, subscribe. We're coming back in October, but we have a lot of past episodes up right now. We took a little break during COVID, but again, we end every episode with Dolly Parton, who is, an American icon. Who doesn't love Dolly Parton?
There's nobody that doesn't love Dolly.
That's true.
We have a lot of questions and we've got time for them. So
Great.
let's drive on.
Okay.
This question asks about influencers and how important are influencers to the ARC thrift story?
100%. I'm so glad you brought that up. And I think that we need an entire episode on a seminar on influencers and the importance of influencers. Even we use a lot of micro influencers. The thrift industry is such a fascinating one. I jokingly say we make millions off of selling used t-shirts. It's true. I mean, it really is a fascinating business, but so many people, these micro influencers that maybe have less than 500 followers on Instagram, but their followers follow them religiously. And maybe they buy from us and they sell on Poshmark or Depop, all of these, new and trendy ways to resell clothing online. And they are very valuable. We are 100% counting on them to build our TikTok audience. Please visit us on TikTok if you're on. The influencers today, I would say, are the biggest asset a business can have. If people are talking about your brand in the right way, wow, the power of that word of mouth marketing. And I think that's what I'd like to show, and I didn't mention it in the Hey Girl, Hey Challenge. At the end of this, let's do a count up of how many people participated in this, because I do still believe that referral marketing, word of mouth marketing is still so powerful. We do use a lot of influencers that are bigger ones too, that have 10,000 plus followers, and they're amazing as well. They'll do thrift hauls. The biggest advice I can give you about influencers is create a guideline for them.
Mhm.
Be very specific about what you want and how you want them to portray your brand. For us, we give them very specific guidelines. So for instance, this summer we did a $20 challenge, and we wanted our influencers to go in and build an outfit for the summer under 20 bucks. Now we gave them free reign to do whatever they wanted. Did they do it in pictures? Did they do it in video? However they wanted to do it. So that they have the creativity. And you know how we paid them is in ARC vouchers. They were thrilled. I do believe that, again, big impact, small budget. Gosh, I can pay them in ARC vouchers and they can go shop in the store. They're thrilled. I'm thrilled with their content, and their followers will hopefully come into the store and shop. So influencers are the wave of the future, 100%. And again, don't be scared of those micro influencers. We use a lot of them. I think that they are powerful in their own right. And if we stick with them as they grow, again, speaks to our integrity, speaks to our authenticity. And let me tell you, those people are loyal. We've got a children's sale coming up. Plug, not a shameless one, plug. Our 99-cent children's sale is coming up August 13th. It's for back to school. We have a ton of influencers on that campaign that will go out and shop for their kids and show everything you can buy for 99 cents to go back to school, 99 cents a piece. I mean, what's a better deal, right? Your kids wear clothes 2-3 times tops, they outgrow them, they come to ARC. Trust me, they're in my stores. Come and get them. It's pretty exciting stuff. But influencers, big thumbs up. Next year at Longmont Startup Week, we need to do an entire segment on it. I really think it warrants a discussion. And Avocet Communications is doing it right. Their team is really dedicated to learning it. Again, even my marketing team of experts, every day we call each other and we're learning from influencers, trying to understand what would be the best way to do this. What would be something, I also think it's important, listen to your influencers. They know, they have their ear to the ground. They have a vibe for what's really happening and what their followers want to hear and read about, which is pretty cool and helpful.
I love that answer. And I'm glad you brought up back to school. It's a milestone every year, just like a bunch of holidays that happen. And a lot of people rally around holidays and celebrating with friends and it being personable and it being part of where they came from. I know for me, Halloween has always been, what can we do this year that's so unique and different? And it's part of, we have huge Halloween parties. And a lot of our recommendations are build your costumes at ARC. Tell me about additional holidays, because this question is, how do you rally around holidays and make your brand even more pronounced?
So for us, our big holidays, our Super Bowl, I call it our Super Bowl, is Halloween for sure. That's also our customer acquisition month. We get the largest number of first-time shoppers in during a Halloween time period, definitely around our college campuses. And that's when they go, oh, I can get this great costume, and oh my gosh, that couch over there is pretty nice for my small apartment. It's kind of the entry point for many people. But we also care about Christmas time is huge for us. Ugly Christmas sweaters. I thought that trend was dead. It is not. It's still back. Now they're doing Christmas in July. We got a request last week to bring the Christmas sweaters out because they were doing a Christmas in July party up at CSU, and I needed to get with the program. But I was glad to have the feedback. Again, I'm always learning. Tell me what you want from a thrift store. Who knew a thrift store could be so impactful and, play a part in every phase of life, right? Now, one of our biggest demos is people over 65. First of all, we have the best senior day sale. It's 55 and older at ARC. You can get 50% off every single Tuesday. It is one of our busiest days next to Saturday. And so we definitely rally around our seniors. So now we've got these young kids, high schoolers that don't want to wear everything that their friends are wearing from fast fashion. So they want to shop thrift. College, they're doing it again because they're on a budget. Kids clothes when they're moms, and then again when they're seniors. So we're trying to capture all of those demos. And I think rallying around holidays is part of that. The nostalgia of a holiday, just like you said, it means something. It's special to people. And if thrift shopping is part of that, that's all the better for me.
So this next question, thank you for that, by the way. This next question is centered around being curious. And you say you and your team are constantly looking for new ideas and being insightful, testing the market. But there's always that opportunity that arises to convince others within your team, some who are perhaps a little stoic or set in their ways. How does Maggie convince or influence the internal team stakeholders that this is a great idea and we should do it? And tell us what that biggest, most recent success was there.
Oh gosh, I love that question. First of all, thank you. That's amazing. I don't have a lot of trouble with that because, just from hearing me talk today, you can obviously see I can be a little convincing. But I think that it's about believing in something and trying things. Even the most conservative person can come around with a little bit of data, right? So if we're able to kind of show this works, I think that is probably the best way to go about things. Start with baby steps, show and measure that it works. I think that's powerful. I'd say the most recent thing I can think of is my CEO is an older gentleman. He's in his late 60s at this point, amazing guy, but social media wasn't really his forte when I started here at ARC Thrift Stores. I think we had under 3,000 followers on Facebook, I believe. And I made it a goal in my head, year one, I wanted to get to 5, and we had these bigger goals. Now we're at like 50,000 or something. But I really pushed him in that direction. But again, it was about showing him my enthusiasm for it. It was contagious for him. And I think he really came around. And let me tell you, I have to call him and say, do not post that on Facebook because I'm about to put it on ARC. I need you to share it. That's a good thing, right? You train someone to understand the power of that. And now his brand identity is so powerful to me. All of his followers, I'll call him and say, I'm about to share something. Go and share it, but don't share it before me because then you're stealing my juice, So it's about training and working with people who may not be as enthusiastic and show them what's possible.
I love it. So you said baby steps, and one of this next questions talks about baby steps. If there is an early stage company, because this is about entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs, it's about investors who are looking at new opportunities to help fund or align. It's about, our earlier guest, Brandon, a young 20-something who decided, I don't want to work for anybody anymore. And there's the few first things that need to take place to get, you off the couch, out the door, inspired enough to take a chance and go all in. So for you, you've been an entrepreneur in different places and spaces in part of your corporate career for many years. And as you've done that, you've taken baby steps yourself, whether it was the Papa John story and campaigns, coming to ARC and kind of retooling the appearance of the brand and the persona in the community. If there are 15 young leaders of tomorrow watching today, and their question is like, what are the first things I should do just to get my brand known? Whether it's maybe it's a food truck, maybe it's a retail outlet, maybe it's a sandwich shop down on Main Street. What are the baby steps that you would say, knowing what you do and now leading, this incredibly successful corporation forward, that they should do out of the gate? No questions asked. First thing you want to do is boom. What is it?
Gosh, I'm going to say it's give stuff away. Share your product. If you love something and you're out there pushing it, you've got to be willing to give it away. That to me is the best investment you can make, is come with me, share this special food or experience with me so I can show you how amazing it is. And I think that enthusiasm for your brand, your willingness to give it away and share whatever it is, even if you're providing a service, give it away, share it with people, let people get to know you. And then they're like, I know that person. I know them and I'm proud to tell others that I know that person. And now I'm going to go online. I'm going to follow their personal account. I feel special because I'm following the CEO of this new little company. Oh, and I follow their brand as well. I think that's important. Give it away, share it with somebody, with them, in the same room with them, not from your couch.
I love that. That's very authentic. It makes a ton of sense, because if people see that you yourself are willing to go the extra mile and commit, then they'll do so for you. So I love that. So you've talked a lot about great successes, and everybody loves to hear about successes, but people also like to hear how you screwed up.
Sure.
So is there a time
Oh, I've got a lot. Yeah.
in your tenure, either as VP of marketing, where you're leading, just hordes of individuals who are relying on decisions that you make, or early on in your career where you're giving away pizza and stickers and you say, go out and do this, which lends itself to you being issued a citation, which is an awesome story. But are there things that you've done that you would never do again? And
Oh, yeah.
but it was a great lesson for moving forward?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. There were some hard lessons, especially when I was younger and didn't know. I thought I wanted to be a caterer. I never thought that I would be in marketing. I thought I was going to have a catering business in San Diego. Took my surfboards out of my truck and put a bunch of chafing dishes, and I was doing catering all over the state, and found Papa John's on a lark because they were hiring an event planner. But I learned some hard lessons. I'm thinking back to lighting a tablecloth on fire as a young person and going, what the heck? I mean, again, lesson learned. And then more recently with Papa John's, and they're still making fun of me for this. Was it Super Bowl came here? Who remembers that? It was 5-6 years ago, we had a Super Bowl. It must have been Peyton Manning's Super Bowl. And I thought, we need to sell shirts at the stores, right? And we couldn't brand them, obviously, because you can't use any kind of Super Bowl branding whatsoever, right? But I was like, these are gonna go gangbusters. And we made orange shirts with blue writing, and I think it just said, go team, or something ridiculous, now looking back on it. I bought like 5,000 of these. I was like, these are gonna sell, trust me. I'll go sell them myself, stand in the store and sell them myself, it'll be fine. We still have those shirts. You can find them at any ARC thrift stores 10 years later. We tried $9.99. We tried $5.99. We tried 99 cents during Broncos season and still have some of those things floating around. Or my favorite is someone will take a picture at one of the stores and send it to me and go, it just got donated.
Again.
The circle of life, but lesson learned. And they still joke with me about it. And it was a big expense, but if you don't take those risks, gosh, you just never know. Some of the biggest risks, here's a great story. So I actually hold a world record for the world's largest pizza delivery in San Diego. We delivered 40,000 pizzas to the NASCO shipyard in a 30-minute window. And I thought, how the heck are we going to, 30 minutes, that's all we had. That's all they had for lunch. They were docking a new aircraft carrier and they needed to feed their staff. Epic opportunity, right? Call the news, it was all over the news. It was great. It was fantastic. But let me tell you, hardest logistics lessons I've ever learned. We ended up renting, 10 giant U-Haul vans and lining them up outside the shipyard. And then they let us in and we had a half an hour to pass out 40,000 pizzas. It was gnarly, but it was such a great lesson. And we were so proud of that accomplishment. It was pretty awesome. But, everyone in that team was like, Maggie, you're crazy. We can't do it. We did it.
And it still stands today?
Yes.
That's
no one's
impressive.
broken it so far.
That is impressive.
It's in the 2010 book if you want to see it.
I will find it. So we have answered all of our questions.
Oh, great.
And appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
This presentation was particularly exciting for me because my family has been part of the ARC community for many, many years, as well as our children and a lot of the organizations that our children support. So we're just pleased that you're part of the Longmont Startup Week today and a part of this community as well.
Thank you so much.
Especially since you brought hot chicken, first responders, and a bunch of other cool stories to the table. And we think it's great. Here's my takeaways. Work smarter, not harder. Social platforms bring the heat. How to meet our audience where they are and get really excited about your product. I think that is that's really appropriate for any business owner, entrepreneur, or individual who's looking to make a big impact in the space and place that they operate. You can do it without a big budget. And if you want to learn more, you can reach out to Maggie. Shameless plug. Tons of opportunities to engage with her personally and professionally. And you'll be able to revisit this presentation in the archives after Longmont Startup Week. So Maggie, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
You bet. So we are going to move into our next presentation before lunch at the top of the hour. You're not going to want to miss it. Lori Jones and Jimmy Veretta are going to talk about bold and brave marketing strategies, two veteran professionals in each of their areas of expertise. And I think you'll get a lot to enjoy out of that. I'm going to give a shameless plug to all the sponsors who help make this possible. First and foremost, starting at the A's, and not just because she's standing to my right, our thrift stores. We're super appreciative of all you do for us and the communities you serve throughout Colorado. Avocet Communications, Ward Electric Company, Longmont Economic Development Partnership, BizWest, Left Hand Brewery, Dockedly, Downtown Longmont, High Plains Bank, Handprint Inc., Circle Graphics, Sticker Giant, and Shop 5. Tonight, we have our kickoff event at Whibby Brewery. We've got amazing artists that start at 4 o'clock, great drinks, great food, great time with people that you care about. Join us down at Whibby at 4 o'clock. Festivities go to about 7:30. Great craft brews go way beyond that. So if you have an opportunity, please join us. Thanks again. We'll see you at the top of the hour, and we're really appreciative of you being part of Longmont Startup Week 2021.
Every day on Main Street America, thousands of small business owners open their doors. These owners are passionate, and they pour their heart and soul into what they do. They're up early putting in the work so that other people have a great experience. They know that each day, they create community, one customer at a time. Their businesses are places to meet, places to connect, places to buy your favorite things from some of your favorite people. It's these local businesses that bring a town together. Because when you shop local, you're helping other people that live in your neighborhood. And at the end of the day, community is what Main Street is all about. Sticker Giant proudly supports Main Street communities all across America.
Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight, you're lonely and far from home. Tonight you're broken but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go. When the call came, you fell on the floor. The doctor said 6 months, and if you're lucky, a couple more. Now you're tired of moving slow. You found that bourbon in the bottom drawer. Tonight you're sinking far below. Tonight you're broken until tomorrow. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go. You are not alone. Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight, you're lonely and far from home. Tonight you're broken but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go. Not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll. When the car came, you fell on the floor. Doctor said 6 months, and if you're lucky, a couple more. Now you're tired of moving slow. You found that bourbon in the bottom drawer. Tonight you're sinking far below. Tonight you're broken until tomorrow. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go, you are not alone. Let go, let go.
day on Main Street America, thousands of small business owners open their doors. These owners are passionate. They pour their heart and soul into what they do. They're up early putting in the work so that other people have a great experience. They know that each day they create community, one customer at a time. Their businesses are places to meet, places to connect, places to buy your favorite things from some of your favorite people. It's these local businesses that bring a town together. Because when you shop local, you're helping other people that live in your neighborhood. And at the end of the day, community is what Main Street is all about. Sticker Giant proudly supports Main Street communities all across America.
Crashing waves, tying your stomach into knots. Creaking ship, moonless sky, and you're lost. You are brave and friends with the dark. But tonight, you're lonely and far from home. Tonight you're broken, but free to roam. Let go and hear the water flow. Let go. Not alone. Let go, let go, let go. Roll.
Good afternoon, almost, and welcome back to session 3 on day 1 of Longmont Startup Week 2021. We've heard from the CEO of Ziggy's, the VP of Marketing from Arc Thrift Stores, and next up we have 2 industry icons in a amazing presentation, a dual 20-minute presentation on bold and brave marketing strategies. So we're going to be joined by Jimmy Verretta and Lori Jones. Jimmy is the founder and CRO of Vital, and Lori Jones is the president and CEO of Avasec Communications. It'll be a tag team opportunity to hear from both sides with different perspectives, but a unified approach to bold and brave marketing. This session is going to feature these 2 who are going to help lay a groundwork for bold strategies that ultimately define a business's journey to success. First up, Jimmy will walk through how Vital uses qualitative analysis to help their clients draft their missions and values, and how they craft what he calls vivid visions. And then we'll explain how it all comes together to support critical goals, proposed KPIs, and strategic initiatives. Lori Jones will then take the stage and help inspire attendees with an impassioned belief in how bold and brave marketing strategies make big impacts. Whether it's embracing the marketing that motivates by pushing boundaries and going a bit beyond a client's range of acceptability, or identifying the importance of great creative, this session will encourage you to look inside, make hard decisions, and ask some hard questions. So first up, Jimmy's going to walk us through this journey where aligning strategy and vision can help businesses be successful. A little bit about Jimmy. He is the co-founder of Vital Solutions and brings 20 plus years of management consulting to industries as diverse as healthcare, financial services, and the public sector. He thrives on solving complex problems and working with organizations as a trusted advocate for his clients. Jimmy is known for forging sincere relationships with business leaders by asking tough questions, but also partnering to find the best possible solutions together. We are incredibly pleased and grateful for Jimmy joining us today. Jimmy?
And I'm having a little bit of trouble here finding my deck.
There it is.
There it is. Sorry about that. Okay. Thanks, Dave, for that introduction. It's truly an honor to speak with everybody here today. As Dave mentioned, my name is Jimmy Veretta. I'm the CRO and co-founder of a Denver-based management consulting firm called Vital Solutions. We're about 4 years old, so we're a lot like some of a lot of you out there watching us today. We're sort of in the startup scale-up phase of our company. One of the things that we've always offered is being able to help small companies like you build a strategy that can align to a vision, which we can also help you with as well. It's very, very important to do that in order, because you're the idea people, right? You're the people who want to throw something out there, but you might not necessarily be thinking about everything that your business needs to be thinking about in order to be successful. So we can kind of help you, or I will talk about and give you some ideas on how to help you do that. I can talk about the methodology, and I'm going to get into some of that, but I mean, that itself is about a 2 or 3 day workshop, but I'm going to go over the high level on what those things are and the kind of things you need to be thinking about in order to align your vision to your strategy. But as I had said, we help clients do this. We help smaller clients do this. We've done that traditionally, but we also eat our own dog food, right? So our company, we do this every year. We go through a strategy session. We realign our strategy to our vision, and that's a constant thing that we do, and we're constantly trying to hone in on it. We've got a very good culture of innovation within our company, so we encourage our people to bring their ideas on where our strategy might go, and so we vet all those ideas, but we'll get into that a little bit here. But I wanted to talk a little bit about just why companies fail, and these are some statistics that we pulled from the U.S. Bureau of Labor. You can see 20% of all startups fail within the first year. 50% fail within 5 years. So you can see it's a very risky proposition to start a new business, and it takes a lot of guts. And so you should be commended for doing that. And it was very scary for us as well. My company, we're at the 4-year mark right now. I think we're going to make it through 5. We feel pretty good about it. But there were some moments in there where we really had to make some tough decisions and act accordingly, especially with COVID. And I'll talk about that in a little bit too. But why do businesses fail? You can see them on the right here. And I'm going to focus really on the first two, delivering a need that's not out there yet. And basically the failure to create a sound business plan and execute upon that. And that's one of the things that I think people need to go probably 3 or 4 levels below what they probably already think that they have. So just a quick history of my company. I'm one of 3 founders. You can see our names out there. Graham Strachan, who is our CEO, Chris Wozniak is our COO, and myself started this company about 4 years ago. We spun off from another company that was basically a management consulting firm too, did similar things. We've evolved ours to do some different things, and that's has been part of our journey as well. But we took a lot of the lessons that we learned and we formed, really what we wanted to do with our vision and our culture and all those kinds of things. So we had a really good history, and I was fortunate enough to have a lot of clients when we started too. So we weren't quite as, we had money out of the gate, let's put it that way. Not everybody has that luxury, but we still had, some of the growing pains that you're all going to experience if you haven't already. We set our company up as an employee-owned company, meaning that we offer equity to our employees, and we vest that over a couple of years. That was very intentional for us to do that. We wanted to do that because we wanted our people to start thinking really strategically and embrace our vision and think like owners. And decisions that they make from a day-to-day standpoint had a long-term feel to them. And so that's why we wanted to create that culture within our group. Right now we've got about 10 people. We're going to add 1 or 2 more this year. And we also use independent contractors. So we've got about between any given time, 15 to 20 people working for us and taking care of our clients for us. I mentioned we had spun off from another firm. There were a lot of lessons that we had learned and that we spilled into this new company. And that's going to be part of our methodology. I'll talk about that in a few minutes as well. Our services have evolved. We basically, as management consultants, I don't know how many people know what that really is, but we come from big X backgrounds, a lot of us. And what we do is really program and project management. You can think of it that way, and being able to manage really large initiatives for mid and large companies, starting off in the Denver metro area, but we've evolved from that. The problem, we had a marketing problem that we're still trying to solve, but one that we realized early is if I would go out and tell people, hey, we have program and project managers, that's great. There's a million of you out there. What differentiates you? What industries are you specializing in? Do you have verticals? And we really didn't have any of that because we were really generalists. We could apply what we did to anybody or anything, which was true, but it was tough to sell outside of your traditional relationships. So we had to start thinking about productizing our services and how we might be able to differentiate and deliver a stronger message. What were our target markets? Initially it was the Denver market. And so now we're thinking a little bit more, especially with COVID and the work from home and the virtualization of the workforce. Now we're starting to expand that and understanding what that looks like. And then expanding beyond traditional sales methods of my relationships within the market, the people that I've worked with in the past who have provided wonderful clients for us, but now we really wanted to move into a digital marketing age. And what did that mean? We are, quite frankly, still figuring that out, but we have a really good idea of what that process looks like. And I know Lori will talk a little bit about more when she gets up next. And I just wanted to mention, the impact that COVID had on us. We were cruising along, but not really sure what was going to happen when COVID did hit. I don't think anybody knew. We took the opportunity for when COVID hit because, well, quite frankly, we weren't selling anything at that point like most people. Our existing clients did honor their contracts, which was wonderful. But as owners, we had to suspend or greatly reduce our salaries, and that's what a business owner does, and what a lot of you will find out as well. It's not all glamour. It's not a ton of money. There's really tough times, and you have to have that long-term look at it. But we were able to do that and reduce our salaries, cut our OPEX way down. We were able to land a really big client, fortunately, during that time. But we stepped back and took a look at what we were doing with a really, really critical eye. And that's where a lot of our marketing discussions started to happen around, well, what are we doing? What can we do better? And being very critical because we had the opportunity. So as a result, we came out of COVID, really looking good with, the light at the other end of the tunnel wasn't a train, and so that was really good for us. And now we're making new strategies, and we're really starting to look at, what can be next. So we stared into the abyss. We saw what scary looks like, and so we're moving on. So I think it was a really good lesson for us anyway. So I first want you to understand sort of the pyramid here on how to build a business. And I'm going to focus on really the vision and specifically the strategy, and touch a little bit on the execution, the top three layers of this pyramid. But the mission and the values are really the foundation of what your company can be and what it needs to be. And those are really things that should never change. So why do you exist? And what you believe in. Why do you go to work? What gets you up every day? Now, you're going to tweak those over time a little bit, but they should always stay consistent. You should have that, and you should know what that is, and you should be able to define that and articulate it to anybody who asks you. Many of you have done this already. Some of you have thought through it, but you know it, but you haven't articulated it yet. And maybe you're just running with an idea. And that's all fine because everybody's been there. Eventually, you're going to want to do this as you really start to go to market. The vision and the strategy are next. The vision is a 3 to 5 year view of where you want to go with your company. We use a 3-year view, and we review that every year, which is the strategy piece. And I'll show you at the very end what that roadmap looks like and how we go about doing it. And then the execution phase of that, it's an ongoing thing. How are we always looking at our strategy? So that's the alignment of vision for strategy. And I'll get into a little bit about the methodology like I talked about, but I just wanted you to understand and make sure you're clear on the foundation of a company is the mission and the values. Just take a real quick look at what ours are. When we started our company in 2017, we came together and built this box on the left. Our mission is we exist to help business leaders achieve their vision. And that's a very simple statement, and that includes our clients and our employees. We built our tenets around there. These are the reasons we get up in the morning and we go to work. We do things right. We do the right things, we do things right, act with curiosity, and we live passionately. So we're always having our clients' best interests in hand, as well as our employees. And you can read through a little bit of what our vision is right there on the right, but I think the really important one for me is the last one, is building a company of true value for our employee owners and their families, because we wanted everybody to be in this and have a long-term view. Now, Dave mentioned early on in the intro about a vivid vision, and this is what has evolved from this initial box that you see. It's about a 6-page look at what our vision is, and we blow it up and we look at it all the time. And you can see some of the headings that we talk about here. What is our culture going to look like by 2023? What things will we be expert in? What are people outside going to say about us? What's the press going to say about us? I mean, this all sounds a little cheesy, maybe pie in the sky, but it's good to keep that North Star. What kind of systems do we use to run our business? How do we go about our sales and our marketing? And then financials. What are your goals for revenue? What are your goals for net income? How does that play into it? I'm not going to get into financials too much in this because we have a limited amount of time, but we can certainly talk about that in the Q&A session if you'd like. So building your vision, just things to think about. What do you want out of this company? Do you dig a little bit deeper? Do you want, yeah, I've got this great idea, I want to get it out there, but what do you want out of it? Do you want to retire in 5 years? Do you want to never retire? Do you want to pass it on? Do you want to set your company up to sell it? If you want to retire, what's your number for retiring that you can sell the company off and and comfortably right off into the sunset? So those are kind of the foundations of what you want to be thinking about, and then driving down from there. So when we first got into it, it was we wanted to make we had like a revenue goal. But then when we sat down and looked at it, we sat and talked to each other and just said, well, when do you want to get out of this and why? And what do you need to get out of it? So that helped drive a lot of our decisions and really a lot of the pointing and the pointing of the strategy towards our employees, because we'd like them to take that over for us one day so we could also write off. But just some things to think about for cash. Are you in it for cash flow? Are you in it for the ownership? Do you want to retire? Is there a transaction there? Do you want something for your employees that maybe you didn't have in maybe previous companies, on top of what your vision and your ideas are? So I'm going to get into the methodology just a little bit, and I do have some cheat sheets here because I don't want to hit you with a ton of slides. But the methodology really you can break it into 3 phases, and this is the methodology again to build your strategy and build a roadmap to line up with your vision. The methodology is going to go into where have you been till now, so basically your past, what your future looks like and what you want it to look like. And then ultimately, what's your journey? How do you make that happen? And so I'm going to go over this, and I probably have just a few minutes to go over what this is, and we can talk about this more. Just keep in mind that running through these workshops takes 2 to 3 days. So I will try to give you a good taste for what these things are. So the first part is really our insight, and that's kind of the journey up until now. And this is really just an understanding of where you've been and what the lessons are that you've learned up until now. And this should help inform what your strategy is. And this is actually really fun stuff. When we first get into these, we talk about these different levels, or these different activities. And each one of these has an exercise, by the way, and I can talk about those just a little bit. So your key company events. So what are things that really change the trajectory of your company, good or bad? Any event. And then what was the impact of that? How did you react to that? Right? Maybe you hired somebody, maybe you landed a big client, maybe you lost a client, maybe your product failed. Whatever that is, we list all those things out, and you'd be amazed really at how far your company has come in such a short time, and things that you just took for granted all of a sudden have deeper meaning. So what is your business and how do you win? And so this really speaks about the products themselves or the services that you're starting up. So it's really an identification of kind of who your customers are, what you've done for them traditionally, how do you deliver those? How do you get paid? Who are your competitors, and how would you even define your competition at that point? And then why did they select you versus maybe going a different direction? So having a deep understanding of these will also help inform what you might want to change going forward as well. And then we have what we call the WTF list. And in this case, it's the where to fail list, right? So what has kept you up at night? And so if you looked at something that failed, was there a point in there that you should have recognized that, yep, we needed to back off of this, but we pressed forward and we ended up failing? So What kinds of things should you know in the future? And that leads into our lessons learned. Because everything that you do, everything that you've become up until this point, better inform you on how you're going to move forward and to help with your strategy and how to evolve. So that leads us into our future. So where do you want to go? This is the point where we start, developing a clear vision for your business. And ultimately that's going to build, what your strategy is and how you can execute against your strategy. So some of the exercises that we go through, where do you want to go? So this is really a look at the previous one of, that we just talked about, who your customers are, what your product is up until this point. But now going forward, what do you want that to look like? So really going through that exercise and maybe saying, that target market didn't work for us. We need to go for a bigger one. Or, we maybe want to jump from $100 million companies as our targets and up to maybe $1 billion and up, or maybe it's somewhere in between. A SWOT analysis, it's always good to understand your internal strengths and weaknesses versus your external strengths and weaknesses and help that inform your decisions as well. What are the target customer profiles? In my company, we call these our avatars. So not only specifically who do our customers, who are they, but who are the people making the decisions? What is their profile like? Are they, is it a man? Is it a woman? Are they in their 50s or in their 30s? What makes them tick? And understanding that can really help how you're going to market to these kind of folks. And then, really where to play. And we've got a whole exercise that can talk about different ideas you might have for where you want to take your services and be able to quantify those and help build out, a map for what those would look like. Are there some things that are really, really important to put into play right now versus in 2 years? And so there's a way to take the subjectivity out of that and really make informed decisions on that as well. So we really want to line that up. And how to win, right? This is probably my favorite exercise of all these. This and the key events, which was the very first one. So you have a price. You want to win on price, quality, customer intimacy, or innovation, and you get to pick two. And this really can bring about some heated discussions. And I have my next slide, I'll show you kind of what some examples of these are. But a lot of people really want to, they want this to evolve over time. They need it to evolve because they might go in thinking, well, I'm going to come in here and be a low price competitor. But then you get out there and realize, well, I don't have a lot of competition, so price might not be what I want. But I certainly can innovate, and there's a lot of examples of companies who have excelled at that. And then we get into the vision, mission, and the BHAG, which is the big, hairy, audacious goal. But I'm not going to get into too much of that right now. I can send everybody this who wants this. This is really examples of the pick two combo and some of the companies that are out there and kind of who they are, everywhere from Southwest Airlines to Amazon and Zappos, and you can understand what two areas that they win at. And then finally, just really what is the journey? And this is how we get there. This is where we build everything we've learned from the first two parts, and then we build a roadmap for how you're going to execute this, how you're actually going to align your strategy to what your vision is. And this is an example of what the roadmap sort of looks like. So up in the upper quadrant, or I'm sorry, the upper right, you'll see what your vision is. Maybe you have a revenue vision for 3 years down the road. Well, how are you going to get that? And how are each area of the business going to help define what those initiatives would be? And so this really is the ongoing piece. And so, each year we'll take a look at this. We'll move one more year out. We'll track off what we've done, and then we'll update our vision, and then we'll update the initiatives we need to get there. But then that's where we kind of come in and we help companies with that. They want to do this internally, or they want help managing some of these initiatives. So we can kind of do both, and we have done both for people with sort of a coaching mentality over the life of that vision, depending on what they want. So that's something you have to keep in mind is, this all came out of the strategy session that I went over at a very high level, but this should also help you to, enable certain things, especially, and Lori will get into this, the marketing piece. So a marketing strategy is something that you should be thinking about. How do you take what you want to bring to market, and then you make that work from a marketing standpoint? Extremely critical. So I know I've kind of run up against it here, and I'm going to turn it over to Lori. Let me bring up hers.
Great. So next up, Lori is going to cover down on brave and bold strategies that helps brands stand out in the sea of sameness. A little bit about Lori. With more than 25 years of experience, Lori Jones is a marketing executive and recognized leader in integrated communications in the digital age. Her experience shifting perceptions for building brands with a share of heart and positioning companies for a share of market enable her to contribute a strong understanding of the intricacies of the motivators of today's buyers. Her experience with national and local brands enables her to contribute to those successes that she has enacted with these organizations for the past 2 decades. Lori is a founding member of the Forbes Agency Council, and under her leadership, the agency has been named one of Colorado's top 100 women-owned businesses by Colorado Biz Magazine multiple times, been included in the Denver Business Journal's list of top 25 advertising agencies in the state, and has been named to BizWest's Mercury 100 list year after year. And in 2020, Lori was inducted into the Boulder County Business Hall of Fame. It's my pleasure to introduce Lori Jones of Avocet Communications.
Thank you so much, Dave, and thank you, Jimmy, as well, for some incredible insight as it ties into really building up that strong strategy. One thing that we find out quite often when we meet early with brands is that they feel that their product is going to sell itself. We know firsthand that products and services don't sell themselves. They need strong strategy and strong marketing that really backs them up. I love this quote. We talk a lot at Avocet about the sea of sameness, and you're more likely to drown in the sea of sameness than get eaten by a shark while navigating new waters. That really tees up beautifully, ultimately, where Avocet deploys its marketing strategies for its clients. As you know, Jimmy really talked a lot about the business plan problems and ways to build strategies there. And I'm going to take that one step further and talk about one of the key components that helps brands fail, which is bad marketing. So let's get into it. Today's agenda includes, we're going to answer what good marketing is. We're going to take what ultimately you deploy in a good business strategy with a competitive analysis and apply that to a competitive analysis with marketing, and then how you differentiate from your competition, how you can outsmart your competition through some key strategies that Avocet deploys with its clients, and then how you can turn that into a strong marketing plan and execution, and be brave and bold the entire way. Okay, so what is good and bad marketing? I'm really sorry, guys. We are having some issues with the size of the screen. I built this out as a broad screen, and with me being on the right-hand side of the screen, you're unable to see some of the creative. Can we change that? So maybe I'm not on screen and they can see the full slide, or should I just continue on? While they're trying to figure out some of the technology pieces. Good and bad advertising. Good advertising speaks for us. Bad advertising speaks at us. And there's a great creative component here that we might be able to bring forward. We'll know here in just a second. It's an ad for IKEA. And you can see the tip of the ad there. They've got they've got a sneaker inside of a heel, and they're selling storage space for shoes. So the ad is all about need space, and that speaks for the customer, not at the customer, which is a key differentiator that we see in a lot of good and bad marketing that is out in the marketplace. Here's another example. Good advertising utilizes products to help tell a story, and bad marketing tells stories about products. Here, we launched quite an initiative for an aerospace company by the name of Rocore, and what you don't see on screen is Old Space New Tricks. Now, Rocore sells a lot of great product and engineering that amplifies products in space. And instead of saying our products do X, we paid homage to heritage, which is Old Space, and brought innovation and technology to the table, which is New Tricks. moving along here. Many of you may have seen this campaign. Good advertising inspires, bad advertising manipulates. Here, we are promoting Longmont Economic Development Partnership and a big program that we launched last January about the economic forecast. So the headline, what's the economic forecast for Longmont? Hint, you might need these. And we've got an incredible pair of sunglasses with a beautiful reflection that states paving a path for a bright future. So you can see the difference there between what inspires and what ultimately manipulates. Promotes values. This is something that Jimmy talked a lot about, and even Maggie Civic from ARC Thrift Stores talked a lot about. Instead of valuing promotions, priceless Christmases are priced less at ARC Thrift Stores. This brings the emotion of the buyer to the table. Priceless Christmases. We all want a priceless Christmas every year, right? It's family time, and that's what this concept brings forward. And this is something that all of you have seen. Again, good marketing is all about them, the audience. Bad marketing is all about you. UCH does an incredible job with their campaign about live extraordinary. It's not we have great doctors and great nurses. We're implying that you can live extraordinary, and you should. Okay, so next, this is what really encapsulates everything, correct? Okay, we're going to try to pause this really quick so we can show full screen. And thank you very much. It's not paused, but I'm sure you can. It's for us Mac users.
It's weird seeing myself.
You look great though, Sergio.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could I try sharing my screen from this monitor, if that doesn't work?
Yeah, should I just share it from here instead of presenter mode?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll just share.
Is that okay with you?
Yep, it sure is.
Yeah, because now you can. Is that better?
Yeah, that's just fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so by the way, you can go ahead. I will make this deck available for everyone. So if you want to go ahead and put your email address in the chat bot, just go ahead and we will go ahead and send that over to you. So here we are with People First Marketing. So all of this really ties into ultimately what we feel is very important, and that is putting the audience first. It's all about people first marketing. And when we are engaging with them instead of speaking at them, you are ultimately going to push out a great product. Next, how do we compete? Competitive analysis is something that's very important for the agency and all the programs that we deploy. And we take a lot of strategic analysis on the competition, making the sort of analysis that Jimmy and his team works on. Is it the right product? Is it the right audience? So on and so forth. And take that a step further to really understanding the mindset of the buyer. What is the the competition? What is the competitive voice? What is their tone? What is their look and feel? What sort of position do they hold in the marketplace? And ultimately, is that a position that you want to take a stranglehold on, or do you want to push it aside and build something additional? We always suggest, by the way, you take a look at a minimum of 5 competitors throughout this analysis. What are their go-to market strategies? What does the advertising look like? What is the messaging? What is the PR? Is it an integrated approach, or is it just content? Those sort of things become very important. And by taking a look at all those components, we can really determine ultimately what that market position is and what the key messaging is as well. What we don't want happening is any of our clients and any of you going to market saying the same thing that your competitors saying. So that's really where we start, and making sure that we can come up with sound criteria to help you differentiate yourselves in the marketplace. So then how do you differentiate? There's a key point here that we learn quite often when we are working with especially some of the startup brands in the marketplace. As we walk through some of the strategy sessions, we'll talk a lot about the fact that they've got the best product, that their customer service is the best, that they're open 9 to 5 every day. Those points of parity that are really table stakes when it comes to marketing your product or your service. Don't focus on table stakes. That doesn't differentiate. You sound like everyone else in the marketplace. Let's focus on points of differentiation. So if you were to take a list and as you're doing your competitive analysis, start checking off those points of parity, and then starting to really hone in on what the points of differentiation might be, that's how you ultimately can stand out in the marketplace. Key point here, an individual needs to interact with your brand 26 times before making a buying decision. If you deploy the sort of processes that we're talking about today, you can shrink that by quite a bit. So number one, you're saving marketing dollars, but number two, you really are differentiating yourselves from the competition and rising up in the sea of sameness so that they are attracted to your brand before the competition. So let's talk about how then we can outsmart. I want you to take a look at this, what we determine range of acceptability tool that we use quite often. Those points of parity, by the way, well, let me back up for a second. If you take a look at a brand in the marketplace or your brand in the marketplace, and you assess where they are from a boring or to a bold standpoint, most brands are going to be on the left-hand side of this tool. They're going to be a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. They're going to look like everyone right there. They're focusing on points of parity. They're showing their product as a lead. They're not humanizing anything. Our brands, we always move to the very, very far right side of this range of acceptability. And that is ultimately how you differentiate. You create great creative strategies this way. You don't look like every other brand in the marketplace. And by the way, we're just not competing with direct competitors. You're competing and vying for the attention of every brand in the marketplace right now. So it's not just about differentiating directly, but differentiating and really creating top of mind awareness among all brands. And this ultimately, there's something unique here. When we are going into a strategy session with our clients, we will walk them through this and we'll ask them, where do you want to be on this range? And it's easy to say, I want to be a 10, but sometimes you need to gradually move yourself to that far side of the range based on the marketing that might already be in the marketplace and whether or not, what the competition might be up to as well. Competitive Intercept, another key program that Avocet developed. And this is where we really roll up our sleeves and take a look at the competition outside of some of the strategies and determine ultimately how we can intercept a prospect or a client while they might be interacting with your competitor. So there's some key ways that we can do this. By the way, COVID was a great opportunity. Like many of the economic downturns, brands catapulted their competition by doing very, very smart marketing with a lot of empathy when the competitors went dark. So market downturns or when your competitor is vulnerable are great time periods to deploy a competitive intercept strategy. Intercepting on their turf is another great way. One of the campaigns that we deploy with our thrift stores every year is we place out of home right in front of the competitors' locations when we are trying to bring new competitors into ARC. So it's a great way to intercept on their turf. For the B2B brands listening today, trade shows, another great opportunity. Dropping breadcrumbs. This is where really digital marketing takes hold. But as a brand as an individual might be interacting with a competitor, you can keyword retarget and then intercept your prospect with an ad. there are hundreds of ways that digital can really take hold there. Intercept in a very, very unexpected way. Maggie Civic today talked about some of the strategies, and we're going to have some more discussion on Thursday, I believe, with Jill Preston at Left Hand Brewing about some of the key ways, the guerrilla marketing tactics that they deployed in really building their brand. And then when you have zero name recognition, how do you brand hack? How ultimately can you build immediate top of mind awareness when nobody knows about you? Verbo did a great job with a campaign that they introduced themselves. They were having very little traction. They had a big PR push where they provided PR, a box of cereal to all the PR contacts at a big trade show. It was really what catapulted them to where they are today. So now we've got all these strategies down. We know what we're doing. How brave do you want to be? And this is where you really do want to end up this magic quadrant of innovative tactics and strategies and bold, bold, bold messaging. And what we really try to do here, this ties into that range of acceptability, of course, but what we really try to do is make sure that you're in that upper right quadrant when it comes to those marketing and creative strategies so that you do differentiate. Again, it's not just from your direct competition, it is from that sea of sameness, and eliminating that sea of sameness will ultimately help you impact the bottom line more quickly, and it will help you sell to more people more often. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lori. Well, we have a lot of Q&A coming in. So I will start at the top and see how much time we have. We have about 8 or 9 minutes left, so that's great. So Lori and Jimmy, thank you both so much for sharing that with us. I think it was hand in hand, the advice on early stage and mature companies and how to help them take their vision forward and how they want to grow the business. And from a strategic marketing perspective, how to go about positioning those to differentiate themselves in the market. So let's start there. Jimmy, one of the questions was, if I'm a new company without a large budget, how do I get to a vivid vision? Not that we want to give, this historic, process away as part of the time spent together today, but there's an interest in what you and the Vital team have built and how an organization can take advantage of at least some of the guiding principles.
Yeah. First thing I would say is connect with me on LinkedIn or connect with me here, and I can send you some information about, or at least templates on how to go about doing that. You don't need a budget to build a vivid vision. You don't need to hire me to build a vivid vision. In fact, we don't even do a lot of this kind of work anymore anyway, as we talked about how our services have evolved. I'm happy to help you walk you through that. But there are some exercises that you can go through and start talking about. It's really just a matter of understanding what are the areas that go into that vision, and really just start jotting it down and iterating on that. We've taken our vivid vision, and I know Lori has a vivid vision for Avocet as well. We want to use that vivid vision to not only attract talent to our company, but also to use as a marketing tool so people can see who we are, what we're about, and what we stand for. So I wish I had a lot more time to go through all of this, which we just didn't have. But I would say you don't have to hire me to do that. You can reach out to me. I'll talk to you offline about that if you want. Show you the template, show you how the different exercises that you can walk through on your own. Because I understand a lot of you don't have money. And to be honest, neither did we when we first started to be able to do these kinds of things. So, I certainly want to help you and guide you and steer you in the right direction. And you don't have to hire me to do that, but I have tools that I can share with you.
Well, a selfless answer and much appreciated. And we will make sure that any and all assets and information that the speakers have shared, not only today, but through Friday, are up on the website for download, as well as contact for each of our speakers throughout the week are located on startuploco.com. You go to the speaker section, click on their image, and it will give their LinkedIn information there as well. So always an opportunity to continue to stay in touch with great leaders like Jimmy. So as a brand approaches that stage of their existence where they know that they need to figure out what differentiates them from the others, whether it's retail, CPG, food, pharma, ag, whatever that might be, Lori. This next question asks, what should a brand anticipate as they begin that differentiation process? Is it something that they'll realize overnight? Does it take an immense amount of time? What are the first 2 or 3 things that a brand should anticipate when they work with someone like Avocet on differentiation?
Probably the first 2 or 3 things that they'll determine is that the first 2 or 3 things they thought could differentiate won't. Really uncovering the soft underbelly of that strategy and that differentiation is key. Again, the points of parity, 95% of the time, our brands might start out with a point of parity as a lead, and they quickly learn that they really do need to differentiate. You can differentiate in a lot of different areas from, it can be look and feel with a great ad campaign. It can be something that's incredibly gutsy. It can be if you do decide that you want to take customer service as a point of, from a point of parity to a point of differentiation, because a lot of brands aren't doing that yet. Yes, you can turn that into differentiation, but you've got to have a great program backing it up so that you really are walking the walk and talking the talk. One thing that just kills me is, the typical positioning statements out there that you see driving down the highway, success is our satisfaction. And that sort of thing is just overused so much. And that's really where we want you to stop sitting in and move to that point of differentiation.
Thanks for that. So I think that's an excellent segue into this next question. If an organization, Jimmy, finds themselves at a place where, yes, I know we need to differentiate. Yes, we have an expectation that what we think is our strength may not actually be, but we need to be further insightful around our position in the market. How do we define our mission, our goals, and our vision? A lot of companies are confused as to how to differentiate just mission and vision. Like, is one more active than the other? Do I need 2? Is there one thing that I can have in order for me to stand out and articulate my brand well? So the question is, how do we as a young brand define our mission from our vision from our goals?
Well, really, that was that pyramid that we talked about. The mission is, why you exist. A lot of people will just, a brilliant idea will come to them. There's really a lot of idea people when it comes to a startup and figuring out how we get that out there. But why do you exist, right? Who are you trying to solve the problem for? That should always be your guiding light. That's like mine at Vital. Our mission is we exist to help business leaders achieve their vision. And there's a lot that can fall under that headline. The values themselves are why you get out of bed in the morning. So look at yourself introspectively. Why does it matter to you that you're trying to solve a problem for somebody, to make somebody's lives easier? So it's purely the foundation of everything you want to do, and how people are going to look at you in the future and decide if they want to do business with you. So you must take that time. The strategy, again, is a smaller view. The vision itself is something you're going to look at over 3 to 5 years. The strategy is how you execute on that vision, on a day-to-day basis. So, really, if you don't build that mission and values, if you don't build that foundation, your company is not going to be built on it's going to be built on shaky ground. So take the time to do that first, because it's not just fluff. It's how people look at you and how they choose to do business with you as well.
Excellent. So that pyramid that Jimmy was referring to will be in the slides that we get to share as part of this follow-up right there. So this is from the LEDP Washroom, where there are a group of local business leaders and entrepreneurs gathered to watch this live together and to collaborate. And the question is this, actually, I think it's a good twofold question. One, what exactly does it mean to go to market? And what does PMO optimization stand for?
I'll do go-to-market. You can do PMO.
All right. Mine's a
And-
little
and-
more obtuse.
Yeah, I think so. There's go-to-market marketing strategies, right? And there's go-to-market business strategies, and that's really a key differentiator here. And of course, our sandbox is the marketing strategy and how ultimately we amplify your voice among that sea of sameness, as I've talked about. And without the strong business strategies leading to that, in a lot of times, most often, the marketing strategy or that sales strategy is going to fail. So I'm going to toss it off to Jimmy to comment on that, and then we can go from there.
PMO optimization, really, this is something that, unless you're really in our world, you probably don't know what it is, at least from a startup standpoint. PMO stands for Program Management Office. So most of our clients have a PMO set up. It's basically a business unit within their company that sometimes falls under the IT department, sometimes falls under the operation. It's how a business prioritizes big initiatives and projects that come through, and then how they would actually deliver on those. PMO optimization is we help companies who don't have any of that in place right now and help set up the processes for understanding how to prioritize what's important for your company, and then the actual delivery of that too. So the project management, the business analysis that goes on to make sure that those projects are delivered. So be amazed, great big companies have these. There's also, I've seen big companies that don't have it at all, and they just let the businesses manage their projects. So those, it's an offering that we do provide. But it's really forms the backbone of a lot of what we do and our knowledge within the management consulting realm.
Excellent. Well, hopefully team at LEDP Watchroom, those answers will help you out and move you forward with your efforts and goals to build your own businesses. So we got about a minute and a half left. I want to take the last 45 seconds to answer this question that came in. And Lori, this would be for you. The question was around 26 times exposure. What is the one or two fastest ways to hyper condense the opportunity to be more visual in the market?
Yeah, I would say creative approach, number one. That sea of sameness, I sound like a broken record, but too many brands look similar in the marketplace, and you really do need to differentiate that. So creative strategy is one great way to make that happen. And then, of course, what you do to intercept. So what can we do with that creative concept to intercept a prospect or a competitor as they're interacting with the competition? In most situations, the competitors are doing a lot to market themselves. You can go in, kind of on the bottom of that sea, if you will, and start to just really work your way up by riding on their shirt tails.
Fantastic. And with the 15 seconds that I have left, I will say thank you again to our sponsors for making this possible. Up next at 12 o'clock, the top of the hour, startups as agents of change, impactful ways that help today's startups leverage innovative technologies. You're not going to want to miss it. It's a great lineup of local leaders that will have some insights, tips, and tricks that will help you in your business. So we'll see you at the top of the hour. Lori and Jimmy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Britt Freeman. I am the creative manager here at Left Hand Brewing Company. We have been in business for 26 years. A lot of people know us for our logo, which is a red hand. We do a lot of vinyl banners for our events. We need them usually really quickly, about the time we're setting up the festival, and Circle Graphics can come through for us. So we've been working with Circle Graphics for probably 2 or 3 years. One of the things I really value about Circle Graphics is their customer service and their reps. They're really great at talking through the process of different options or different ideas. The upside was that their quality is great.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we are going to talk about startups as agents of change. My name is Valerie Eastman. I'm the founder and CEO of Winter Winds Robotics here in Longmont, and I will be the moderator today. As we progress throughout this panel, I will tell the folks participating kind of the flow of how everything will go. But before I do that, I would like to introduce our panelists. First, we have Caleb Eastman. He is the co-founder and CTO of Winter Winds Robotics. He is a seasoned, scrappy business bootstrapper and former head of product for a Silicon Valley venture-backed startup. He's a trusted advisor to Fortune 500 companies and exciting startups in North America. He's also a consummate systems engineer, thinker, and a prolific inventor. Caleb co-founded Winter Winds in 2018 with me. Since then, he's leveraged his industrial automation and AI expertise to architect life-saving robotic solutions for humans that find themselves working in harsh environments, both on Earth and beyond. His proposal, entitled Fault Management in the Loop for Autonomous Systems, was awarded a NASA SBIR in 2020. Caleb is deeply involved in service to his community and is particularly passionate about bringing deep tech to the underestimated. He's a champion for STEM education, small businesses, federally funded labs, and for public safety and infrastructure. Next is Jennifer Ferguson. Jennifer is the founder and CEO of Bricks Retail, and she's been in the Longmont entrepreneurial community for at least the past 10 years in numerous capacities as an entrepreneur herself and an advisor. The name Bricks actually came from the idea of local independent businesses being stronger together, as well as being a play on the term brick and mortar. Bricks Retail is putting the personal experience back into gift giving and supporting as many local businesses in the process as possible. Jennifer also owns and operates a local party bus and guided food tour company called Wonder Tours right here in Longmont, and again has a background as a co-working and community manager. Next is Jalali Hartman. Jalali is a proven thought leader and engineer in the field of innovation and new technology. He's credited with creating breakthrough technology products, companies, and lasting IP in e-commerce, A/B testing, social media, and AI and robotics. Since 1999, he has conceived, tested, brought to market, and failed with numerous technology products. He has led teams in first-to-market attempts, yielding many millions in funding and more than $1 billion in new revenue. He co-founded or is the founding outside executive of 4 successful technology companies. Jalali has served as a mentor for numerous entities in Utah, Florida, and Colorado's startup ecosystems. He's a founding contributor to Boulder's Computer Science Education Week, and his technologies have collected numerous awards, including Innovator of the Year awards from eBay, the Global Innovation Award from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and a nomination for a National Medal of Honor. So as you can see, we have a very seasoned, wise, experienced panel here, and I cannot wait to hear what everybody says here. So as we progress throughout this, I'm going to ask some questions of you guys, and anybody can jump in. I will start them in order from local, kind of scaling up to national level, even global level, depending on how we go. So please feel to jump in and disagree. If you disagree, please feel free to pile on if there's something that really resonates with you. So basically what this panel kind of noticed is the startup landscape is mostly surrounding returning value to shareholders, and that is, of course, kind of the heart of running a business. If you can't run a business and return value and make a profit, you can't pay people, you can't operate, you can't pay your rent. But as automation sort of takes over and we find that we're able to operate more efficiently, I think there is a group of startup founders who are realizing that returning value to shareholders is the bare minimum, and that there's more that we can do as startup founders. And so I would like to ask first and foremost, if anybody would like to chime in on the potential, just right in one's backyard, changes, social type changes, social good changes that startups can participate in?
I can start. So, so local, in their own backyard, startups obviously have in general, less time and less money to operate on within larger organizations. But startups can foster programs a lot quicker because, of course, the agility that comes with having a very small group of people needed to make large decisions. So, for example, Winter Winds is involved with the school district here. It doesn't require a massive group of approvals and a process that has to go all the way to the president of the company, or the president of the company is directly involved in the school system as well. So in particular, having to do with the STEM and robotics programs that the school has, and fostering that both financially as well as with time. A lot of FRC programs at the high school level require mentors that understand everything from programming to machining. And so I would strongly encourage any startup, particularly tech startups, that is a very quick way that can do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Jennifer, I actually was wondering if you had any kind of unique perspective as founder and CEO of Bricks as well, right here on Main Street.
Yeah, I feel like this particular aspect of the hyper local, what can we do? And I want to back up just one step and talk a little bit about startup and the different types of entrepreneurship. I think often anyone starting a company is put into the startup category, and so there's many different ways to be an entrepreneur. And my business of Bricks and Wonder Tours, I consider local small businesses. I may scale them at some point to a national level, but that was not my intent when I started them. My previous history, I worked with Boomtown Accelerators in Boulder, and had also firsthand look at the Boulder ecosystem of startup and more technology startups, which is where I think we're landing mostly today. So when we're, maybe just a baseline definition when we're talking startup, I think it's important to note that these are maybe not the entrepreneurs that are and it might include them too. I think that there are certain things that apply to local small businesses and entrepreneurship and that apply to a startup, but then there's things that apply specifically to a growing startup that may have quick growth and scaling and an exit plan in place. So with that in mind, I think we're so lucky in the Colorado area for startup activity because we have a pretty robust, in numerous awards, numerous ways, Colorado gets accolades. Denver, Boulder, Fort Collins is coming along, and Longmont has a growing ecosystem as well. So having a longer established startup community, some of the key pieces that I think I personally take to heart and emulate are the give first, the ways we can give to whatever our area of expertise is. And that means maybe taking a meeting and not necessarily knowing how it benefits you, but having the mentality of supporting other startup businesses. And even if they're not in the same industry or in the same stage, or the synergies seem far away, I think creating that community is one of the biggest ways we can create social change, is by offering the expertise. And then the second one you mentioned in Jalali's intro, which is getting more comfortable with failure. I think if we as a community and as a personal startup practices can embrace the innovation and failure that comes with trying new things. I can't tell you how many times I've had people say, oh, well, how are things? And they're like 3-4 years behind. entrepreneurs are, moving. And so I think it's important to be willing to let someone's story evolve and evolve with them. And that it goes from young ages all the way through a very experienced entrepreneur. So I guess those are two ways that I feel at a very local level, very personal to a startup, personal to a city, personal to an ecosystem, that we can impact social change is by embracing failure and innovation and letting people try something new and quickly getting people through those to connect with maybe their next big idea or big invention or idea, company, whatever it may be, and giving first, being willing to take a meeting, always talk with someone, share experience, and intentionally creating that community of startup.
Mm-hmm. And Jalali, I was actually curious about your experience in that realm, as well as you are also right here on Main Street and just see so much around you in your business at Roboto.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks for putting this on. I'm all tangled up in the mic. I looked at your questions for this, over the weekend. I thought I kind of initially knew the answer to all this. And as I started thinking about it, it's like, when I look at these failures, start with those, the things that first of all, the biggest mistake I've made in all of these startups is most of them I actually should have quit a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
Right. And I didn't, and I'm just too stubborn or something. And I made it through and it worked out. But look, don't get your identities all wrapped into these things to where you lose everything over it. But in terms of social good, I can tell you honestly, the ones that fail are the ones that I started because I thought it was a good idea that people might need versus just what I'm passionate about, right? And so Roboto was an example. Roboto was, holy cow, there's this massive new revolution of technology coming, and it's going to have just profound implications on society. And what I started seeing was, well, I'm kind of in the middle of it, and I kind of understand what's going on. I know people like Kayla and Valerie and Jennifer, right? It's like, but the average person has no idea what's going on with this, or if they do, they don't have the resources to pull it together and actually capitalize on it. And I said, well, I want to get out in front of that and just make something that is teaches people how to harness this, right? That was the only thing going through my mind was, okay, huge opportunity. There's a few people who are going to make a bunch of money off of it if we don't do something. We'd go around these rural schools in Colorado or different states, and they'd never even seen a robot. So you start to see, okay, this is going to be really big, and a lot of people are going to be left in the dark, and that's the way that I could do it. So that's kind of one. Two is there's real benefit just having a startup. Sometimes that, we don't have to be out cleaning up trash. We just hire people and they go and clean up trash, or we hire people and they go to all the businesses on Main Street. There's a lot of what I'm doing, paying, when the whole place was closed, paying the rent to an empty place, right? It's because I know that is my spiritual, financial statement to the world, right? I'm going to keep this thing open. I'm going to keep the payroll going. I'm going to keep the stuff going. I'm going to train people. And when they need help, or they want mentorship to a degree, right? I will help them. And where I kind of got into trouble with it all was that was really fun and really invigorating. And I loved the mission of it. And it was making zero money. I was literally hemorrhaging cash every month, writing huge checks out of my savings. And so you get this conflict starts, right? Because I have big companies calling me, hey, could you help us? And I don't even say this, what I would consider very strange requests around AI and stuff could you help us do this? Where I could make all the money I needed, right? I could hire, I could scale, and it's just horribly soul killing. What is my point in life? Literally I got to that point. And now I think what I'm finding is a balance, right? I do need to run a tight ship. I do need to make money. We actually can help a lot of people by making money, but I got too far off in terms of what kid have we taught robots to, or we hadn't done any of that for a year or more, right? It was a pandemic, everybody's just kind of sitting at home. So I'm back into that mode, and the causes that I see that I can help impact personally is STEM education, which we partnered with a bunch of organizations around here. You guys, the schools, the libraries, that's a phenomenal thing. By the way, if you're not from Colorado, you get kind of used to, well, it's just like that everywhere, but it's not. There's a lot of good stuff. So doing that, but then what other big things that are going to be driven by IoT, robotics, and AI that are going to impact the world that I'm deeply passionate about? And it was actually Caleb came to me, you guys came to me, I was feeling really depressed, I'm in month 90 of the startup or something, and and it's like, well, let's get this, like these wildfires are just raging all around us, right? It's like I go up in the woods and all I see is burned scars and it's just killing me, right? So let's get back into doing things like, we have the ability, we have the technical expertise, the resources. We're not huge companies, right? But we can make a little bit of a difference. But I think where I sum up is where I get into problem is where I try to make my startup do good stuff versus just make the startup about changing what it is I want to change. And I hear you that try to explain that to an investor, right? And then like what Jennifer oversaw 150 different companies, startups coming out of Boomtown, right? So there is a real fiduciary responsibility. You have a CEO, and sometimes I feel like, well, why are we doing all this stuff when IBM's not doing anything, or I don't know what they do, but they do tons of stuff. But an example, I'm sorry, I don't even pick on IBM.
No, this is,
But so that's where I'm kind of coming from, is it's like, it's not one or the other. It's, for me, it's gotta be, the startup is the big social change, and I find a way to make money with it in a way that I can scale, I don't know, appease the shareholders.
Right. So this is a perfect segue in my mind to kind of, we've talked about the local aspect and what we can do as startup founders, but Jalali, you kind of made me think, and this whole theme this year after the, even though the pandemic is still here, but after the first year of the pandemic, we're trying to refresh and revitalize and get a lot of perspective on what we've all been through as founders and CEOs. And I wonder if flipping it like Jalali, because you start out a company to return value to shareholders, maybe we should all be really thinking about our why, the Simon Sinek books, finding our why, starting with why. Maybe if every founder started out with that and then found out with market research and all of that good stuff that we already know to do, will this make money? So that's a perfect segue in my mind to because we talked about, one of the questions I wanted to ask was, what programs and organizations are around here that can amplify the social impact. We already kind of naturally just talked about that through BRICS and through St. Vrain Valley School District. And Jalali also brought up kind of banding together smaller companies. That really resonated with me. So with all of those things in mind, I'd like to kind of scale up to the next tier, which is conceivably kind of product. We all have a product, whether it's a piece of software or it's a service or it's a piece of hardware. We started touching on the fact that it is hard to get investment for social good causes. Does anybody have any insight on how to get capital, whether it's raising investment or getting a loan or just using little bits of savings that we have? Does anybody have any insight on how we might monetize that?
So what I've noticed is the best way to do this kind of thing that I found is, so there are weird reasons why large companies cannot, in some cases, make their whole organization about social good, right? The large companies can their business is their business and they can't veer from that. Startups can make their business about social good, align those things a little bit easier.
And why do you think that is?
Well, the reason is because we don't have millions of dollars of marketing and inventory on the shelves and things like that prevent us from, and a lot of large organizations are publicly traded or they have a board of directors that govern basically how they run. They're already running the direction that they're going to run. So they're not going to pivot their entire organization because they see a need in the world. So if there's a need in the world, it pretty much by definition has to be a startup. However, startups can leverage the fact that large organizations want to do good. And so as an example, we do consulting work for large companies. Those large companies cannot take that money and put it into whatever social good, that they want to, but they can pay us to consult, and for whatever profits that we make off of that, we can do social good with those profits. And that is, and so I have found that large organizations are a great source of, if you can provide them value and you can provide them value consistently, then they can provide you with the profits which you can turn and then do a social good and fund your own product development with. It's a hard balance to take, and that becomes a long conversation as to how you do that. But the other thing that we found is that the government, there are certain elements of the government that are really, really oriented, whether or not they say it, around social good. So NSF is an example, NASA is an example, NIST is an example of agencies that a lot of their, what they call the SBIR funding and some of the other funding that they do is geared towards social good. So as an example, NASA is doing a lot of work right now around climate science. So is NSF. NSF pretty much, one of the criteria, as you know, is the benefit to society. That's one of their major criteria to any contract they give out. So, so they are sources of funding. If you can write proposals well enough and they're well researched enough, you can get funding that way, and it's non-dilutive funding, by the way. And so you're not giving up anything to do that. There are some VCs that I know of, particularly VC arms of large companies. So a lot of large companies have a venture arm. That venture arm typically has some kind of social impact bent to it. So like as an example, just call out one, Evoke is all about reducing plastic waste. That's all of their and that's so there are ways to do that. If you as an organization really want to do social good, then there are kind of interesting ways to fund it.
Did anyone else have anything to add to that?
Well, this topic is so interesting to me because when I was contemplating social impact, I think anybody who has a startup is making a social impact. And so I had to like put on a different hat and think, okay, are we talking about intentional programs for social good? Because it's something that feels pretty integrated with me and who I am and how I operate. I love Jalali's open sharing. When you talk about your businesses and how things have gone, I think I consider the social impact of a startup. Yes, it's part of the programs and the funding and all the things that we have in place in our operations and how we proceed. But it's even more at the core of the why and what are we doing. So it was interesting that I thought, oh well, I'm not a social good. I'm not focused on social good, but actually everything I am doing is focused on social impact and good. I just didn't consider it separate from my corporation.
It's so integrated in the way you don't even realize.
Right. So as far as, there are funding, I think there are funders who have this as a priority. I know venture capitalists and anybody from a friends and family round, if you are raising money to start a venture, you're usually passionate about it. It's usually something you want to impact, even if it's just, hey, I want to make these widgets and they're really cool and nobody else has done it and I need this money to go do that. You, in selling your idea, you are expressing the social good that you want to do or the impact. So for this particular question, I think we are talking specifically about the programs and the intentional structure that we put around how do we keep that part of our mission and vision? How do we, as a startup with limited resources of time, you're wearing every hat usually when you're starting out. And how do you schedule time for the things that are still important to us? And you have a long list of growing demands and responsibilities and obligations. And I think it just has to remain something that is constantly evaluated, just like all other operations, is just having the here's what I want to accomplish. So for me, this was a great exercise in thinking about, well, what is the social good that I'm wanting to do? And I'm wanting to provide a more level playing field for equal access. I call it plug and play retail, shared retail, co-working for retail, whatever. But I saw that manufacturers of products at a local level, whether they had already been distributing more widely in, say, a national chain or had huge distribution in their local market, sometimes it's not as equitable. So for me, equal access opportunity is the social impact I'm attempting to make. So, I think for a startup, the way we can address this and fund it is to know what it is we're wanting to impact, and find the champions who are there with us, whether it's peer group or funding sources, and just continue evaluating over time, because none of these changes, all the social good, we can do one program and it makes a little impact, but the longer term is where we'll see the big impact. So in my hiring practices, in my marketing practices, in my day-to-day operations, I just want to always keep clear on what, who am I, what am I doing? And it takes constant evaluation. It's hard.
Yeah, I can't agree more with that. It's like this, I always hear this thing, and it's whether it's at these events or my own thinking or people coming to ask for, hey, I have this concept. And it's always turns into this conversation about, would the investors like it, or would an acquirer want it, or like in the future? And that's a slippery slope. Like, so if you're saying that and you're doing that, you almost need to like check yourself, because that is not a value proposition. That is not something you're going to be able to, even if you get some investor that says, hey, like I kind of like this, but maybe shift it. You're not going to be able to sustain it, right? You have what gets funded, in my experience, or purchased if an acquirer comes along. It's when you're just resonating. You're just, I don't know. Even someone's just like happy about themselves and don't really even care, and you have a lot of customers, and the customers like your product or service. Like that's what gets you the money. That's what gets you the capital. And so for me, where I've made mistakes is I always get pulled over by these investors, and God bless you, I love y'all. Right? Like we could use some money. No, it's but I get pulled over into this thing with all these guys or women, and they're trying to get me to do this thing. And then about 6 months in, I'm like, what am I even doing? I was like trying to help bring people society robotics, and now they want me. And I'm sure it's just me. I don't know. Like I literally can't even like get up. I'm just like, oh, you want me to go down to work and like.
It's good to have those conversations, though. I think. Because if you don't, keep chipping away at some of those, or take the opportunity, if we just all get into our tunnel vision and we don't address people who want to take you down a different path, whether it's a mentor or an investor or a family member who, whoever it is in your life that expresses a veering of direction, sometimes those can be good, but it's our opportunity to impact that. And what I see happening a lot is startups are often disrupting. And when you're disrupting things, you're going to meet resistance. People will not agree with it. And so I tend to be a real pain in there because I will continue to say those things. So you having those conversations with, gosh, we got over here, and hey, it's your opportunity to pull people back to that center line that you are wanting. And chances are you're going to bring people back to that center line with you. So I think people should speak up, even if you're getting the pushback of, well, we want this or we want that. Say, well, but what about this? Because disrupting is hard.
Now, I will say, I agree with Jalali, and it's maybe a little controversial, but in my experience, venture capitalists typically have no idea what it is the end user would actually like. I've had venture capitalists want to have a business that was recurring revenue, like kind of a software as a service in a market where that market only gets funded from capital expenditures. So they literally can't buy software as a service type solutions, and the VC tries to push it. I've had a VC say to me, don't make anything for public safety, because that market is hard to sell to. So basically, firefighters, don't make any products for firefighters, right? And that's just because these people are economic animals, and they typically go after markets where they can see how they're going to make their 5x return.
Of course.
Which I would argue that's just their job, right?
And that's just their job. Yeah.
That was going to be, go ahead, Jolie, actually.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. VCs, it took me a while to realize that. I was like, that gentleman just has a goal that's to get some return. And so he has parameters, right?
Sure.
Or she, and you can't. So me talking about my thing, it's just the wrong person.
Right.
Right.
Amen. And so I think we're at a crossroads. At least that's kind of, when I think about this, of course, investors have a business model. That's their business model. They have to have return on investment. They will fail if they do not have return on investment. And I also think if you get enough of that, if you force enough 5-year exits on products and services and business models that do not bring about change, then we will not have any more 5-year exits. Stuff is getting really dire. Infrastructure is crumbling. More people, I'll just speak to this country, more people than ever are depressed and sad and shutting down. Wildfires are charring our country. There are floods all over the place. And, I would just, we keep coming back to a perfectly seamless transition to the next little bit of questions that we had for the panel today. So kind of with that in mind, understanding that those who have the money have a business model, and we have a business model. How do we bridge that gap as startup founders, as local business owners? How do we fix this for the betterment of everybody while also getting those returns? Because maybe I'm biased and maybe I'm crazy, but I believe that both can be done at all times, every quarter, in perpetuity.
So I think my main takeaway is the big thing is just not giving up. Because when you're a company, opportunities come to you just because you're a company that have employees, that have specific skill sets, that have equipment, that have infrastructure. Opportunities just come to you. When, if you've got to, if you're a company that doesn't have an oscilloscope, and an opportunity comes for developing hardware, then it's going to be harder for you than a company that already has an oscilloscope and has done. And the big thing is if you are trying to do something good for society, if you are trying to benefit society, not just make some person rich, then you should not give up, because every single thing is going to work against you. I mean, there's really not a place in a sort of in a capital society for a company that wants to make money by benefiting society. I almost say there's no place. I won't say there's no place.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is it's hard. It's a hard position to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And there's gonna be a lot of people that tell you that there are easier ways to make money. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna tell you that you're picking the hardest markets, that they'll say that there's, basically it's usually to do with patience. Usually it's patience and willpower. So it's really easy to go make money if you're impatient and you don't care how you make money. What's hard,
But that got us here. That got us where we are right now.
right?
So how do we bridge?
It's unsustainable. I mean, there's a lot of
How
things
do we
that like,
bridge the gap? How do we?
yeah, basically it really is not giving up. And, you know, it's hard to say. And yeah, and I honestly do think that working with other small companies that are trying to have the same vision.
So find aligned
Yeah.
companies around you.
And we do have to figure out a new system. Like right now, there's not really a way for two small companies like us and Roboto to work together and both of us figure out how we're going to split up the profits and figure out how we're going to allocate the resources, whatever. There's not really a system for that. And so probably creating a system for that is a big part of it.
Yeah, the key thing is like the startups themselves. So it's two things. Like the reason you need the why is you can't sustain. Like I don't know. I'm pretty strong. I know a bunch of you guys are really strong. It's like you've seen like the most prepared entrepreneurs. You get 5 years into it, you're not hitting your numbers and blah blah blah, and you're in the boardroom and you're trying to talk about your cause that you want to do, or you're trying to talk about another example, trying to talk about, I'm not getting along with my team or something, right? Like they will just like you're dead, right? Like
Right.
so it's real, and so that's where this like conflict I think we're experiencing. Like, how do we do this? Because I think we all want to do it, and then Monday morning comes and you're like, oh, I got payroll, oh, I got this, oh, I got this. Like, how do I? And then I kind of get a little resentful. I look around, well, man, if these like, look at the government. Like, I love the government, right? But they're so inefficient, man. If they just had if they had our stress and you're not going to get another $5,000 from anybody, and if you don't do this, or 50,000 or 5, right? It's like if they had that combined with like they're doing it would work a lot better. And I don't know how to make that happen. So I go around, I'm like, okay, well, it almost gets the point, well, the startups are doing everything, like, you know, and that's not true at all, right? It's like there's all kinds of organizations in Longmont that are making all this stuff happen, and they all need to work together. And a startup is one piece of it, and we have an advantage and a disadvantage in that we have to be very efficient and we have to be very innovative because we don't have much to work with, right? And I think that's really where we can add value, is if there's an idea. The other thing, and I keep thinking this, is like, look around. If anything, that's sitting at home in the last year or whatever, there's a lot of problems, like you said. And it's not a time to get discouraged, right? Society has always had a lot of problems. It does feel a little overwhelming. I don't know, you guys, like next thing, like how are we going to stop the fires? How are we going to stop the COVID? Oh, a new COVID. It's like, oh my word, like what's next? You know, and you start to look at, it's almost a fear-based kind of thing. Imagine if all the people that listen to this and all the people that you had kind of an inclination for an idea or some kind of thing, you actually started doing it. And what I would say is, don't go out and just do it. Like, that's like, don't mortgage your home and like start it. Get your plan, but it's the worst thing that happens is not that bad. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's worse than going out of business and going bankrupt is 4 or 5 years of just trudging through something that you don't care about with that same level of pain, right? That's horrible. Like, that will kill you. But if you can kind of get a purpose, get a vision, get a reasonable plan together, do it in increments, then reach out. I mean, one thing about this time in society, there are so many resources available, from the SBA to the city of Longmont, to, like, just here for us, like, we've all benefited from this stuff, you know?
Absolutely.
So the external stuff is, but yeah, you've got to make it your why, or it's just make the startup the why. And then if it's one of those startups that it's like that can never make money with like working on that why, then that maybe is not the one that you can impact right now, right? If you don't have a bunch of money and you can't convince somebody else to give it to you, it's going to be a hard road, and maybe you should try something else. But yeah, I get really fired up. There are so many problems, and honestly, the hard thing for me in this pandemic, this is horrible. I've suffered as much as anybody else with deaths and all kinds of things, so don't get taken the wrong way. It's a weird time in society where there's lots of opportunity all of a sudden, right? There's so many problems out there that, I mean, I could just go on and on and on about the things that I see, and it's hard for me not to just, oh, I should start on that, like, because no, I have to finish this one. But yeah, it's a really exciting time. I'm very hopeful. I think I see people like you three just like making these things happen when they're really nobody, you had the first meetup back and like nobody was even like meeting up, right? It's like we have to do those kinds of things. So yeah, lots of good opportunities out there. I'll let you get back on it, but
Yeah.
it's
Now I want to echo exactly what you're saying because it's so cliche, but I think it's if you want to see the change, we have to be the change, and it starts with personal behavior. So it's what gets me going every day. Is I can get fired up about this isn't right or that doesn't happen or this why aren't these people cooperating? Where are we together? Go find your people. Reach out because there is a tremendous amount of collaboration and support, and I am a 100% better together person. I just believe that you have to have other people. This is not something to be taken, charging in by yourself. Even though I'm that kind of person, but I'm a super connector. I just believe go find your people, and then continue doing. Just keep giving back. Story after story was coming up when you were talking about some of the early days of the Longmont Startup Week and some of the early talking about how are we going to create this community where we can have people finding the resources they need. And so I think it's an evolution. It's a long process. And each of us every day has to just keep saying and asking ourselves, what can we do to make that change? How can I participate? How can I show up today? But the world needs you. So everybody out there, show up.
Amen. Longmont startup world, you are being summoned. We have to change. We have to change our world. There's so much opportunity and there's so much peril around us, and it is very easy to become discouraged and exhausted. And I have been there very recently, and we have to get up and we have to try each day to make change. I have one last question and of the panel, and before I do that, I would like to encourage, we do have a couple of questions that have come up. So if anybody else has any questions, this would be the time to start typing them into the Zoom chat. But my last question, we are getting a little bit close to time to start taking questions from the audience, but the last question is, what are some of the biggest social needs right now that you guys think startups could work on while still being profitable?
Yeah, so the biggest ones that a startup can work on, I would put these in the category of it doesn't require an insane amount of expensive infrastructure to be able to do, because that would be hard for any startup. So that in mind, I would say helping educate students in technology. There's typically a big gap in terms of what's needed in the workforce and what kind of comes out of the schools often. I would say another big one is there are many aspects of climate change, particularly around carbon capture. There's really good opportunities for, I think that there's lots of opportunities in public safety, I think that we've seen. And then there are, in particular, monitoring and diagnosing issues with infrastructure are big ones. Because like you mentioned earlier, it is, if it's news to you that the nation's infrastructure is crumbling, please go look at this. Please go look at the state of the water mains. Look at the state of the electrical grid, and enjoy that knowledge.
Yeah. That's such a depressing topic. I'm glad you're working on things. This is awesome. We're in good hands, people. Keep working. For me, one of the biggest needs, and being a woman in equity and inclusion is, and it's equity. It's equitable access is ultimately what it all boils down to, whether it is around economics or race or just any kind of access. I think that is one of our biggest challenges still. And I know there's sessions later for Startup Week that'll be addressing that. It's a hot topic. It's a controversial topic. But I think we just have to keep talking about it. It can be as simple as a clique of people not welcoming in, or passing judgment on a new business or startup. It's simple as that, but it is about equity and inclusion for me all the way.
Yeah, I know it's a tough one. So I see a lot of the environmental stuff that I'm sure everybody's seen, and there's clear ways that we could fix that. The big one that I've seen, especially over this pandemic period, is health. Like, I've had problems with my health myself. I've known tons of people that have had problems with health, mental, physical health, right? It all comes down to, you can have everything else and you don't have that. And I almost see this kind of like malaise that's in society. I can't explain it exactly, but I know, we're seeing it come out in like the shootings and the thing, but it's like, there's something, we're all just, I don't know, I can't, so I don't know what to do about that, but it pains me almost. And it's like this burning thing, like, okay, we got to solve that. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of info. The info's out there now about how we all feel. We pretty much publish it daily, right? So there should be ways to kind of pull that together. But I don't know. I'm hoping honestly for the next phase of my life is helping other people who have the ideas, in some form, because I'm starting to realize, like, I'm kind of out of, I don't have another 10-year run in me to make these big things kind of come alive, but I'm happy to kind of help. And that goes to anybody listening. Like, if there's something, you have this idea and you're like passionate about it, and you're like, okay, I could get funding. Like, I'm happy to sit down and run it by some of us, right? It's because and we do that all the time. And I think the other thing is, it's like, at the end of the day, your thing, and I'm actually an introvert. So like these things, I don't enjoy this kind of stuff necessarily, but you need a community, because you will have a dark night on your startup and you're like, I need to talk to someone, I don't know what to do. So I think it's just, for nothing else, like, find your people and then figure out what is that thing that you just are drives you crazy, right? And then start idea, kind of iterate around that. Like those, and that's what I'm doing in my mind right now. I'm thinking, okay, next one, something with health or the environment, is these things are obviously killing us and we need to do something. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
I'm so excited to hear you talk about that, because I do see some shifting in the startup world, of not romanticizing, alcohol and excessive working and not balancing our mental health, our physical health, and as startups. So I see some shifting, but it's got a long way to go. And yes, I needed a reminder too, putting health and not to mention all the infrastructure problems with our health care, but certainly just personally looking at health. That's awesome.
I had to start doing a thing, just quick side, I'll let you guys, like, this year I started, okay, the startup is actually not the thing that I do. It's weird, right? It's like, that's actually, I have hobbies, I have friends, like, my day is going to be about that, not this.
Hobbies?
Well, TikTok, I'm trying to get my TikTok profile going.
Yeah, we're gonna have a TikTok dance. Everybody, watch for that.
You just, it's a tough journey, whether it's cause-based or not. So make sure you're passionate about it, or it's not, that's one of the things I love about you guys, is you're looking decades, generations out for space, right? It's like, how are we going to get the people that are going to figure out how to get to space into space? Like, it's like,
and not abandon Earth in the process, but that's a whole other conversation. And to that point, thank you guys so much for joining me today. This was amazing. To the audience, make sure to tune in. You're going to definitely want to check out the next session. I'll be speaking with Brian Mills, who is the co-founder and president of Chop 5, about keeping things simple and just kind of the validity of that as we have navigated the pandemic for over a year now. Please also remember that we have events this evening. Tonight, there is the kickoff party with live music at Wibby Brewing. It's at 209 Emory Street, right here in Longmont, starting at 4 o'clock. There are a number of amazing artists, it looks like. There's Aaron Wardle from Francis and the Wolf St. James the Lesser Band from Flight. And there will also be craft brews, prizes, and your favorite Longmont people. So make sure to join us tonight and bring your friends. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your afternoon.
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural flavor. Add our delicious roasted chicken breasts and house-made dressings bursting with flavor. Mix everything together and taste why chopped salads are simply better. Come in at Chop 5 and enjoy our watermelon chop for only $8.99. Order online at chop5.com and find out how Chop 5 is chopping up fresh flavor, and eat with no regrets.
In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon. Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she been up all night crying gin tears, wondering how she ever got here. But now there's a sunset, a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon. All the drunk boys are lost in her glow, but she just sways right on to Tom Petty singing You Don't Know. And it's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It was in an old dark church on the 24th day of June. Jenny's pacing down the aisle, looking for her something blue, and thought, well, he's a good man, a nice car, big house, could do worse, but maybe she could do without. Then she thought of New York, art school, young dreams. The single girl on a honeymoon throws her veil into the empty pew and leaves behind the one sure thing she ever knew. It's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It's waking up at midnight after crying yourself to sleep. It's diving in the ocean and feeling so alive that you can't breathe. It's loving yourself so hard, there's nothing more you need. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon. Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. in a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon. And Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she'd been up all night crying Jenny tears, wondering how she ever got here. But now there's a sunset, a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon. All the drunk boys are lost in her glow, but she just sways right on to Tom Petty singing You Don't Know. And it's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It was in an old dark church on the 24th day of June. Jenny's pacing down the aisle, looking for her something blue, and thought, well, he's a good man, a nice car, big house, could do worse, but maybe she could do without. Then she thought of New York art school, young dreams, the single girl on a honeymoon, throws her veil into the empty pew and leaves behind the one sure thing she ever knew. It's a lonely night in Honolulu, but from the sway of her hips it's hard to tell. She's learned life is more than what you've been through. And as she throws her bottle to a pitch black sea, she finally knows what it means to be free. It's waking up at midnight after crying yourself to sleep. It's diving in the ocean and feeling so alive that you can't breathe. It's loving yourself so hard, there's nothing more you need. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. In a sun-drenched dress, sipping on a blue moon, and Jenny's dancing alone at 3 in the afternoon. Well, she'd been up all night crying gin tears, wondering how she ever got here. But now there's a sunset, a good tune, it ain't bad for a single girl on a honeymoon. All the drunk boys are lost
Why do chopped salads taste better? Chop 5 uses fresh from the farm ingredients and chops them into our salads to enhance their natural.
Good afternoon again. Thanks for joining us at this session. It's entitled The Key to Success, Going Old School and Keeping It Simple. My name is Valerie Eastman. I am the founder and CEO of Winter Winds Robotics, and I am also a Longmont startup superfan. I'm joined today with Brian Mills. He's the founder and CEO of Chop 5. As he's the president and co-founder of Chop 5 Salad Kitchen. He has also served as the owner and president of SD Custom Pizza in San Diego, California. He was the owner and president of PJCom and the vice president and operating partner of AJ Pizza LLC, which owned and operated 100 Papa John's pizza units in Colorado, California, and Minnesota. Thanks for joining me, Brian.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes. And so we are going to just kind of, again, talk today about the key to success is going simple. I think in the pandemic, we all really learned a little bit more about ourselves as business owners. And so I would really just kind of love to hear more about Chop 5 and just kind of how you got to this point. And then we'll go from there talking about keeping it simple.
That sounds great to me. So, one of the things I think we've all learned in the pandemic is that it's just gotten so difficult. And with that time, how do we make it more simple? And, you know, I kept getting bombarded with all sorts of information and everything coming. You can do it this way, you can do it that way. And I found that I got myself dragged down and my decision process became really difficult. And so when I started to kind of break things down to more basic thought processes, what was really needed for the business, and that became more simple for me and helped us drive success.
Wonderful. I think that really is a kind of a complimentary message and lesson for the startup community, as we're prone to kind of shiny object syndrome of those hearing all of this external information, and then we just kind of lose our focus in the process. So can you tell me a little bit about how, just through your journey, how COVID kind of brought the clarity of purpose for you?
Yeah, before I start with that, can I just kind of step back? And when you mentioned I was a Papa John's franchisee, so that kind of is my foundation of things that I have in business. And so, you know, going back to COVID, you know, I'm in the restaurant business, and Chop 5 Salad Kitchen is a concept that we've started here, and we do fast casual salads. And so it was a little breakaway from the delivery business I came from. But when COVID happened, you kind of had to reinvent yourself on how do you go get your customers now.
Right.
And we've all started to go to these third-party deliveries. And so that process really kind of made it more difficult in the beginning of how do we maneuver through it. And then I started going back to kind of how can I be simple in this process? And one of the mantras we kind of say, convenience trumps price. Convenience trumps everything. If you can make things convenient for people, then you really have something. And so COVID was really clear for that and kind of made that. So we're going back into the COVID era was we couldn't advertise the way we wanted to. We couldn't connect with the people how we wanted to connect. And in Chop 5, it's all about an experience for us. And so it was how do we take that experience and make it through now through ordering online, through interaction on the phone. There was no contact with we call them guests, our guests that come into our restaurant. And so that was something that we had to try to figure out. And I think we did a good job with that.
And I remember in our conversation recently, just how Chop 5 is very passionate about a community focus and wanting to serve guests, serve the people who come in the doors there. So what did you learn about kind of yourself and your team and just how to adapt there?
Well, I'll tell you, I think we all have really learned about the people we work with, right? We've learned that now there's certain people that can react differently in crisis, and there's people that really want to gather around and be a team. And so what we saw was that people were getting very hectic in their lives, our team members, our customers, and then we wanted to, how do we make things simple for them? And so for Chop 5 was really all built around engagement with with our guests and with our team. And so one of the core values we really have is we want to hire the right people, okay? And everybody says that.
Right.
And everybody's, what does that really mean? Well, in Chop 5, for us, it was, we wanted people to be themselves. And so we weren't hiring somebody that had fakeness to them. It was really about real. And so when you go through our line, we're fast casual. When you go through our line, it's about engagement. And so what we found was that by hiring these people, these team members that have the right engagement, and it was really about manners. For us, it was, you're coming into your grandmother's kitchen. How would you act? Okay? If you're at your grandmother's house and she brings a friend over and they want a glass of water, what would you do? You'd get up and do it. Simple manners.
Simple.
So in our interviewing process, it was about simple. Do they have manners? Do they look you in the eye? We can train people to make salads. We can train people. We can't train manners. And so then what I saw with COVID, and while we had success during COVID, was because we had the right people that didn't get shaken up. They were polite, they were kind, and it made everything run smoother. So I think that was really one of our key success, was really not overcomplicating things, but making things very easily for them.
That's really interesting, and it is. It's so deceivingly simple, but when you're growing quickly as a company, it can be difficult to remember. Just you can teach people to make salads, but you cannot teach them to have manners. So
you can't, right? And I think I think if you start looking at this day and age, especially with COVID, service has gotten really bad, and people are understaffed. They don't have the right staff to do it. They are using, I call it the COVID excuse now. And it's like, oh, we can't do that because we don't have somebody. Well, you can if you really try to figure out how to do it the right way. And you need to do it in a way that is convenient for your customer.
And did you experience any pitfalls, and just kind of how did you work through any temptations to veer away from simple?
Well, when it first happened, it was, hey, we need to go be online. Our restaurant is experiential, so we want people to come to us. So all of a sudden we're like, people can't come and sit in our restaurant anymore and experience it. So how do we go about doing that? And that was a big worry. I mean, that was like, oh, we're gonna be done. And I think we all went through COVID and realized that whatever we thought about today, tomorrow was a different story. And so what we found was that we could fit the needs of our guests through different ways, through online pickup, through just answering the phone and being polite and calm, because people were stressed out about, how do I get food? How can I do this? We had a lot of people convert to ordering online that might have been not an age group or demographic that were really used to doing it. And there was some stress in that. And so our whole goal was really to try to get people to be stress-free.
That's really interesting. And you sound so calm, cool, and collected in that. Can you tell me how you arrived at that? It sounds like this isn't your first experience with something really stressful and like hard. Did you draw from past experiences with hardship to adapt to this?
Absolutely. I think we all drive from our past experiences. And, I've had some successes, I've had some fails, and we all learn from the fails probably more than anything else. What I've learned, and I think a lot of people have learned through COVID, is you get through everything. The sun does come up the next day, and you can actually work through the issue. And so we tried to really pare down any issues we had and tried to go, what's the basic of that issue? What do we need to do? And, for us in the food business, it was, how do we get our food to people? Period. Plain and simple. And it wasn't about, oh, they can't come and sit down anymore. Okay, well, let's figure this out. Let's go. And you see it all over the place now. All these restaurateurs are now having patios in out in their parking lots. They figured it out. Yoga studios figured it out because they started doing stuff. Everybody gets to that point. And I think if you used to think, oh, I got to have a great building, I've got to have all this. Well, these yoga studios are doing them in a parking lot. They figured it out. And so my thing is, 58 years old, I've gone through some experiences of, and so I do realize that we'll get through it. No matter how bad today is, we're going to get through it. And I think that's what I think about entrepreneurs now. that, if you're looking at a startup and you're looking at doing something, realizing you have to have passion for it. So you wake up in the morning, but if you also have to have the ability to fight through the issues. And whatever business you go into, you feel that, hey, this is my business. Well, your business is really solving problems and dealing with the problems and getting through that. So
It's really interesting to me how you not only did you kept it simple, you hired the right people, which helped you keep it simple.
absolutely.
And then in a really chaotic situation for society, through your business, you were able to provide like a sense of calm to people through healthy food. And so that's really neat. And it just makes me wonder, did the past hardship that you experienced, did it make you feel like, hey, I can do this, I can get through this, and I can help other people get through it?
I think it did. Yeah. I think, one of the things that we've always been involved in is we want to be involved in the communities. We want to be part of the community. So as soon as COVID hit, we all had an opportunity to go help somebody. And so I think if we started focusing on, hey, there was elderly that couldn't get food, or the nurses were all working. Well, let's go take meals to them. And I think the whole business community, rallied behind that and did that. And we just were one of the cogs in the wheel doing that as well. And then I think that you learned that now, hey, I did that. It helped my business. So doing something good comes back to you tenfold. And so, that I think we talked about it in Chop 5, but this was really, we got to put, where the rubber meets the road and really go and do that.
That's amazing to me. So it brings about, so the whole, the whole theme for Startup Week is just kind of to renew and get revitalized and re-energized. And that energized me to think that, okay, through simplicity, through getting back to the basics, because it's so easy to get distracted when it's stressed, when we're stressed and things are stressful. But by getting back to simplicity, you were able to actually help your business too. So that makes me kind of think, next, that this forced you to think about what was important and then to execute upon that.
Absolutely. I think what you kind of, you look at your business and you go, well, I got to do these 5 things. Well, out of those 5 things, what are really making you the core thing that needs to be done? And I think everybody needs to learn about, hey, how do I dissect and get down to the basic of what really truly matters? I mean, it didn't matter what color our sign was. It didn't matter what, if our menu looked perfect or not. It was about how do we get the information to our guest as quickly and concise as possible. And so I think that's some of the things that we really learned through this COVID part, but I think it's basic business. But what's happened over time is there's just so many moving parts now. There's so many things, especially when it comes to marketing. Everybody's got a new marketing technique, a new marketing something else. And I'm starting to learn that, what? The best thing is walk up to somebody, shake their hand, and talk to them, and develop a relationship with somebody. And for us, we're in the food business, so we have easy thing to do. Is we just get you to eat our food, and we can do it a couple ways. We can just give it to you, and if you like it and we believe it, you'll come back to us. And so that's where I kind of go back in learning. It wasn't about the high-powered commercial or the online ordering process. It was really about, hey, what do? We have fresh ingredients, we have flavorful ingredients, and we have great food. Come give us a try. And in COVID that was difficult because you couldn't come into a restaurant. But guess what? You can come in and place an order and take it home, and you can eat it. And we developed a following from that.
That is fantastic. And so with that focus, I remember that you've said before that you need to be a better reactor than a planner, especially with how everything changes. Can you tell me a little bit about how you've done that?
One of my partners kept saying that to me, as things were going on, as we're starting the business and running it, and you're planning, you got your 6-month plan, you got your year plan, you got your 5-year plan, and then, all that went out the window. And it was really about that you needed to be able to react better than you needed to plan, because the reaction is what's going to determine your success. And so, he's a very successful person that told me this, Wade Oney. I'll give him props for that. And I think it's really helped us all in the stress level coming down, realizing that there's going to be something that we're going to have to react to. It's not tragic. It's just part of the process.
Very interesting. It brings up like 20 other questions in my mind, but I'll try to stay on task. So I'll rephrase one of my questions though. So given that you had to learn how to, be a better reactor than a planner, do you think that helps? Do you think that sets a good stage for us to become better planners if and when things settle down a little bit?
Yeah, and when I say that, it doesn't mean you don't plan. You have to plan. I mean, you have a vision, you have a plan, you go there, but you've got to realize that there's going to be a scenario where your vision just changed, and you need to react to that quickly and not go, well, my plan was X, Y, Z. I needed to go do this. Well, you have no more customers in your restaurant anymore. That can't be your plan anymore, that you can fill it up. Your plan has to change. And so I think it does definitely allow for better planning and maybe a little clearer planning.
Yeah, and maybe just having that inherent flexibility, knowing that life is dynamic rather than static, even in the best of times.
Yeah. Well, Valerie, you have your own business and you've done it. I mean, what have you done to kind of to see that scenario where you're reacting more than planning at times?
I mean, I think that we all have, like you said, we had to in the pandemic with hardware and software products and services. You have to go based on what the market is telling you, and what the market is telling you when you're newish and small is what you're getting from your customers face to face. And so the other thing that was kind of really interesting, and in the moment I was very terrified about it, but now I'm so thankful for it, is that we the bulk of our monetization as a company happened right as lockdown started. And so what happened for us was we had to decide in that moment, given what we saw similar companies to ours going through, namely robotics companies were losing their funding because investors were finding just about any reason that they possibly could to pull out of investment because it became too much of a risk for their portfolios. And in the moment, once I found out that COVID was that it had come across the pond, and now we were going to be looking at this. I think lockdown was 2 weeks away, and I pulled the plug. I had to react. I said, okay, right now we are not going to try to raise money. We're going to build up our core competencies. I feel a crisis coming on. And so I think that it forced me as a leader to keep it simple, to look at the metrics in front of me. And even if it felt like pulling teeth in the moment, to really say, okay, we've got our North Star. Maybe our journey to it is going to have some curves, but there are simple metrics in front of me. And I'm sure that, and I have had those in the past in other ventures where I kept it simple and made the wrong decision, but I learned from that as well. So I'm actually really resonating with everything that you're saying, because I
think,
do it too.
One of the things about, young entrepreneurs or whatever you're starting, you don't have all the answers. You are going to make mistakes. And so therefore you have to pivot from that mistake. I mean, you try not to repeat them, that's a problem if you keep repeating the mistake, but if you can make that change. But I imagine in your business, by making that transition, you built the foundation that had to have been stronger than what it was going to be. It would have taken you longer to get to there.
It really did. It helped us build up our internal culture, just since we were kind of a newer organization. We were really able to get to know our people. One thing that I will never, ever regret is by not spending the time raising capital, which is itself a full-time job, as you know from your experiences in the past. I was able to really take a lot of my energy and time and love and show that to the people who had joined a newer company. It's a risk for an employer, and it's a risk for employees as well. And so we were able to build a really cohesive, fun culture, and we got through a once in a lifetime crisis together because I chose to keep it simple. And that is not to say that it was perfect, but this team is so close and fun, and we want to spend time together, and people want to. So speaking to how it benefits your business, keeping it simple made my company a place where people want to work because they know that that foundation of just collaboration, fun, learning, just extreme amounts of very cool, nerdy stuff, which is important at a robotics company.
Absolutely. Which isn't simple. Come on. I mean, you're talking, you know.
Well, even first principles in physics, but that's a whole other, you know, so there is simplicity there in that. And so, and I would like to think that had the pandemic not hit, that I would have been able to do that. But looking back, I don't think that I would have had that opportunity. So I'm just really resonating with what you're saying here, that I had to be a better reactor rather than a planner. And of course, planning is still important, but better reactor than planner.
Right.
So it was really rewarding. It was hard in the moment. There were many tears shed. There was a lot of fear, but I just look back on it and I'm like, yes, the simplicity, people. And that goes back to kind of your mission with Top 5 as well. People, community. First things first, simplicity, and it helps your business in the long run.
I think it does, and I think it creates, like you said, an atmosphere of fun and engagement. If you, you know, you can only do so many things great. Right. And so if you choose the core competency you have and you allow your team members to have that, they're not bogged down with all this other stuff. Like, you know, do they care about the rent that's being done? Do they care about that the advertising piece? No, if you could just focus on, for us, focus on the guest and just do that and keep it there. And I think it took a lot away. People were working for us that, you know, we're all stressed during COVID, but when they got to work, it was, hey, I know what I'm doing. And I think it was actually kind of nice because you know, there was a time when, you know, employees didn't have to come. They could have easily called up and said, I can't come to work, I'm not feeling well, or I'm scared. And we would have said, okay, no problem. But we didn't have that. And so there was something there about how I believe that people felt comfortable, or it was kind of a safe environment to come to and feel about it. So.
That's wonderful. How did you make that? So how did you make that a safe environment for the people to show up to?
Well, I think, you know, with COVID, our first thing was, you know, we all thought about, you know, what are the issues we need to deal with? One is our employee safety, right? Our team member safety. So, you know, we cleaned like crazy, like everybody did, right? And, you know, and we wore masks and we followed the protocols and we made sure that the protocols were followed and that if someone didn't feel well, it was, you know, I think, you know, go home, you know, and I think that is going to be the new day and age now, is that we are, if someone feels sick, it's not like come into work. It's like stay away now and we're going to get through it. And everybody else around you feels positive that you're not there because you're actually helping them not get sick. And so, you know, just the common cold or whatever it's going to be, I think in the future, it's going to be people are going to feel okay, and employers are going to feel good about saying, hey, it's okay. We can survive without you for a day.
Right. You know? That's very good. And something else you mentioned recently that I also just really resonated with me too, is that small businesses in the wake of this and startups kind of have an advantage right now because we're small, we're able to move faster, to react better than we plan. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
I completely agree with that. I think that small businesses right now, and someone who's starting a business, you know, you're not entrenched in a direction that you have to be in. And so you can pivot and make a move to where the market is telling you to go. As long as you're listening to it. So I think there is an advantage, and people are like, hey, how do I start a business now at this time when the whole world's upside down? I think it's really a great time. And it's a good time to, one, capture great people. There's people out there looking for it. I think people want to go work for small companies. And, you know, we're even seeing employees that will come and work for less, but want a better quality of life. And if we can provide that quality of life for them, then they're willing and they're talented. So I think that there's opportunity for that. So I think, you know, the people that are ready to start right now, it shouldn't be fearful of like, hey, this is bad. It should be, here's the opportunity. This is the opportunity I can go capture. And they go for it right now. Now's the best time, I think.
I've experienced that too. We had a job opening. We're a small team, 450 applications in 3 days. I just shut it down. And it was the most grueling and rewarding interviewing experience of my career. I think I have been interviewing people for 20 years now. And it would just, there is a shift. People are wanting to, I think everybody craves the simplicity after we went through such a terrible time that, again, sure, we need to make rent, but people will work for less money as long as they have a supportive and interesting and neat environment. And it very much sounds like that's what Chop 5 is doing in this area.
And the way Chop 5 came about is, I have 4 other partners, and we all in restaurants, we all, have our own markets, our own, but we all had the same DNA. What I noticed is that, you start seeing people that, hey, they treat their people the right way. They care about the product. They care about the community. And that's what it was really, all about. And so we looked at it and said, well, we should do something ourselves because we all believe the same things and they all translate it to success. So now there's other ways to be successful, but for us, the DNA that we have is that. And so I think that, during COVID, we had a little staffing issue, but not a major one. We've been able to, products come in and people step up. If the truck was down, they couldn't get a driver. Well, we had an employee, I'll go take care of it. I'll go do it. So you had this teamwork that was really going on. So.
And naturally. Yeah, that's very cool.
Right. I mean, for us, it was all be real. And so when I think about people starting their own businesses and be real to themselves, figure out what they really want to do, get a passion for it, realize that whatever business they're in, there's a bunch of other things that the passion tries to take away from you at all times, that you've got to deal with, but that's part of being a business owner. So.
That's right. Wow, that's really good. So this kind of also makes me think, with finding other people around you that kind of resonate with what you say. Can you tell me just a little bit more about how surrounding yourself with the right people, maybe even just in your, your life outside of work, but especially in your life at work, like how that leads to, in the spirit of simplicity, how that leads to compounding success for entrepreneurs?
Well, I think it is finding the people that have kind of the same vision as you. Not exactly, because you want some people to be different. You want people that bring different thought processes into you and challenge you. You don't want a bunch of yes men. You want people but do it in a way that connects with yourself, the way they either speak to you or the way they present something. And so looking for that, and I was lucky enough in Chop 5 to have a partnership group that we really all had that. And, when a decision is getting done, I've always said this statement, what's right for the business is the right decision because it's right for the team member. It's right for the community if it's right for the business. Because you can't get to a decision, and it would be wrong if it was not good for the community and right for your business. That doesn't work. So how do you tie all those together? I think that's where I kind of always start looking at how do I make a decision that's right for my business, which in turn, I know it's right for people. I know it's right for the community if it's right for the business.
Very interesting. And that's just that's systemic too, from the looping back to the hiring of the right people surrounding, even finding the right market for your stores. So right people can be just a niche market, and then your employees. That's really and it's such a good reminder, because again, just to as a startup founder, I am bombarded with new ways of doing things, and sure, some of them are great.
Some are very nice, aren't they? Some are shiny, and you look at them going, "Wow, why aren't you doing this? I'm so stupid. I should do this." And then you dig into it, and you're like, that doesn't even make sense.
And it derails your vision and your mission, and it just. So yeah, I think in keeping with the theme of this year, just the beauty of simplicity, and then you save brain space. You have more space to be a visionary and to take care of your people and to take care of your community. And that's also been a big theme this week. I'm really interested. I did have a few questions, and for those of you in the audience, I do have the Zoom chat pulled up. If you have any questions, please start asking those too. But Brian and I will just kind of discuss through some of the questions I had too. So it seems like you've had to pivot a few times throughout your career, and if you could just kind of, in addition to what we've already mentioned, if you could narrow it down to just one lesson for success, what would that be? Just the overarching theme.
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
Surround yourself with the
right people.
I mean, I just don't, it just seems, a lot of people, you're going to business like going to war, you've got all this stuff. Well, you better have the person in the foxhole that you trust. And so I think it really does. It's about the people. I mean, because you can get through any problem if you have the people you can be open, honest about, you can discuss it, you can listen to your failures, and they're not afraid to speak up to you. And it's all those things that create the success. And then everybody buys in. So the decision goes back to what's good for the business is good for all of us.
And how have you in the past, and I'll answer too afterwards if you want me to, because this is a hard one. How have you in the past, or how would you suggest people react if they find themselves not with the right people? Because we're not perfect. Sometimes we do surround ourselves with the wrong people.
Absolutely. And I've gone through that in my career where I've been around some people that, probably wasn't the right thing for me. And I probably took too long to make those decisions, And so I think it's about, one, you have to look at yourself and decide, are you the issue? And, because they might be right and you're the one that might be wrong.
Right.
But then you have to kind of go, okay, let's move quickly. And that's where I kind of go back to the small business that, you can react fast. And so react fast. Do it. And so if you have somebody or a partnership with another company that isn't right, don't sit on it, react and make the change, because you're taking care of your business. And, I look at businesses as like a child, it's an infant in the beginning and it grows up and it becomes an ornery teenager, and then they go on. And so you have all these different cycles through your company that you need to be able to address at different times. They need different needs.
And that very much translates to the startup world as well. And I have been in the past guilty of not reacting quickly enough when surrounded almost never is somebody a bad person, but maybe like not the right person for your company, your baby. Right. And I do sometimes also use the baby analogy, because we grow it, and then at some point you are to set it free and let it grow wings and fly. But surrounding yourself with the people who are not right for the vision and mission of your company, it's a huge distraction. And it's not simple. And so I think all leaders, almost all leaders, most leaders want to be good leaders. And so maybe we don't react as quickly as we should because we want to be kind or just or just do fair. We want to look at ourselves first if we're a good leader. And sometimes it's just not a fit. And so I've experienced that too.
Sometimes you think they're going to change,
and you want them. You hope that they will. You hope that you can change too. And
and it doesn't happen. And so you got to just kind of go, okay, this is the world we live in. Let's make a decision. It's not a bad decision. It's just a decision that needs to go on. Yes.
Yeah. So much to think about. So how do you attract the right people? I'm obviously not hiring people like you're hiring, right? So, it really, I used to look at like all their work performance, what did they used to do and all that. It's gotten much more simple for me. It's really, is that person, have they been raised right? Do they really know, do they show up on time? I mean, all the basic little things. And I feel like, you can train people, especially young people, since I deal with young people so much, that they just need an opportunity. And you can see the ones, and it's pretty quick. Either people jump on it and take it, or they don't. And that's the time to react and go, you know what, not right fit for us, move on to the next one.
And so I think, understanding that. And then it really comes from your team, your internal team kind of mushrooms out. And you want to be able to, they're the ones that are going to bring the right people, because they're the ones that know what you need. And they're the ones that know who's going to help me and who do I want to be around. And especially if they care about your company, they're not bringing somebody in that's going to distract. They don't want that. So I think that they're the best source for my industry, is the internal team, and then looking at for that. And it's, for us right now, it used to be in the food business, it used to be where there were people that were lifetime people in the food service industry. I think it's starting to change a little bit. And so during COVID, with the unemployment being so high and people getting paid so much, we kind of lost that base. Well, there was a whole other base below that, which was high school kids. They weren't getting unemployment. They needed a job. College kids, they weren't getting unemployment. They needed a job. So those are the ones we ended up attracting and finding. And so, and it's been really positive for us. So.
Wonderful. So yeah, learning how to react. Yeah, you can't plan in COVID, so you have to react well. So we've talked about going back to basics, getting simple. Love it. It's so needed. And I'm interested if there's any, you kind of talked a little bit about innovation with the delivery during COVID. Is there any other way that you're incorporating innovation into the model of simplicity, just kind of knowing that it's a nuanced dance in business?
Yeah, well, I think for us, the innovation was, how do we get to people, right? How do we connect to people? And so trying to figure that out. And that was, different ways. But even though we had COVID, we could still go talk to people. And when we were able to connect with people, that kind of carried on. So now you've got all the social media. I mean, we're working on right now, you got the athletes now that can come in and use their likeness. So that's it. But again, keeping it basic, going, hey, just do a post, say something nice. That's all we really want.
Nice. I saw your social media. It really does. It's very engaging, and top 5 is immensely popular, of course. So that's wonderful. Do you have any general advice on what you would say to somebody who is wanting to start a venture of their own and become their own boss?
Well, I think that, one, you got to be honest with yourself, I guess, and really kind of go, as it's not easy to be your own boss. Right. And the things that you think that you're going to go do, you get pulled all the time to the opposite place that you want to be at. And you got to be okay with it. Your job becomes to be a supporter of your team. Right. You're not the team anymore. You're the person who's supporting the team all the time. And so I think people that, everybody says, you got to find passion. You got to have a passion for what it is. Your passion can be, I just want to own my own business. I don't care if it's shoe business or paper clips or whatever. I want my own business. That's the passion. It isn't the paper clip. That's the passion. Some people have a product that goes, that's the passion I want to get out. So I think it's understanding that first, and then realizing that, you're not the only one doing this. There's a lot of people. It all can be done. There's people that create success all the time. So a lot of times people look at it and go, well, how can I do this? How can I do it? Just go do it. You can. And especially in this day and age, because there's a lot of rules have been blown up. So now is the time to kind of go start. And I think that, and then go find somebody. For me, was find some people around you that can share in that same thing with you, so you're not completely on your own. Because it's very difficult to do it. It could just be a confidant. It could be, a spouse that you get to talk to. It could be an employee or somebody that you're working with, but you need to have somebody that you can share experiences with, talk about your fears, because you are going to have them.
And how did you find those people for yourself?
I was very lucky, I go back and, think about my career, and I started off delivering pizzas for Domino's, and they had a management program that they trained you in. If you became a manager, you could get your own franchise. But that franchisee was so good about bringing people up, and realize that, hey, if you train people, they can make success. And, we made him successful, and then we had a chance to go be successful. So the roadmap was set up for that. And I think that's too, when you look at your company, is going, I just can't have an employee work for me for 20 years. I need them to advance, and advance. And, that's what you want to do. You had a speaker earlier today, Maggie Civic, who used to work for me and work with me and for a long time. And she started off as a young little kid doing, going out and selling pizza on the street. Now she's, VP of a company, and she's done a great job. And so being able to help her kind of start that process, been very rewarding. That's where I get my excitement
That's
from,
wonderful.
is helping people. So.
What do you wish you would have been told back when you were delivering pizzas for Domino's?
I don't know, there wasn't anything like I felt like was, that I should have known or bad. It was that, I guess what I really wasn't told, but what I saw was it takes hard work. And, people think that, you just start something and look at, oh, they're successful. Well, they spent 10 years not being successful. Right. And then all of a sudden they're successful. So don't be afraid of that. And be willing to, throw up your sleeves and go to work, because every day is going to be a new challenge. But I do think, for the people out there right now is a tremendous opportunity to start something. People are all looking for something new. There's always something out there. And in this day and age, you can be very small, you can move very quickly, and you can get your messaging out very easily. And so I think that's, I think it's positive. My son is 21 years old, and, and I think he wants to have his own business someday. He's got to go to work for somebody and learn. But I'm like, this is the time, go do it. That's where we're all doing it. So.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, again, I just think that what I love so much about Longmont particularly is that we don't put ourselves in boxes as much maybe as other startup communities. And so I really love that we've pulled from a lot of different industries, because maybe we don't think all of the time that there are a lot of parallels between your line of business and like my line of business as a robotics company. But it really is all about the metrics, and it's all about focus and keeping things simple and listening to the needs of your customers. And so this has been really amazing. And I think that as a startup founder, that this session made me realize there's a wealth of knowledge just outside of the little echo chamber, and we should avoid the echo chambers. I think every industry should avoid echo chambers and find the wisdom where it's applicable. So we're about ready to wrap up. I know that you did have something to mention about Chop 5.
I was told, that I guess we sent out electronic coupon to everybody. It's a free salad. So our thing is that we kind of put our money where our mouth is. We believe that, if you try our product, you're going to come back. So we've offered everybody a free entree, and we hope you guys give it a shot and give it a go. And this is what I kind of tell people, it's about being real and honest. If you love it, tell everybody. If you don't like it, just go away and be quiet. I'm sure you'll all like it.
So yeah, find that. They said on the website.
Yes.
So look at startuploco.com to look for that free entree from Chop 5 in Boulder. And so we are about at time here, and I want to make sure that you guys all know that we have a next session with Krista Berry. She's going to talk about work-life balance for entrepreneurs. That is an evasive thing for those of us who are startup founders, so you'll definitely want to tune in there. Again, just to remind you guys, we have an event tonight at Wibby Brewing at 209 Emery Street here in Longmont. It's starting at 4. There will be a musician and craft brews, prizes, and all of your favorite folks from Longmont. So make sure to join us and bring friends, and you will not regret it. Again, this is Brian Mills of Chop 5, and I'm Valerie Eastman, and thank you guys for joining us. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Founded in 2010, Docketly has been part of ABC Legal since 2017.
We provide appearance counsel to high-volume law firms in the areas of consumer collections, foreclosure, criminal law, and more. You're probably asking yourself, what's an appearance attorney? Many legal matters consist of short procedural hearings. It's often too expensive for law firms to send their attorneys to every single hearing, especially if those hearings are in more rural jurisdictions. Since Docketly maintains a network of over 10,000 attorneys around the country, law firms contact us to obtain knowledgeable legal counsel to stand in for their attorneys at these hearings. Docketly's automated system functions similarly to Uber and Lyft. Clients post hearings, along with relevant documents, onto Docketly's fully encrypted website. Our system then sends out notifications to all of our attorneys in that particular area. Attorneys review the information, ensure they have no conflicts of interest, and either agree to appear at the hearing or they decline it. The attorney attends the hearing, completes a report on the outcome, and submits it to our site. Only then do they get paid. Docketly's 10,000 plus attorneys are all independent contractors. When they apply to work with us, their applications are thoroughly vetted to ensure they are a good fit for our network. Their performance is constantly monitored, and we remove them from our network if they don't meet our clients' expectations. Docketly uses gamification to reward high-performing attorneys. The better they do, the more points they earn. These points allow them to move to the head of the line and receive notification of hearings before other attorneys. The more hearings an attorney covers, the more money they can earn. So that's how Docketly works. We hope you found this informative. Thanks for watching.
One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door coach train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your kiss to the window. The moon let anybody know it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Wish I could catch this moment in a bottle, save it for a lonely day. Wish I could meet you here tomorrow, but I'll be miles away. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you, yeah. Here's to every inch of you. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door, cold train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your kiss to the window. The moon let anybody know it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Wish I could catch this moment in a bottle, save it for a lonely day. Wish I could meet you here tomorrow, but I'll be miles away. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you, yeah. Here's to every inch of you. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door, cold train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your kiss to the window. The moon let anybody know it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you.
Founded in 2010, Docketly has been part of ABC Legal since 2017. We provide appearance counsel to high-volume law firms in the areas of consumer collections, foreclosure, criminal law, and more. You're probably asking yourself, what's an appearance attorney? Many legal matters consist of short procedural hearings. It's often too expensive for law firms to send their attorneys to every single hearing, especially if those hearings are in more rural jurisdictions. Since Docketly maintains a network of over 10,000 attorneys around the country, law firms contact us to obtain knowledgeable legal counsel to stand in for their attorneys at these hearings. Docketly's automated system functions similarly to Uber and Lyft. Clients post hearings, along with relevant documents, onto Docketly's fully encrypted website. Our system then sends out notifications to all of our attorneys in that particular area. Attorneys review the information, ensure they have no conflicts of interest, and either agree to appear at the hearing or they decline it. The attorney attends the hearing, completes a report on the outcome, and submits it to our site. Only then do they get paid. Docketly's 10,000 plus attorneys are all independent contractors. When they apply to work with us, their applications are thoroughly vetted to ensure they are a good fit for our network. Their performance is constantly monitored, and we remove them from our network if they don't meet our clients' expectations. Docketly uses gamification to reward high-performing attorneys. The better they do, the more points they earn. These points allow them to move to the head of the line and receive notification of hearings before other attorneys. The more hearings an attorney covers, the more money they can earn. So that's how Docketly works. We hope you found this informative. Thanks for watching.
One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Let's get away from the fast life, far from the traffic and the city lights. There's a train in the distance, fog in the window. It's a crisp fall night. Cozy up in a two-door, cold train rolling through the stereo. Throw your bottles in the ditch, give your cares to the window. The moonlit anybody know, it's just there to glow. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you. Wish I could catch this moment in a bottle, save it for a lonely day. Wish I could meet you here tomorrow, but I'll be miles away. One more kiss, I'm dreaming. One more glass before we lose ourselves. Moonstruck eyes are gleaming. Here's to every inch of you, yeah. Here's to every inch of you.
Hello again. Thanks for tuning in. You are going to be listening to a presentation from Krista Berry entitled Work-Life Balance for Entrepreneurs: How to Build a Successful Business on Your Terms. Krista is going to emphasize how to stop sacrificing your health and happiness to get and stay ahead, as she enthusiastically explains how to build a business on your own terms. And now a little bit about Krista. Krista is a dynamic keynote speaker and author of the book Beautiful Badass: How to Believe in Yourself Against the Odds. And she's the founder of She Goes High, a 1,000 plus member Northern Colorado women's leadership community for introverts. She's presented at Ignite Denver, Boulder and Fort Collins Startup Weeks, Northern Colorado Women's Small Business Conference, General Assembly Denver, Polka Dot Powerhouse Celebration, Aurora Chamber of Commerce Women in Business, and more than 100 other events and organizations. She is a 2016 and 2017 participant and facilitator of Larimer County Women of the Year program, and her book shares stories and lessons about overcoming poverty and depression. It's a guide for women who want to take command of their destinies and no longer fall prey to the hardships and setbacks that previously defined them. My name is Valerie Eastman, and I'm the founder and CEO of Winter Winds Robotics, and I'm a Longmont startup superfan, and I will be here with Krista as she presents to you today. Krista?
Well, welcome and thanks so much for having me, and welcome to all of our audience that is tuning in live. So this is a live presentation, and throughout this presentation, I want this to be really actionable and relevant to you. And what does that mean since you're watching virtually? That means please do use the chat and the Q&A to interact, to ask questions, to make, if you get an aha moment, like share that. We'd love to hear it. I'll be referring back to Valerie throughout the presentation. And that really helps me tailor the stories and examples that I share and make this really relevant for you, because that is so important to me that you get something out of this session today. And so we're going to be talking about work-life balance and what that really means. And so something that I hear from a lot of entrepreneurs, and myself being an entrepreneur, when many of us think about a goal we're trying to achieve, let's use the example of generating more revenue in our business. So when we think about this goal that we're looking to achieve, generating more revenue, most of us, when we start to think about how we're going to do that, we think about doing more. We think about giving more, contributing more, right? If you want more money, you need to do more, give more, be more. But I don't believe that's true. So I'm going to start off today by telling you a little story about a career coaching client I worked with many years ago in the very beginning of my business. Now, this woman was not an entrepreneur, but her story still applies. So this woman came to me, and she had been working in the marketing field for some time and was just feeling like it was hard for her to get ahead financially. She just wasn't making the money that she wanted to make. She was paying her basic bills, maybe taking a modest vacation every year or every other year, but not ever really feeling like she was getting ahead. Maybe you can relate. I know I certainly can, and I've been there many times, especially as an entrepreneur with the ups and downs. Sometimes we get in that place. And so this woman, like many of us, what she thought was, okay, I'm not making the money that I want to make. So here's my great idea. I'm going to go back to school and get a second bachelor's degree in marketing. So her first degree was in some other field. I don't even remember what it was. But she had this thought that if she had a degree in marketing, which was the field she was working in, that she would be able to command a higher salary. And fortunately for her, we had this consultation before she invested a lot of money and a lot of time in getting a second degree. And it was pretty clear to me in our initial conversation that the reason she wasn't making more money had nothing to do with whether or not she had a specific marketing degree, because she was already providing this amazing value through the work that she did, and she just wasn't getting paid for it. And in your business, I'm guessing that that is probably true for you too. You are probably providing an incredible value. And if you are not hitting the income goals that you want to hit, chances are it's not because you need to do more or be more. So this woman, instead of going back to school and getting a degree in marketing, she worked with me for about 3 months, and she turned around and she got a $10,000 a year raise. And I'll never forget what she said to me when I asked her how it went. I knew she had this call scheduled with her boss, and I said, "How did it go?" And she said, "It was so easy. I realized I could have asked for even more," which was awesome, an awesome win. And then the following year, she got another very significant raise. And here's the thing, you might be thinking that what I worked with her in our coaching on was, some kind of negotiation techniques, some kind of strategies around getting that raise. It was not. Most of the work that we did is very similar to the 3 main tips that I'm going to share with you today. And what it is about, it's about working smarter, not harder. It's about focusing your efforts where you can have the biggest impact. And it's also about owning and stepping into your own value in a different way. Because the more you value yourself, the more other people value you. And that means they're more likely to pay more for the service or product you're already providing. Not that you're working harder or going out and getting that other certification, right? I see this in service providers specifically a lot, that they go out and it's like, well, I'm going to go and get this other certification. And so now I'm going to have this additional modality that I can serve my clients with. Now, maybe if you want to go and learn about that modality because you love learning and because you think it would be fun, go for it. But chances are that's not what you need to do if your goal happens to be to increase your income. And maybe you have a different goal entirely, but the tips I'm going to share with you, I think are still going to apply. But I want to start you off with this idea, just like that client I worked with, who thought that in order to make more money, she needed to do more, be more. She needed some external justification for asking for a raise. That's what she thought, but that's not actually what she needed to do. And so I want you to go into this session today, and I want you to know that you do enough and you are enough. You do enough, you are enough. There is nothing more that you need to say, do, to reach whatever goals that you have in place for yourself. All right, hopefully y'all are on board with me so far. So we're going to dive right in, and I'm going to tell you the first tip that I have for you around not only having better work-life balance in your life, in your business, but really getting clarity for yourself on how you're going to spend your day, what activities are most important. So the first tip that I have for you is to use the 80-20 rule in your business. So you may have heard of the 80-20 rule. It's also sometimes referred to as the Pareto principle. And it stems from this idea that 80% of your results will come from 20% of your efforts in your business. So 20% of your actions, of your to-dos, of those things that you're working on will yield 80% of the results. Now, your numbers may vary slightly, but let's just say that this is true. Let's say that 20% of what you're doing in your business will get you 80% of your results. So what I want you to do is to use this 80-20 rule in your business and get really clear on what is that 20% that's getting you 80% of your results. Really focus on that 20% instead of trying to do all the things. Now, one way that we see this showing up for entrepreneurs is marketing. In marketing, a lot of times entrepreneurs think that they have to employ any and every new hot marketing strategy, especially if they see it working for someone else. They're like, oh, I should really do webinars. I should really do masterclasses. The name is always changing, but it's pretty much the same thing, right? Oh, Facebook ads. Oh, I should be doing speaking. Oh, I should write a book, right? Like there's tons of great marketing strategies to employ in your business. And we can really spread ourselves thin by thinking, I have to do all of them, or whatever the hot one is, I should jump on that. But I would say, really take a look at your business and who your customers are. And what is that 20% that's going to get you 80% of the results? And focus your marketing there. Focus on that 20%. Now, I'm no longer doing career coaching, but when I was doing that, I got about 80% of my clients from speaking. So I spent most of my time focusing on speaking, and I didn't worry about the rest of it. In fact, my website was sorely outdated for years. 4 years. I started off as a blog, and then I started a business, and I didn't really change or redesign my website, but it was okay because I got most of my clients from speaking. So I didn't need to be spending a lot of money and time trying to have this big fancy website. And chances are you might not need that either, right? It depends, like how are your clients finding you? And is that going to be your 20% that's going to get you the 80% of results? So the marketing is one piece. And speaking of websites, that's another thing. When a lot of businesses get started, like we try to check all the boxes, and like website is one of the big boxes because websites can be very expensive to build. And, it may or may not be something that is important for your business. I mean, you want to have some kind of web presence, absolutely. But oftentimes you don't necessarily need to spend as much money on it as you're getting started as you might think that you do. And it really depends on, again, your 80-20, right? Like, are your clients Googling for what you do a lot? Because if they are, it makes way more sense to spend the money and the time on a website. But if you do the kind of work with people, and I imagine, Valerie, you're probably in this place a little bit too, where people probably aren't Googling to find you.
Not for a while. It wasn't for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, I have been there.
So not that a website isn't important to have at all, but maybe not the most important thing for you to focus on. So that's how you can start to whittle down, like, what are the things that are really important that are going to get me the biggest results? Now, my next tip is around really clarifying your why and then saying no to everything else. And before I get to that, I'm giving you a little tidbit of where we're going with this, because I'm going to talk about saying yes and saying no. And so again, when we're talking about that 80-20 rule, it's not even just that I want you to focus on that 20% that's going to yield the most results in your business. It's also that I want you to start saying no, whether that's to yourself or to other people, to things that are outside of that, to things that may end up just being a distraction in your business or giving you more to do and may yield a tiny gain, but aren't necessarily going to yield a huge gain. So I want to pause really quickly because this is how I like to roll, and it's a little different doing it virtually, but I want to check in with Valerie and see, are we getting any questions or comments in the chat or in the Q&A?
There's kind of a consensus, like, how do you even, and it just popped up, how do you avoid that kind of stuff though in the first place? The stuff that maybe is a distraction, even though you're being pulled in, like people are asking a lot of you, but it's maybe not the best use of your energy and time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, knowing what that 20% is a good first guideline for that. And I'm going to dive more into that specific question in the next tip that I'm going to give you. Is there anything else that's coming up for people? Okay, great. So let me go ahead and dive more into this next tip, because I think this is going to be really relevant for you based on what we're seeing in the chat and the questions that you're having. So the next thing that I have for you, other than the first one being using the 80-20 rule, and the second one being really know your why and saying no to everything else. Okay, so what are we really talking about? What does that mean? And when I say know your why are you doing this? Why are you an entrepreneur? Why do you have this business? Why does it matter to you? What were those principles or values that being an entrepreneur represents to you? For many of us, it's freedom of our time. For many of us, it's the autonomy. For many of us, it's getting to be more creative. What are those things for you that motivated you to want to become an entrepreneur? You already know what those things are. And so I want you to be really clear about what that is. Like, what kind of life and what kind of business are you trying to create for yourself? Why are you even doing this in the first place? And why would you do a bunch of things that are not going to align? So if you started a business because you really value the personal freedom that comes from being an entrepreneur, then I want you to know that. And if you are getting requests, like Valerie was talking about, some of you are commenting in the Q&A and in the chat, if you're getting requests for things that don't align with why, not just the what you do, right? Because there's the what you do. And a lot of people might say they might have good advice or good suggestions or even like be throwing opportunities that are actually aligned with what you do, but it may not be aligned with why you are doing it. And it may not be aligned with your 80-20, right? You might get an invitation to participate in some kind of event, and that might not be part of your 20% that gets 80% of the results. You know, again, that's another great thing to say no to.
Something just popped up, and you may want to get into it a little later, but somebody said, what timeline should we expect when planning that new alignment as an entrepreneur to give to show promise? And what are the early warning signs that I chose the wrong path?
Ooh, early warning signs that I chose the wrong path. This is a great question. And I really want you to lean into trusting yourself a little bit more than maybe that you're comfortable with right now, a little bit more than maybe you do already right now. And this is something, one of my chapters in my book is believing in yourself more than you believe others. Because here's the thing, a lot of people are going to have opinions about what, how, and why you should run your business. And they're going to have a lot of opinions about the best strategies and the best methods, and I've got the answer to success. And you follow my 5-step plan, right? And I want you to be in a space to trust yourself, to know, not just does what they're saying sound good, but does it feel right to you? Does it feel right with those things that you value, with that why? Does that feel right? And so I think that is really the starting point, because, you know, earlier on in your business, there's going to be a lot more learning that you're going to be doing. And maybe you're going it on your own and you're learning that way, or maybe you even have consultants or coaches around you. And there's a lot of great consultants and coaches around you, or could be. And there's a lot of coaches and consultants that may or may not really understand the nuances of your business. But that's how being aligned with your why can help provide clarity, because it can help be that space where you start to say, does this feel right for where I'm at? Is this going to help me achieve the things that I'm trying to achieve in business that are most important to me? So I think that's a starting point, is that knowing and then that trusting yourself. But it's easy for me to stand up here and talk to you about saying no, and it is so much harder to actually do it, right? Yeah, I have a lot of practice at this, and I still am learning how to say no. And so I'm going to start with first when to say no. So you know what your purpose is, you know what your why is in your business, and that's awesome. But I want to give you a couple other tools around when to say no. And so I want you to start thinking about saying no if you are unwilling or unable to agree to something that is being asked of you. So unwilling or unable. That sounds pretty simple, so let's break it down a little further. What does unwilling look like? Well, first of all, you might be unwilling to agree if it doesn't align with your why, if it's not going to help create that lifestyle that is the reason that you became a business owner in the first place. So you might be unwilling. Let's think, or what are some other reasons you might be unwilling? Well, you might be unwilling because maybe you are a parent and you value spending time with your kids, and you're being asked to do things that interfere with the activities that you have planned with your kids. You might be unwilling to agree. And if you're unwilling, it doesn't matter how good or enticing the opportunity is, or even, I'm going to say, it doesn't even necessarily matter how much result you're going to get for it if you are truly unwilling to do it. So I'm going to give you an example of what that might look like in practice. So I was giving a version of this talk up in Fort Collins several years ago, and there was a woman in the audience who was a bookkeeper. And she had this client who insisted on meeting in person every month, and he was in Denver. So she was driving about an hour and a half each way once a month to go visit this client. And so she asked me this question during my talk, and she said, so I have this client, he's in Denver, I'm driving like 3 hours a month to go see him in person. And, it's really important to me to spend time with my son when he gets home from school. And the thing is that I find that this client is just eating into the time that I'm spending with my son. So her question to me was, should I be charging for that travel time to and from Denver? And I said, absolutely not. And I could tell that was not the answer she was expecting. And I said, you just told me you don't want to be driving to Denver and spend 3 hours in the car because it's cutting into the time that you're spending with your son, and that's what you value. So why would you want to get paid to do something you don't really want to do? I would rather see you not do it than to get paid to do something you don't want to do. Even if it's lucrative, even if he agrees to paying you for this travel time, you don't want to do it. So I asked her, I said, well, what about telling him that you're not going to drive to Denver anymore? And she said, well, I might lose him as a client. And I said, yeah, I have to be honest with you, that could happen. I can't promise you that that won't happen. But if you let go of this client that is asking you to do something you don't want to do, now you're open to take on a client who is more aligned with what you want to do. So I could tell she was a little nervous, maybe a little skeptical, and was like, okay. And the thing is, about 3 or 4 months later, I ran into this woman at a networking event, and she came rushing over to me, and she was so excited. She was like, Krista, you'll never believe what happened. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to hear. She said, that client that I was driving to Denver, I told him that I could no longer drive down to Denver once a month to meet with him, and now he drives to Fort Collins. These results are not guaranteed, but they're possible. They are possible. So she was unwilling to drive. And that meant that that was a great thing for her to say no to. Now, what does it look like to be unwilling to agree to a request that's being made of you? Well, that was unwilling, but unable. What does it look like to be unable to agree to a request that's made of you? Well, being unable can look like you don't have the resources. Maybe you don't have the expertise. Maybe you don't have the time. When I say resources, I'm including like your time resources, your money resources, your knowledge resources. Maybe you are unable to agree because you're already overcommitted to other things. So I want you to be really honest with yourself. Am I willing and am I able to agree to this opportunity, to this request, to whatever it is that someone is asking of you? And maybe they're not asking. Maybe it's just an opportunity that comes up. Like, you could pursue this. And just like my client that I talked about in the beginning, she had young kids at home, so it actually would have really been very hard for her to work full-time, have 2 young kids at home, and go to school. I mean, people do it, but it would be hard. It would be a challenge. And maybe she wasn't truly willing or truly able to even do that. So saying no when you are unwilling or unable, that's a great place to start. So I'm going to check in. Are we getting any comments about this?
No, but I actually have a question.
Yes,
and
I love it.
Maybe it's misguided and at a wrong time, so let me know. What I found as an entrepreneur, especially with COVID, and as an employer who really needed to make payroll because I'm an employer, when the pandemic first started, we were, like everybody, we were terrified. Luckily for us, it ended up working out okay. But what do you do as an entrepreneur when you are unwilling, but technically able, and you must?
So tell me more. What does must mean?
Maybe a customer demand where it would, where I was completely not willing for, various reasons. It wasn't, and luckily wasn't an issue of ethics or anything like that, but I was unwilling. I was exhausted,
Mhm.
barely able, because everybody is overworked, and
Mhm.
especially in the past year and a half. But what do you do when you're unwilling, but you're technically able, and you just have to do it? What's the best way to move forward, and then maybe try not to repeat it again?
Yeah, I mean, did you have to do it though?
In the moment, I at least felt that I
Or
did.
did it, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Did it feel like I have to agree to this, or did you actually have to?
I think it was, yeah. And so I think in the moment, the numbers at least suggested that I did.
Yeah, yeah. So it felt like if I say no, I mean, but it wasn't actually life or death.
Not of my personal life or death, but I think I think the entrepreneurs are so obsessed with doing right by their team, things
Yeah,
like that,
yeah.
that we do sometimes really feel that, and so that word feel.
Yeah.
But then we were like, well, what if I don't do this? Then like the alternative is completely not okay.
But you don't know what would have happened if you had said no. I mean, it ended up working out all right, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
But what if, can you hold space for the possibility that you could have said no and it still could have worked out? Is that a possibility?
Technically, as I did not suss it out. Yeah, so that's interesting insight.
Yeah, I mean, it could have still worked out in some way. And you don't necessarily have to know how it might work out for it to work out.
Very interesting.
And here's the thing about agreeing when you are unwilling or unable. So sometimes we do it, we all do it to an extent, but it taxes our resources and it stresses us out and it burns us out. And if you're someone with a chronic illness of some kind, for example, this is going to put you in dangerous territory to say yes when you are unwilling or unable, or you're both unwilling and unable, right? Did you, if you're willing to share, I mean, it's okay if you're not, but if you're willing to be a little vulnerable, what was the cost to you personally to go ahead and do this thing that you were unwilling to do?
So it depends on how, so again, murky boundaries as an entrepreneur. And I think I probably speak for a lot of, especially like founders who are monetized and tech, especially tech founders. The cost to me personally was for sure what you said just blew up, resonated extremely, with the taxed my, the spoon theory of it. I live with chronic illness like many Americans and many entrepreneurs do, and it's a forbidden subject to talk about. But it did personally. The cost to me was time with my family, time with my my interests. I have many interests outside of my work, but then I also, there's this pressure of cost to me in the startup economy. How does this look to employees? How does this look to my colleagues, kind of thing? So it's very multifaceted.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And again, there's no guarantees that it's always going to work out if you say no, but there's no guarantees it's going to work out if you say yes.
Right.
Because how I got started talking about work-life balance is I had myself so stressed out and so overworked and overcommitted that I had a series of health issues. I had 7 surgeries in 6 years, and I got shingles when I was 35. And it was just one thing after another, after another, after another. And guess what? Like, I was forced to take time off for surgery. I was forced to take time off for illness, whether I wanted to or not, because my body was just like, no, you cannot do anymore. So, we might tell ourselves the story as we might feel like, I can't say no to this. But chances are, if you don't actually have the resources to do it, or you're truly unwilling, you're going to pay for that in some other way. And here's the thing, no matter what you do in life or in business, you are going to disappoint someone. No matter what you do, you are going to disappoint someone. And is that person going to be you? Because here's the thing, when we say yes, when we're not in integrity with that yes, we're almost always saying no to something else, even if it's by default. Like we're not consciously thinking, I'm gonna say no to my health. I'm gonna say no to time with my family. I'm gonna say no to all these other things that I might want to do. We don't think of it that way. But for most of us, every single opportunity you say yes to, there is something else that you are unable to do because you've agreed to do this other thing. Do you agree with that, Valerie?
100%.
Yeah. Yes. Right. And so, we don't want to say no because we don't want to disappoint people, or we are afraid that there's going to be some backlash. The client will fire us, or we won't be able to make payroll, or whatever the situation is. Right. But the thing is there's always going to be something that comes off your plate, whether you intend it to or not. So why not say yes and say no with way more integrity and up front? No, if I agree to this, then what am I willing to give up? What's coming off my plate? What am I not going to do? Because there's always going to be something. And you're always going to disappoint someone, no matter how hard you try not to disappoint people ever. And so I want you to be really clear and in integrity with yourself about who you disappoint. Would I rather disappoint a client than disappoint a family member? I mean, when it comes down to it, the fear is but that client pays my bills. But there's more than one client. There's more than one opportunity coming in your pipeline. I worked for a small business for many years before I was an entrepreneur. And I absolutely loved working for this small business. It was one of the greatest teams I've ever worked with, great people at this organization. And the industry started to shift and change. And then this was right before 2008. And of course, there was this big recession in 2008. So even leading up to the recession, this particular business, the industry was really changing quite rapidly, and we were struggling to keep up. And then we started getting into the early stages of the recession. And the owners did not want to lay anyone off, because you mentioned, Valerie, you mentioned payroll and your employees, and they did not want to lay anyone off. And they were just like, our team is so important to us. This is really important to us to not lay anyone off. But here's the thing. Everyone ended up getting laid off eventually anyway. And we were all coming to work so stressed out because we knew that this was a potential. And I mean, the way that it happened was not very strategic. And guess what? Here's the thing. I'm not suggesting you go lay off all your employees. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there are protections for employees. Employees get unemployment. There's programs to help them. What programs are out there to help entrepreneurs who can't make their rent? Yeah, those programs don't exist, do they? There's not the same protections in place for us as business owners that there are for the employees. So I'm not saying screw your employees, but I'm saying right, that fear of what am I going to do? I don't want to have to let my employees down. And it's right, but be really clear for yourself, because sometimes you might let them down. And even that company that I worked for, they didn't want to let any of us employees down. They didn't want to lay any of us off or make any changes, to our schedules or anything. And it ended up happening anyway. And in the process, both of the owners lost everything. They lost their houses. They lost everything trying to keep the business afloat, just so that they didn't have to take that step that they had to take eventually anyway when the business closed down.
I feel that.
Yeah, right. So if every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else by default, know what that is up front and know if you're okay with that. Be clear for yourself if you're okay with that. The guideline of saying no if you're unwilling or unable to agree, that's just a guideline. So just really think about it. Am I willing to agree to this? Am I able to agree to this? If I say yes to this, what is not being done? What am I sacrificing? And am I okay sacrificing that thing? Because oftentimes that thing that you're sacrificing is a known, whereas the fear of what might happen is an unknown. And it may or may not turn out that way at all. Just like that bookkeeper who didn't want to drive to her clients, and she was afraid, well, if I say no to driving to Denver, he's going to find a different bookkeeper. But that's not even what happened. And so many of us, our brains would go to that place, right? Well, if I'm not doing what my client wants me to do, they're going to fire me and find someone else who will. Not necessarily. He valued that relationship with her. He valued her service. So he was willing to drive up with her to her because it was important for him to meet in person. So we've talked a little bit about when to say no, and I want to talk a little bit about how to say no, because here's another thing. It's a lot easier to think about saying no and a little bit more challenging to do it. So the first thing is, no is a complete sentence. I want you to really avoid justifying your no, especially with clients, and that's going to feel hard. Because we have this idea in our head, I think most of us, that if I give a good explanation, then they're going to be okay with me saying no. And maybe they won't be quite as disappointed, or maybe they won't be mad if they can understand where I'm coming from. And sometimes that's true. But here's the other thing that happens when we justify why we're saying no. First of all, we create this expectation for ourselves and for others that it's only okay for you to say no when I can give you a reason that you are going to agree with. But guess who has to deal with whoever's disappointed if you don't say no? Whatever that sacrifice is, whether that sacrifice is your health and wellness, whether that sacrifice is your family, whatever that sacrifice is, right? Who's going to have to deal with the consequences of that? You are. Not that other person. So they don't need to agree with your reasoning. They don't need to agree with your reasoning. And most of the time, we sound more clear when we set boundaries without over-explaining them. And so I invite you to stop explaining them, because it's like a really fine line to try to not over-explain. But I want to give you an example, too, about a situation that maybe you have come across very commonly, okay? Whether you were the person making the request or the person saying no. So let's say your coworkers invite you out after work to go to happy hour, but you have to pick up your kids at school and take them to their various activities. So the first response of saying no, you might have said something very similar. You might have heard something similar from someone that you know. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the invitation. That sounds really fun, but I just can't tonight because first I have to drive home and pick up Tina, and then I have to drop her at ballet. And then Bobby's softball practice gets over at 4, and I have to pick him up, drive him across town, and drop him off at his next activity. So it's just not going to work out. Maybe you've said something like that. That's a very socially acceptable, I think, sort of ramble about why you might turn down an invitation to go to happy hour. But let me put it to you another way where I don't justify or explain why. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm not able to come tonight. I hope you ask me again. Which of those two examples sounds more confident and self-assured? Most of us are going to agree the second one sounds more confident and self-assured. Even though same scenario, same person, the only difference is I haven't explained and given you this like long laundry list of what I'm going to be doing instead of going to happy hour. And here's the thing. When you don't give an excuse, when you sound confident, when you sound self-assured, the thing is that people start to value your time more. They start to value your time more because the more you value your time and your resources, the more other people value it as well. And here's the other thing. When people know that they can count on you to say yes or say no and follow through, people are willing to pay you more. Absolutely. People are willing to pay you more when they know that you're only going to say yes when you can get in there and do an amazing job for them. And that you're going to only say no when you know you can't step up. If they know they can trust your no because you're unwilling or unable to follow through, then they're going to trust you more and they're going to value you more because you're valuing yourself more. Does that track? Are there any comments coming in?
There are, and it's just about time for questions. And I think that there's two really amazing ones that might need a little bit of a detailed answer. So I think it's a great segue if you're good with that.
Yeah.
So the first one is being an entrepreneurial, quote unquote, partner. Does that lessen the stress versus being a solo entrepreneur in your mind?
Great question. I don't think there's less stress. I just think it looks different. because there's stresses with navigating a partnership in business, and there's stresses with, doing it on your own. So I just think it looks different.
Yeah, I've done both. It's just like choose your hard. Like anything else, it's just every situation is really, really different.
And what hardness are you more able to tolerate? Right.
For me personally, just due to the nature of my startup as a tech startup, deep tech startup, very like really, really smart people. I work with really, really smart people. I do not come from a technical background. And so it was an absolute must for me to have technical co-founders. And at first that was very hard for me because I'm actually educated as a teacher. I did have some MBA, education and deferred that once my business monetized. But I grew just like with every other situation. And for me, I say I couldn't do it another way, but for me, right now it's very amazing for me to have a multiple people co-owning the business and being on the board with me. It's grown me as a person, especially in the pandemic. So I enjoy having multiple founders with me and partners.
Yeah. I think it just depends, right? They're equally hard, and you just choose what am I more able to tolerate and what am I more able to tolerate right now, because that might shift and change over time.
Sure. And you get more opinions. The more people you have, the more the opinions you get. And then when you're on your own, you really want those opinions. It's human nature to kind of want what we don't have, I think, sometimes, just because we start missing it.
Yeah.
And then the next question is, what's the recourse when your client presses you on your no? And they put explanation, but I think it could either be on your no or your no explanation.
Yeah, absolutely. So if someone is trying to pressure you for an explanation, be wary of that person. I don't know the details of this situation, but I would say be wary of that person, because people that try to push your boundaries typically will continue to try to push your boundaries and push a little more and push a little more and push a little more, right? And so I would definitely be wary of someone who does try to push your boundaries or pushes you for an explanation. And here's the thing, if you're willing to share your reason, you can, but that doesn't mean they're going to accept it. It doesn't mean they're going to agree with it. But you don't have to share your reason if they're pushing you. If you haven't given a reason and they're pushing you on it, you are absolutely allowed to say, I don't care to discuss this with you further. I'm not willing to do this, or I'm not able to do this right now. And they might get mad. And that's okay. Can you be okay with someone getting mad? Right? It might feel uncomfortable, but you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine, I promise. And if somebody is bringing that energy to the table, those are the nightmare clients. Those are the clients, the ones that are always like pushing your boundaries. Those are the clients that are honestly never really that happy, even when you're going above and beyond and bending over backwards. And then they've always got something they're either unhappy about or they want more. And then you start spending more and more of your resources trying to keep these unhappy, cranky clients in place. And all these amazing, awesome clients that you have are like sitting out there and they're just happy. But you could be going out finding more clients like that. The ones that aren't stretching your resources, that aren't demanding more and more and more of you. So you don't owe anyone an explanation. And if they're going to push you on it, you certainly can tell them. They may or may not like it. They're going to feel however they're going to feel about it, but you don't have to give them an excuse. You can say, I'm not willing to discuss this further. Boom, mic drop. I'm not actually going to drop this mic though. Other questions that are coming in?
There's actually one from another panel that we just ran out of time, but I think that it's highly applicable to this presentation as well. Are there any local support groups for entrepreneurs?
That's a great question. Local support groups for entrepreneurs. So there's a lot of different types of entrepreneur groups out there, both local and online. And you can get some support. It's not really a support group, but you can get support through some of those different kinds of organizations. Some of them are like networking groups, and sometimes they have the capacity for you to engage and kind of get into masterminding situations. I love a good mastermind group for a place to bounce ideas off of other entrepreneurs. It's not really a support group, but to talk about, these are the real challenges that I'm facing in my business. How have you dealt with this? What did you do when something like this happened? You know, how have you said no? When a client got angry and this happened, how should I respond? I mean, sometimes those can be very powerful. So there's a lot of different groups like that out there, certainly in the area that you can go and try to find. I know as the leader of She Goes High, we are an introvert-focused women's leadership organization, and that's honestly a lot of what we do. We're not focused on entrepreneurs. We are focused on women leaders of all kinds. But absolutely within our organization, we get a lot of that. It's an opportunity for us to come together and to talk about the challenges of being a woman leader and what does that look like, and support each other and show up for each other. And so there's She Goes High, which is focused on the Northern Colorado area, and I'm sure there are other groups as well. So I invite you to start looking around, come to events like Longmont Startup Week. There are in-person events that are happening this week. Great place to meet people. And you can start asking them, where do you go? What groups do you like to attend? Or you can go out and find some maybe on Meetup or start one. If the niche that you're looking for doesn't exist, create it.
100%. And there are a couple questions flowing in and comments, and I'll say that in just a second, but I would like to pile on. One really awesome thing about Longmont, if you're new to the Longmont startup ecosystem, is the events are amazing, whether it's through Longmont Startup Week or the virtual stuff. We're here for you guys. Like, I would not be here if it weren't for people helping me too. And so what I've noticed about the other business owners here and entrepreneur startups, and people not from startups, just if they're doing business, and in the Fort Collins area too, we have a really nice, inclusive, amazing community. And so really just talk to people, go up to somebody and start talking. And if they don't want to talk to you, which is extremely rare, they just won't. But what I found, the vast majority of people here have been helped. And so we want to help. That's why we're here presenting today. It's a great time to be a startup founder in Longmont. And so some comments. This is great. Really resonates with me for a lot of reasons. I will second that. And so the person asking the question also says, how do you effectively tell your family no? And we're at 3 minutes before wrap up. He says, background, a lot of time goes into forming a startup. There is a balance. Children do not often understand, as well as spouses.
Oh man, that is so true. Partners, no matter how supportive they are, if they are not also an entrepreneur or don't have that entrepreneurial spirit, partners are the hardest ones when they don't understand. A lot of family members won't understand. And, this is a tricky thing, but I think it really just comes down to, especially if someone truly cares about you, going back to that knowing your why. Because if you know your why, you can share that with your partner. Kids are not going to necessarily understand that as well, but you can share that with your partner. You can paint that vision for your future together. Because if you have a partner in your life, chances are whatever that why is for you, your partner is part of the life that you're trying to create in your vision, in your desire. Your family is part of what you're trying to create. So can you share that vision with them? Can you bring them into it? And maybe you negotiate and say, okay, I understand that I'm asking you to step up a bit more while I'm focusing on getting this business started up. And I want you to know I appreciate the effort that you're putting into this. And if they're really reluctant, possibly you can even get them to agree to some terms, like, okay, how about this? If they're just like really not on board, say, okay, would you be willing to stick with it as I try this for, 2 years, 3 years, right? And can you create some kind of agreement with them that you're getting their buy-in on your idea, what you're trying to do? Where you're saying, listen, this is the vision. This is why I'm doing this. And here's where you fit in this. And I want to share this life with you. And I hope that you can be on board with me about it. Kids, a little harder, but also kids, to some extent, they're not always going to understand why we do the things that we do, and they still need to just go along with it, right? And make the most of the time that you do have with them. So when you are with your kids, put the business aside, put the phone down, set all of that away, and allow yourself to be present with your family when you're with your family, and when you're in your business, being present to your business.
Very, very good. Krista, this has been so informative for me personally as a Longmont startup founder. Those of you in the audience, I hope that you have been as just amazed by this as I have. Just thank you so much. What a beautiful exclamation point for this sentence that is day one, that is refresh. We all need to refresh, and we cannot recalibrate until we are refreshed. And so I hope that you will join us tonight at Whibby Brewing, 209 Emery Street here in Longmont, starting at 4. Looks like that's in just a little bit over an hour. There will be music, there will be craft brews, prizes, and favorite Longmont folks, sponsors. Thank you so much. I can already tell this week is it's already been amazing just for Monday. The rest of the week is great. We have tomorrow starting at 8:30, just like each morning, there will be morning motivation with Beth Smith. She's the Sticker Giant CEO. We also have of particular interest, I believe, to some of the tech founders. The Future of American Entrepreneurship will be tomorrow from 9 to 10. Seth Levine and Elizabeth McBride will be presenting on that. There were also, it was mentioned on one of the panels earlier today about diversity and inclusion, how important that is. That will be at 1 o'clock tomorrow with several folks from the Latino Chamber of Commerce and the U.S. Department of Labor and others. You'll really want to tune into that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody who's participated in day one. I'm so fired up. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I hope that I'll see you all around. Thank you again, Krista, and everybody have a great evening.
Downtown Longmont boasts innovative craft breweries, cideries, and distilleries, nationally recognized restaurants, and one-of-a-kind shops and boutiques, all comprising a Colorado Certified Creative District and a National Historic District. Downtown Longmont is your destination for small-town charm and modern urban vibes. With unique small businesses, tangible history, and Colorado's best craft culture, Downtown Longmont has something for everyone. So come explore downtown, take a stroll, make a memory, and discover what's waiting for you, just around the corner or just inside the door.
Break down the door, chip off the paint, rip up the floorboard, see what remains. This old heart is collecting dust. Cabinets are empty, hinges are rusted. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Time, 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 I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. 2 a.m. in Nashville, in a dingy bar, dreams being sipped out of bleeding hearts. Me and 3 lonely men, too warm to drive. Bartendress is playing Dylan, couldn't hurt to try. Time, 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 I'm gonna trust you. Clean out the closet, paint over the scars, open the window, fill the cracks in my heart. I'm all out of answers, but I think I've got some hope left to give. I wanna feel love that's real. I wanna feel love that's real. I've come to meet the stranger in me. Come to meet the stranger in me, to dig in deep whatever I see. I've come to meet the stranger in me. I've come to find an untamed love. Come to find an untamed love, to push and shove when the road gets rough. I've come to find an untamed love. And I've come to sing my favorite song with the windows down, to break into the graveyard of this ghost town, to pay off my debts and to give my respects. I've come to be lost and found. I've come to tear my old house down, come to tear my old house down, to break new ground and love the life I've found. I've come to tear my old house down, come to rip up my heart. I've come to rip up my heart, unmask my scars, turn pain into art. I've come to rip up my heart.